Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Maui Planning Commission meeting of June 23rd, 2026. Based on today's agenda, I would like to propose to the commissioners to potentially pick up the Grand Wailea item first, and then the communication update from the department as a second item before we move into the rest of the agenda. So if there's no objection, oh, you're correct. Roll call, please.
Good morning, members of the commission. Let's start roll call. Commissioner Kamai.
Here.
Commissioner Patel.
Present.
Commissioner Okoliko.
Here.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
Here.
Commissioner Lynn.
Aloha from Hawaii. I'm in the veranda alone by myself.
Commissioner Elizares.
Driving in. I'm in my truck by myself. Just reached Wailuku.
Commissioner Dikos. Okay, I believe he will be joining us later. Vice Chair Kealoha.
Good morning, here.
And Chair Ward.
Present.
And do we have anybody from the Department of Public Works, Department of Environmental Management, Department of Water Supply, or Department of OEV Resources online? Please chime in and let us know. Thank you.
Hearing no acknowledgement, assume no one is online. So as mentioned, I would like to, if there's no objection, I'd like to move the Grand Wailea decision of order is to our first item so that we can have that off the table, and then the communication update from the department and I believe Candace, you're going to be handling both of those. Is that correct?
Chair Ward, I'm going to be handling the Grand Wailea decision and order item, but let's just first make sure that all the parties are available as well.
Absolutely.
So let's make sure that we have the applicant online. If the applicant could please acknowledge that they are online. I don't think that they're prepared at this time. I'm not hearing them. We'll give them one more minute. I do believe that the interveners, I saw that their name was online. I believe Ryan Hurley, we do see your name. I'm not sure if you're actively listening to the meeting right now.
Hi, Candace, I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for being here. We're seeing if we can take this item up first. So we're just seeing if all the parties are available. So we're still waiting for the applicant's attorneys. I believe that might be Cal Chipchase and Kayla Whitaker, as well as our corporation counsel, Kristen Tarnstrom. Okay, I'm not hearing either the party from Corp Counsel or the applicant. I can reach out to them to let them know, but I think we should move along to the second item, which is the time extension. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to clarify, is there any objections from the commission for moving forward with the adjustment to the agenda? Seeing no objection, let's please move on to reading that report into the record, please.
Thank you, Chair. Item C1, communications. This is approval for request by the Director of Department of Transportation to amend condition number 1, granting a time extension until April 30th, 2027 of a special management area use permit to rehabilitate Honolua Bridge located on Honoapi'ilani Highway. So this is just the department notifying you folks that we already approved this time extension. And so as stated, we did approve it until April 30th of 2027. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much for the report. With that, I will open up public testimony. Do we have anybody in the gallery that would like to testify? And just to clarify, testimony would only be on this specific item. So it's C1. No one in the gallery? Do we have anybody online that would like to testify? Okay, since we have no one online or no one in the gallery to testify, public testimony will close in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony on item C1 is now closed. And if we could just take a brief pause.
Questions to the department, I guess you could ask.
So does the commission have any questions on item C1 for the department? Seeing none, let me just make sure online. It is my understanding that the applicant should be here for the Grand Wailea very shortly. So if we could just pause for and as they walk through the door. And so, they should be burning. I was just saying, I think you were coming. We heard from.
I've messaged our corporation counsel, Kristen Tarnstrom. I have not gotten a response yet, but she's on her way. Okay, thank you.
So I would propose if we take a 5-minute recess, 10-minute recess, 10-minute recess, just to allow corp counsel to get here so we can address the Grand Wailea. 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So 5-minute recess. Apologies for everybody in the gallery and online. So it is currently 9:09. If we come back at 9:15, we will then pick up the Grand Wailea item. So meeting is recessed until 9:15. On June 23rd, 2026. If I could ask everyone in the gallery to please silence. Thank you for everyone in the gallery for paying attention. We're back from recess. It is 9:17, and we will be moving forward with item. Give me a moment for B1. If the department could read us into record, please.
Yes, we can do that. So thank you, commissioners, and thank you for your patience. This is just for the commissioner's sake, because I know there's a lot of new commissioners who maybe were not on the board, on the commission when this item came before them. So this is for the Grand Wailea expansion. Hey there. Okay, am I better? Okay, this was for the Grand Wailea expansion. It's an SM1, and this was already deliberated by the commission. An intervention was granted, the parties mediated, came back, had a contested case hearing, and it's already been voted on by this body and approved. So what is before you today is just the decision in order. We wanted to bring it back and make sure that it was an accurate reflection of what occurred. Basically, it's a summary of all the things that have happened up until this point. So if the commissioners could just verify and acknowledge that this is an accurate summary of the proceedings, that's what we're asking for you to do here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, I just want to confirm that all commissioners have read or listened to all of the past history for this case. So if each commissioner that can acknowledge with an aye, I would appreciate that.
Aye. Yes.
Aye. Thank you very much. Everybody else was here, so with
Well,
that,
I think it's good for everyone just to
Okay.
verify, because it
Okay.
was a long record, that everyone has reviewed the record and is prepared to vote today. Yeah. Everybody
Vice
else.
Chair.
And just, I wasn't at the last meeting on this, but I have watched and read the documents, so.
Yep. Commissioner Elazaris. Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
Yes.
And Commissioner Lind.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Dekos is not present at the moment. Actually, I just want to confirm, did he potentially dial in?
I don't see him on the
Okay.
meeting.
So he did acknowledge he'll be here a little bit later. So Commissioner Dikos is excused for this specific item. With that, I would like to extend a 10-minute opportunity for.
First of all, why don't you check and have the parties identify themselves for the record? Step one.
Before that, if the parties could please identify themselves, starting with the applicant.
Yes, very good, Chair. Good morning, Chair and Mr. Diaz, Commissioners. Cal Chip Chase, Kayla Whitaker, and Bill Mehula for the applicant.
Thank you. And from Corp Counsel.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Kristen Tarnstrom, Deputy Corporation Counsel for the Department of Planning.
Thank you. And from the interveners.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. Ryan Hurley and Bianca Saki here appearing via Zoom on behalf of interveners Malama Honolua and Appellate Defense Fund. Mahalo for having us.
Thank you, everyone. With that, I'd like to extend 10 minutes to.
Can I make a quick?
Sure.
Sorry.
Corp Counsel would like to
So,
make a comment.
So there's been a variety of filings. You have that, I think as a matter of record, on your agenda. There's been a proposed decision in order, objections to that was earlier filed several months ago. There was a revised proposed decision in order. There were objections filed to that or responses filed by that by the interveners. And then on the documents received after posting, I believe you'll see another response by the applicant on that. So what you would be doing today is deciding whether to adopt the decision in order proposed by the applicant. I think it would be proper for you to hear, if you would like. I mean, you have the written filings, but I think you can hear from the parties, maybe impose a time limit on each of them to make a presentation to you on their on the decision in order and the documents they filed related to that. So sorry, Chair, thought I would have some context.
Thank you. That's actually where I was just going. Is that I'd like to extend 10 minutes to each party to present any information that they would like to. If you do want to reserve time for your rebuttal, please let me know in advance. So we'll start with the applicant first.
Thank you, Chair. Cal Chip Chase again. I will save whatever I don't use in my 10 minutes for rebuttal, but I don't think I'll need much. As the staff explained, we are at the stage of this process where there has already been a hearing, and indeed a long hearing, and then hearings before this commission, and indeed many hearings before this commission, and a decision was reached approving the permit by vote of the commission. At that point in the process, the party who prevails is asked to prepare a written decision in order that memorializes or captures the decision the commission has already made. That is what we've done. And this is actually our second time before the body talking about a proposed decision. When we came before the body at the second meeting in March, certain commissioners wanted specific details included in the order reflecting its decision, the commission's decision. And so we went back, went through the record and included those items that the commissioners had requested as specific findings or specific conclusions or specific discussion points. Brought that back for consideration before the commission. The interveners, as they have every right to do, filed objections to that. Some of their points were valid. There were mistakes in a 175-page decision on details here and there. We've corrected those and submitted a revised decision that captures all of the mistakes that interveners, I should say, had raised. The other filing we made was a response to their other objections, which were largely a rehash of things that the commission has heard and considered before. In other words, not directed to the form of the decision, which is what you have to consider now, but to the merits of the decision. We're past the merits of the decision. We're on the form of the decision. That's the only thing before you today. And we believe that that form accurately reflects the decision of the commission and accurately captures the specific requests that commissioners had at the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
You good, Chair? Sorry, is my screen frozen?
Really? Would you like me to help you?
Well, let's cram them in here then.
Yeah.
For those online, we're taking a quick pause. We're going to recess for 5 minutes to address a situation. So if we come back at 9:30, the meeting is recessed until 9:30. Morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Maui Planning Commission of June 23rd, 2026. Apologize for the delay. For those online, we have a large population in the gallery. So we are in the process of trying to work out having video outside of the gallery to ensure that the public has visual and audio. They currently do have audio. So we are proceeding with item B1 at the moment. Hopefully by the point that we've completed B1, we will have an update as far as video for the public outside of the gallery itself. So I'll continue providing updates to everyone as we move forward. We may potentially need to move the other agenda items up to allow for additional time for the video to be set up. But again, I will keep everybody apprised as to where we're going and what's happening with all those items. So I appreciate everybody's patience. With that, I believe we are at the stage for Corp Council to have their 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. The department supports adoption. Oh,
Yeah, I think we should finish with applicant first, correct? Are we all done? And were there any questions for the applicant?
Oh.
Or are we concluded with that at this point?
So any questions for the applicant from the commissioners?
Okay, and do we know how much time is remaining? Do we have a clock? 8 minutes left. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. For the record, it's 8 minutes left for rebuttal for the applicant. Corp Counsel.
thank you, Chair, Commissioners. The department supports the adoption of the proposed findings presented by the applicant. We believe it thoroughly and accurately captures the proceedings and the decision made by the commission. So I don't have anything further to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the commissioners? Seeing none, I will now turn it over to the interveners.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Hurley here again alongside Bianca Saki, both appearing via Zoom on behalf of Mākena Kanilua and the Pele Defense Fund. First, I just want to say my heart is both really warm right now and it's also broken at the same time. You know, I see this large gallery and 80 plus people online. Reminds me of the Wailea 670 contested case hearings when the community came out in support of interveners then. And I'm sure they're here for the McKenna State Beach Park issue, which is a matter I'm also involved with, but not at the Planning Commission. So I'm excited for that. I'm broken because I see my client, Clara Pana, of Mākena Kanilua, sitting there by herself. And she's sitting there by herself because these nonprofit organizations have spent years fighting this Grand Wailea expansion and expended thousands and thousands of dollars that they don't have. They scrape from donations and from grants and from the community to fight these expansions, to fight this use of water, and to fight the continued desecration of what may be the most desecrated place in Maui. And we all acknowledge this, right? We all acknowledge this. But we're here today again because the commission delayed decision making on this for years because they didn't have the votes, right? They didn't have the votes. By my count, we're on 13 or 14 commissioners that have heard something related to Grand Wailea. And then when we were done, we spent almost a day and a half talking about things that were not relevant at all. Things like R1 water that was never going to come, all while ignoring the ongoing desecration, right? And when interveners asked for the Office of EV Resources to come and speak, right? The chair of this commission said, yeah, that's a good idea. She said, let's take a vote on it. The Office of EV Resources has never come and commented on this, right? And so I'm not gonna reserve anything for rebuttal. I'll let Cal address all my points. He's very good. We all know Cal. In fact, I mean, Cal and I have been at this commission longer than probably any commissioner here. We've had these arguments for years. And I just want to address the fact that every commissioner on here has said that they have read the record, right? And this is not a simple, Cal will have you think this is a simple procedural next step thing. No. This is an ongoing matter that is crushing these nonprofits for 5, 6, 7 years, right? And so the commissioners, before they vote, they need to have read the entirety of the hearings officer's report. And remember that hearings officer report recommended not approving the application. right? The hearings officer's report recommended not approving the application. So I just want to be clear that before people vote on this, they read the entirety of the hearing officer's report. They read and looked at and examined all 400 plus exhibits, right? And then after that, they've heard all the hearings after the evidentiary hearing, right? We've had how many, 10, 15 Maui Planning Commission hearings? That they listen to the entirety of all of those hearings before they vote on this. Because what we have to, what the community, and I'm glad the community showed up for the McKenna State Park to see this. Because what the Maui Planning Commission has a habit of doing is when they don't have the votes, they kick the controversial project down the road. And they haven't had the votes to approve Grand Wailea for a long time. And what did they do? They waited until they got more and more new commissioners. Some of those commissioners haven't even lived on Maui as long as this project's been going on. We need to address that. And you guys are going to vote the way you're going to vote. My clients have asked me to stand up here and defend them one last time, and I'm doing that. And I'm broke and I have to do it from Oahu because we can't afford to fly out there because we're out of money. But we have to stand, and we're standing here. We respectfully ask that you deny this one last time. Also, I want to just one last point. The applicant has filed, 3 or 4 proposed findings of facts, conclusions of law every time we file a response. And then the last minute, they file a new one. They did the thing just this week. If you look at their latest filing, is filed and received after posting. We did not have an opportunity to comment on that. And if you heard Mr. Chipchase acknowledged that they changed things that we found were wrong in the last one. We're not going to say that that's a procedural issue again, where Maui Planning Commission allows these applicants to continually update these projects, even at the very last minute, even at the very end, after you guys have allegedly approved this, they're still changing this project to make it work. When is enough enough? When are we going to say, stop the development, stop the desecration? So we're going to stand here and we're going to stand on our filings, but we encourage you folks to look deep in your hearts and vote how you think is necessary. Thank you. I release the rest of my time. Yeah.
Does the applicant have any questions or rebuttal?
I don't have any questions.
At this point, if the members have questions for Mr. Hurley, they can ask Mr. Hurley questions.
Does the commission have any questions? Seeing none. The applicant, do you have any rebuttal?
Briefly, Chair, Cal Chipchase again. Ryan is right about one thing. He and I have been at this a number of years in a number of ways on a number of things. And you know, through that, you definitely come to appreciate people. And I do appreciate Ryan and what he brings. Sometimes his zealousy strays inadvertently into misstatement, though. And we did hear some of that today. But I won't focus on the attacks on the commission. Instead, I'll focus on what wasn't said. And what wasn't said was a single word in opposition to the form of the decision. The action before the commission is to adopt the form of the decision because the permit was approved in March, not waiting for new commissioners, not doing all the things that Mr. Hurley suggested, but approved in March with a commission that had heard, for the most part, the entirety of the proceedings before the commission. Today is the form of the decision. And what we did not hear was one word about this form of the decision, the second revised proposed decision that we submitted, correcting the few clerical mistakes and other things that Mr. Hurley had identified in response to our submitted decision. That tells me everything. The form of the decision is correct. And that is what we've asked the commission to do today. I will comment on just one other thing. It is not correct to say that the hearing officer recommended denial of the project. What the hearing officer recommended was that the project could be approved if changes were made or additional information or conditions were imposed to address the things that she had concerns about. We spent well over a year with this commission working on those conditions. Those conditions include a substantial reduction in water use overall, even accounting for the additional units with a specific cap that has fines attached to it. So the project will use less water today than it has used historically, and will have fines associated with it if it exceeds that cap. Those kinds of things were worked through and included by the commission in response to the concerns that interveners have raised. With respect to historic resources, in particular EV, there is a long list of conditions at the back end of the proposed decision that this commission adopted specifically to address those concerns, not merely leaving it to SHPD as the state agency assigned to address such matters or to the prior approvals that have been received for the project, but taking responsibility to incorporate those as conditions on an SMA, and so enforceable by the commission in the event that there's any violation of those conditions. It's a very responsible, thoughtful, well thought out decision that was reached in March of this year. We ask you to approve the form of that decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. And does the commission have any questions for the applicant?
Chair,
Yes.
just one question. Mr. Chipchase, the decision you're requesting approval on is the second revised findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision in order.
That's right, Mr. Howell.
Okay, that's has apparently edits from the last decision that you were asked to review. So I want to make sure that you've all had a chance to review that with the changes.
If each commissioner could please confirm that they've reviewed the revision DNO.
I mean, it's part of the record that's already been submitted, but I just want you guys to, which you've verified, you've had the ability to read, but I just want everyone to be clear on the decision in order that's being requested at this point is the document, second revised proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision in order.
Mr. Hopper, we did note, I just want to note that interveners do object to that. We don't think it was proper that they file that in response to our reply. We think that if the commission wants to adopt something based on our reply and their initial, but I don't think the Maui Planning Commission rules allow for that, and they definitely didn't file it. As Mr. Chipchase made a big deal about, he said we didn't comment on the form. Well, we didn't comment on the form because we didn't have enough time to comment on the form. They filed it last week towards the end of the week. So I just want to note that we're going to keep kicking this can, but like we do object. Like they should not be filing new findings of facts. Because you're clearly it was noted that it was filed after, if you look on the commission website, those findings of facts were filed after the posting. So again, I'm not sure when we would have responded or what the timeline or what Maui Planning Commission rule would have allowed us to properly reply to that in sufficient time to give notice to the commission. But I mean, this is again, back to my larger point, we keep doing this and the applicant's changing it as we go. That's the problem. So we object.
So there was a decision in order filed, and then your objections, and then the proposed edits made for the commission to make to fix the objections, the objectionable items. Sounds like you're saying because of the time delay, you would like this matter deferred again so that there's another opportunity to respond to the second revised findings, conclusions, and decision in order that was filed. Is that what you're basically?
I mean, we're going to fly back out here and do this again. I mean, I think the commission should take note that this is not proper, because like how you described it is how not the applicant described it, right? The applicant asked you to approve their proposed findings, fact, conditions. He didn't ask you to revise them based on their suggestions, right? So I just like everyone loves to beat the interveners up, and we don't file something on time, but Cal didn't file this properly. Like we shouldn't be looking at it. So if the commission, however the commission wants to rule on that, that's up to them.
So, but the commission could make its own amendments if it wanted to in response to your response, though. It could have said, yes, there's some errors here. We're going to make those changes and vote to adopt the decision in order with those changes made. Correct?
They could do that, but it's pretty clear to me that the record now shows that they're just going to be approving the applicant's proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law that were recently submitted, as that's what they just asked them to do.
Okay. I mean, your objection, I think, could be noted for the record. Commissioners, if you wanted to allow additional time and defer this again and allow for another chance to hear from the interveners, I suppose you could. At this point, you have a response to the objections that's proposed to the commission for your decision in order to deal with to respond to the objections. You could either allow additional time for that, but I think at this point, as you would have been allowed to edit the decision in order prior to your decision-making, which you can still do now anyway, if you want to add anything to the decision. I don't think that that's a requirement at this point. So I think you could, if you want to vote to adopt the second revised proposed findings, conclusions, and decision in order in response to the objections, you could, or if you want to defer and allow extra time, I think you could do that as well. Or if you have any other edits to the decision in order that you as members saw when you reviewed the proposed decision and the record, you could also vote to incorporate those changes or ask the parties about them.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. Before we get into any kind of decision or direction, if Mr. Diaz, if you could just confirm that each commissioner has read the revision of the DNO.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Kamai,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko,
Yes.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn,
Yes.
Commissioner Lind,
Aye.
Commissioner Elizares,
Aye.
Vice Chair Kealoha.
I'm confirming this is the one revised 526, May 26 in the
This-
agenda.
This was in the documents received after posting. It's on page 31 of that filing. So there was a more recently filed one. There were objections filed to it, and then a revised decision in order filed in response to those objections to deal with the objections. It's actually on documents received after posting. Further down, it's on page 31. So we can clarify this. It's in the documents received after posting link, and it has additional revisions to it in response to the intervener's objections. This is important, and if you haven't read them, I mean, they were filed, but you would need to confirm, reviewed this, so for everyone.
My link doesn't work, so no, I have not read that.
Okay, so one member has not had the opportunity to review this. Shall we take a recess and have an opportunity to review that, or
Yeah,
otherwise?
I would propose that we have a 10-minute recess. Is that enough time, Vice Chair?
And for ease, Vice Chair, there is a red line that was submitted with it that tracks every change. They really are very minor in response to comments that were made. So that should be ample.
Mike. Mike.
That sucks.
So maybe I'm looking at the wrong agenda.
To get someone money his way. Can't go against them. No, kill you.
So I'm going to we're going to take a 10-minute recess so that Vice Chair has an opportunity to make sure that's reviewed. So meeting is recessed until.
Wait, have any other members not had the opportunity that needs a copy of this? Sorry.
We went through everyone.
Okay, sorry.
So actually, let's just do at 10:15. That way there's ample time. Vice Chair? 5 minutes. Okay. All right. So 10:05, we will come back. So the meeting is recessed until 10:05. Thank you. Maui Planning Commission meeting June 23rd, 2026. Time is 10:06 a.m. And just want to confirm with Vice Chair that you've had an opportunity to read the revision document DO.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will open up discussion with the commissioners for item B1. Seeing no questions, can the department provide their recommendation, please?
In this case, I don't think the department would provide a recommendation. The department was a party. So you've heard from all the parties at this point. Well, you've heard from all the parties at this point what they've requested for you to do. You can vote to, you can ask questions if you want, or you could vote to approve the decision in order, findings of fact, conclusions of law, decision in order, modify it, or deny it. Those are your, I think, your choices at this point.
So with, I think, Corp Counsel, since there were no questions, is there a motion from the commission direction that has been provided of the choices?
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Elizares.
a motion to approve
The
findings of facts.
revision.
So the record is, this is a motion to approve the document that was filed as the second revised proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision in order. That's just correct? Want to verify that?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Elizares. Do I have a second? Commissioner Circle Woodburn, second. Commissioner Elizares, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yep, this motion to approve to move forward so we can have discussion. I think we can add to the approval should we have any amendments or changes or anything that we found in there to not be in line with what we had discussed over the past couple of years.
Thank you. Commissioner Circle Woodburn, any comments? Okay. With that, I will open discussion to the commission. Seeing no questions or discussion, we'll move to a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko,
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn,
Yes.
Commissioner Lin,
Oh,
Commissioner Elizares,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kealoha,
No.
Chair Ward.
He's not visible, so let's get
Yeah. Commissioner Lin, can we make sure that, or Gino, can we make sure that he's visible on the screen? And I just want to confirm, Commissioner Lin, your vote was no? Okay. So motion carries 5-2.
Sorry, Chair, could you confirm, did the chair vote?
There's no need for the chair to vote because it passed with 5 votes.
Okay, just confirming.
Before we. See if we've got ability to.
Okay, just one moment, folks. Just confirming where we are with video. Apologies for the delay. We are in the process of trying to secure video for those participants that are not in the gallery. As we wait for that, the police department would like actually just to speak very quickly, so I will hand that over to them.
Okay, yeah, so we're just called here. We want to just, we understand everybody has their opinions and, they want to get their voice out there. So just for today, we'll take it day by day, or not day by day, but they're going to have outside. They just want to make sure you guys aren't blocking the exits and the stairways and any emergency exits. So what they're going to do is they're going to get a TV outside so that the people outside can, be a part of it. So if you can help us with that, we're all good. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Time for
Thank you. So I do apologize to everybody. I know that everybody's busy and taking time out of their day. So, but we are making every effort to try to make sure we have the video so that everybody can participate and be engaged. So I'm going to recess the meeting until 10:30 in hopes that the video will be here. We're trying our best. So meeting recessed until 10:30. 44. My apologies for the delay. I do have good news. We were able to secure a TV and be able to hook that up, as well as having the audio out in the hallway. So I do appreciate everybody's patience, but we did want to ensure that everybody had an opportunity to view and hear anything during this session today. With that, we will be starting with agenda item A1. If the department could read us into the record, please.
Thank you, Chair. First public hearing of the day is Munikio Hiraga on behalf of the State of Hawaii DLNR State Parks Division requesting a special management area use permit for the proposed construction of 2 new comfort stations, outdoor showers, associated infrastructure and parking lot improvements, including 2 after-the-fact parking lot toll booths and 3 pay stations at the north and south entrance of Mākena State Park. The original staff planner assigned to this is Sybil Lopez. She's no longer with the department, so Colette is going to take over for her. I don't know. I know this has been a long morning, so can we just hand it over to the applicant for their presentation, Colette? Would you be okay with that, or did you have any opening remarks?
Just a couple things. The project's consultant is Munikio Hiraga. Gwen's the lead consultant here. They have quite a team assembled. Kirk Tanaka of Tanaka Engineering is the project engineer. He's online. Tanya Lee Gregg of Aina Archaeology has prepared the CIA. She's here as well. There are many representatives from Division of State Parks, which I'll let Gwen introduce. And then I'll turn the floor over to DSP Administrator Alan Carpenter, and he's going to provide some opening comments before the presentation. So I'll turn it over to Alan.
Actually, before we get to Alan, thank you, Colette. Corp Counsel would like to make a comment.
There was a petition to intervene filed in this case. I think the plan, the advised plan anyway, would be to hear from the presentation from the applicant, complete public testimony, and then bring up the petition to intervene. So the petition to intervene may or may not be granted. So just notice for the intervener, they, I think, should provide their public testimony as well in the event their intervention is not granted. But I think that would be my advised plan, would be to hear from the presentation from the applicant, complete public testimony, and then consider the petition to intervene before moving forward with the item. Remember, it's a contested case, so the testimony must be sworn in. Testifiers and presenters need to be sworn in, and anyone providing testimony is subject to questions from the applicant if the applicant has questions for them, and then questions from the commissioners.
Thank you. And there has been a request that members of the commission remove their hats out of courtesy, which I have done. And I believe Commissioner Elizaris, you have a comment.
I do. I will continue to wear my hat because I have an allergy to human dander. It's already starting on this side of my face, kind of heavy human dander on this side. So I'm going to keep my hat on. I wasn't prepared to do that. I can leave. I have a few options. I can leave, purchase allergy medicine, some hair product or whatnot, to lock my own dander for myself. And then I can remove my hat, but it's nowhere listed in our rules of decorum, and I mean no disrespect by wearing a hat.
Thank you. Since we've had a delayed morning, I would prefer not to recess, to let you go get allergy medicine, although I'd like you to be able to do that. So maybe on a break at some point, we can take care of that. But for the moment, I will honor your request to be able to maintain wearing your hat.
Thank you, Chair.
With that, I will turn it over to Alan for the presentation.
Hello, good morning. I think it's good morning.
Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, I just want to, the chair recognize I did join the meeting. This is Mark.
Thank you, Commissioner Dikos. So on the record, Commissioner Dikos is joined the meeting.
Yeah.
And welcome.
Alone in my vehicle on Kauai.
Can't hear you, Commissioner Dikos.
I'm alone in my vehicle on Kauai.
Thank you. That we heard.
Again, thank you, Chair, commissioners, staff. I am Alan Carpenter. I am the acting administrator for the Division of State Parks.
And if you could please swear to tell the truth.
Always, yes. So thanks for letting me introduce this project. I'm here in support of the proposed improvements at Mākena State Park. And we have an entire team with us of people who are willing to provide details and answer questions. I did want to start out by saying that, you know, I see this group behind me, and you might think that as someone here to advocate for the project, it bums me out to have a whole bunch of people behind me who are going to testify against it. That's actually, it's quite the opposite. I think this underscores sort of the privilege of managing places like this and how important they are to people. And we don't want to hear voices. I love a robust discussion and debate. And I think we need to hear everybody. But I also, having said that, I think the facts should be presented. The facts should prevail. And there's been, quite frankly, a lot of misinformation circulating in the community about what we're doing. I think in particular, what we're not doing. And I think that's important for you guys to know for decision making. I feel like for the last month, I've spent a whole bunch of time talking to the media and trying to correct facts and give them examples of what we're actually doing as opposed to what we're not. We are the state. We are slow. We are clunky. We simply cannot work at the speed of social media. So sometimes those things take on a life of their own. But I would like to present simple facts and give you that introduction before we pass it to the formal presentation. We are simply proposing to create higher quality experience through the upgrade of facilities at Mākena State Park. It's been serviced by porta potties since 1990. We want to put in permanent restrooms, rinsing showers, potable water, and there's some slight upgrades to the parking. And that is it. There are no changes to access or management proposed whatsoever. There's been all this information circulating that we want to turn it into a cash cow, that we want to turn it into the Ha'ena model, which is on Kauai, which, by the way, has been a godsend for that community. But Ha'ena is not Mākena. We don't need that model here. And I was the principal architect from the state side of the Ha'ena master plan and the implementation of that paradigm. And I have not once ever suggested using that plan, shuttles, reservations, any of that at Mākena, and we don't intend to. So I just want that part to be clear from the beginning. We do charge fees. We have charged fees at Mākena for 6 years, as we do at 14 parks statewide. That is in response to, essentially for the last decade, the legislature has been telling us, you guys need to generate more of your own funds and be more self-sustaining. We've been very successful at that. Mākena's part of it, but Mākena's a very small part of it, right? So our operating costs for this park are over $2 million a year. Most of it is for lifeguards to keep people safe. Mākena generates about $700,000. So we're operating at a $1.3 million deficit annually. So the offsetting those funds through the fees that we charge to visitors is extremely important. We have no need to attract more people or increase that. I'm fine with we have a big surplus from one of our cash cows, Diamond Head State Monument. I'm fine with tourists visiting Oahu to help pay for folks over here to have access to quality open space. That's fine. And the fences. It's another thing that's been rolling around. We have no intention of impeding access through fences in any way. No fences are proposed as part of this. The gate and fence that was installed during COVID to deal with overuse of Pu'uola'i, also known as Little Beach, that's been removed, and it's not part of any plan to ever put it back. So I just wanted that to also be clear. Having said that, I'd just like to acknowledge the team, and in particular, Mike Kahula, Superintendent of Maui Parks, Justin Kikivi, who lives and services and cares for Mākena every day. Those guys are here they know more about this place than any of us. I do hope they might get a chance to give their perspective on the needs for this project as well. And with that, I will pass it on to formal presentation. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, Chair, Commissioners, staff, and members of the public. My name is Gwendolyn Rivera. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
I'm with Munakio Hiraga. We're assisting DLNR Division of State Parks with this SMA use permit application for the McKenna State Park project. So thank you very much for your review. To start with, I'd like to introduce the project team. So in addition to Alan Carpenter, the administrator at State Parks, we have managing the project, we have Valerie Suzuki and Francis Constantino. They're attending online today. From State Parks, as Alan said, we have Michael Kakula, as well as Justin Kakivi. We have Carl Sholin and Martha Yent. Let's see, I think Carl and Martha are online. And then Kirk Tanaka of RT Tanaka Engineers is the engineering consultant. He's also logged into the meeting and will be available to respond to any engineering related questions for the project. Munakio Hiraga, we're assisting with permits and environmental review. And from my office, Mark Roy is also here today with me in person. Okay. So we're here today, of course, to provide you with information on the improvements that are proposed at McKenna State Park by the state, answer any questions you may have, and to request your approval for the SMA use permit. So, as Alan suggested, you know, the proposed improvements, they include 2 new comfort stations or restrooms, comfort station facilities within the park to replace the existing portable toilets, and to provide permanent restroom amenities to better manage the park users' needs. In addition, the project will provide water supply infrastructure to the park. There currently isn't any water hookup servicing the park. So this will provide running water for the toilets, for the sinks and the comfort stations, for the shower, and also a water filling station so that park users can fill up their water bottles. The project also does include some parking area improvements, including paving, striping, signage, guardrails, and other related improvements. The parking lots, the 2 parking lots in question are already paved. We'll go through the project location in a minute. They're already paved, but there's also vehicle parking that's along the unpaved shoulders and the median strip along the entry drive. So this project will create designated stalls in those areas to improve the organization of parking along those unpaved areas in the park, and to help ensure that access is kept. Access routes are open and unobstructed. Okay. All right. So these improvements that we're talking about, they're intended to address several basic operational issues that the park is experiencing that DSP has identified. The portable toilets are they're a temporary solution. They're not ideal for the park users. The temperature inside them gets extremely hot during the day. It's been measured at over 100 degrees in there. And we know that some users dislike using them. This raises some concerns in terms of sanitation and rubbish in other areas throughout the park for those users who choose to go elsewhere than the porta potties. So potential impacts to the environment related to that, which we're seeking to address. A permanent restroom facility will offer, more convenient experience and, cleaner experience for park visitors as well, of course. Servicing of the porta potties, this is also a challenge that State Parks deals with. There's only a handful of companies, as I understand it, on Maui that are available to provide units and service, and demand for portable units in Lahaina remains very high as part of their rebuilding effort. So the service aspect is a bit of a challenge. There are also some environmental considerations associated with cleaning of the units, as they're typically washed down on site at the beach. So that said, the freshwater showers and the drinking water station are, those are features that many community members have requested for the park. Some park users are happy without water service. A lot of people have expressed that, but there is a wide range of people that use and enjoy this park. There are local families as well as island visitors, fishermen, bodyboarders, people who enjoy volleyball or other beach recreation. There's cultural practitioners, there's nature lovers, I guess, as well as, the park caretaker and the lifeguards and the staff who work there. So a lot of different people, and these proposed comfort stations with toilets and fresh water will support public health and hygiene and visitor comfort for all the visitors while they enjoy the park. Another point is without these basic facilities, we do see a higher amount of traffic at nearby county facilities when people they leave and they go to other parks to shower or use the restroom after their stay at McKenna. So finally, just one more point before I proceed with more information about the project. State Parks needs to ensure emergency response access to the beach. With the unorganized gravel parking that exists currently, that can create a situation where there's not enough room for emergency vehicles in some cases to pass between cars or to turn around. So, that's something that State Parks has an obligation to address. And with the current situation, we also have cars parked along the unpaved shoulders where there could be dry grasses directly under vehicles, right? Hot car engines and exhaust components can create an ignition source, which could ignite dry vegetation. So the paving and striping of those unpaved areas will minimize that risk, and it will support public safety in emergency situations and reduce the risk of fire as well. So moving on. Just a little bit about the background of this project. The project has involved extensive community involvement, and it's been proposed in direct response by Division of State Parks to the community's wishes. Going back to 2013, there was a survey conducted by the Honolua Coalition that found that permanent restrooms and outdoor showers were basic amenities that park users wanted and needed at the park. Following that, there was a series of meetings held with the Honolua Coalition to solicit input, looked at the various alternatives for providing restroom, and wastewater containment design. It resulted in the selection of the proposed project before you today, which would avoid treating and releasing any wastewater effluent on site. Instead, it relies upon a containment system. Also, as a part of this consultation process, the preference was to have the restroom set back a bit from the beach and back from Pu'u'ola'i, for the north side, back from the Pu'u, to provide some distance from that, the important both natural and cultural features of the park. So if any more information is desired about that process, Martha Yent from State Parks has been involved with the project from the beginning with the outreach, and she'll be available to answer any questions after the presentation. Okay, just to get oriented, I know you know where McKenna State Park is. This map shows the location of the proposed improvements called out in gray on this map. So McKenna State Park, it's a 165-acre park. It's made up out of 4 state-owned TMK parcels. Access to the park is from McKenna Keone O'Eo Road. The project just involves the 2 existing parking lots within the park. They take up total of about 1.75 acres. So one of them is accessed from the first entrance here at the center of the park. The second one is accessed from the second entrance further south. And this project would provide comfort station facilities and parking lot improvements at both of those existing parking lots. Here is an aerial view showing both of those parking areas. So this is the north site, or the first entrance that I'm circling here. On the right is the second entrance. McKenna Keone O'Eo Road is running across the top of the image here. You can see that both project sites are set back pretty well from the beach, distant about several hundred feet at least from the beach and from the shoreline. You can also see the caretaker's residence right here in the middle. As Alan mentioned, at this park, we're, really fortunate to have a resident caretaker, Justin Kakivi, to protect and maintain the park, including including active restoration of native plant areas, as well as management of vegetation to reduce fire fuel loads beneath the tree canopy. And those activities are ongoing, not necessarily a part of this project. Okay, a few site photos. Again, I'm sure you're pretty familiar with what these parking lots look like. This is the first entrance, or the north site. The first photo, you're in the parking lot looking out towards the road. And you can see the vehicles parked along the left and the right shoulder areas, these unpaved areas. Photo, let's see, 2. You're in the parking lot looking the other way. In this one, you're looking towards the ocean, towards the main part of the parking lot. You can see again the cars parked along the side of the road, and you can also see some parked in that median area in the middle, parked outside of stalls. And number 3, that is the location of the proposed comfort station. It's on the left edge of the parking lot if you're looking Mackay. And I'll show a site plan in a few slides here. A few photos of the south side, or the second entrance. This first photograph, number 4, that's a view when you're driving into the existing parking lot. Photo 5, this shows the location of the comfort station facility, which again, it's on the left side or south side as you're driving in. And photo 6, we're looking towards the beach. This is also the comfort station area. Now you're looking towards the ocean, and you can see the porta potties as you're, right in front of you. That's beyond the comfort station area. Okay. The project scope, as we mentioned, has these following components: addition of the 2 new comfort station buildings in the first and second entrance. Each comfort station will have storage room, men and women's restrooms. I think it is 4 stalls per side, with flushing toilets and lavatory sinks, as well as the water bottle filling station. Each comfort station will have a solar voltaic panel on the roof to provide just low-level lighting for security or maintenance needed at night. Each comfort station will also have a new outdoor shower that will drain into a surfage drainage basin. To bring water into the park, 2 new water service laterals will be installed, each with a 2.5-inch water line connecting to the existing 12-inch McKenna County OEO road water line. And to service the new restrooms, each comfort station will require a new underground containment tank. So wastewater will be held in the containment tank, not treated or released on site. It will be regularly pumped out and trucked off site for treatment. And the area of the containment tank will have a small fenced area for enclosure just around the tanks. As we discussed, the project would involve paving, curb and walkway improvements to just to establish parking stalls in those unpaved areas that have already been utilized for parking in the case of the north site. The north site would gain 97 more paved and marked stalls by converting those unpaved parking areas into designated stalls. So the overall parking capacity in this lot will remain roughly the same. In the south site, the paving, curb, and walkway improvements, that will result in an addition of 41 parking stalls. There's now parking and entrance fees being collected already in these parking lots for non-residents. And the project scope also includes the pay parking improvements in both parking lots. So that would be the kiosks, the payment stations, and the toll booths that are already present. Just to take a few moments to emphasize what the project scope does not include. It does not include gating or fencing in the park. The only fencing is for the small fence security area around each of those wastewater containment tanks. We've heard some concern about the implementation of a reservation system or a shuttle-only access system that would prevent visitors from driving or walking in. State Parks is not proposing that. No changes are proposed to the existing park access fees, parking fees or policies. There's still no reservation needed to enter the park. And if you're a resident with an ID, parking and access are free for you. State Parks is not proposing any changes to the existing street parking outside the park entrances. And the project does not involve any work in the shoreline area. Doesn't involve any work on the beach. So let's take a look at the site plan. So this slide shows the site plan for the north site, the first entrance. So access is on the right, that's the access from McKenna County Oyo Road. So the existing parking area is shown here in gray, the existing stalls. The existing lot will be paved, striped, and signed. And then you can see the new parking stalls, which are marked out in black on both sides of the entry drive, as well as a couple in the center, a few in the center as well. So there will be ADA stalls and an accessible walkway right here in front of the comfort station. And then there'll be, guardrails and improved driveway transitions as well. So here in yellow, that's the location of the new comfort station. The containment tank is shown here in green. The red circle is the location of the outdoor shower, which would drain via a swale to a grassed drainage basin. So this is sort of just a low basin in the grass where there'll be plantings as well, and that will capture runoff from both the shower and the parking lot. Okay. This also shows the location of the new water lateral. It's not really legible, but this is the location of the water lateral that will go to McKenna County Oyo Road. This, if we look at the aerial view, you can kind of see, you can compare the existing paved and striped parking lot here on the left side. It's to the left of this curved turnaround. And you can see that there's also vehicles parked along both sides of the entry drive, as well as just a bunch of vehicles parked up in the middle in this kind of triangular area. So to compare, on the left here, that's the existing paved parking. And then after project, all that parking on the sides and in the middle, that will be organized into actual paved stalls. Okay. And the comfort station would be located right around here, sort of near the area of the curved turnaround. Okay. And similarly, moving on to the south site, again, we have parking stalls. The gray is the existing parking stalls. We have parking stalls being added on both the left and the right, and a couple in the middle, in the median of the entrance drive that's coming from the road. Again, the parking comfort station layout is pretty similar to the north site. This comfort station is in yellow, the holding tank is in green, the shower is red, and that drainage basin for the shower is in purple. And if we look at the aerial view, just to give you some context, this is the existing parking lot. The new stalls will be put in along the edges and in the middle, and the comfort station would be right around here at the bottom of the parking lot. So this shows the elevation views of the comfort stations. They'll have a CMU exterior with a preformed metal roof. The front entrance to the men's and ladies' restrooms and the storage entrance will be facing north towards the parking lot in both cases. There will be skylights for light during normal park hours. But as I mentioned, they will have the ability to use low-level electric lighting for any security or maintenance needs after hours, powered by the roof PVs. Comfort station, here's sort of an example. It'll be similar in size and style to other state parks comfort stations. It's a 511 square foot structure with 4 stalls per side. This example, it's actually at the Central Maui Regional Sports Complex, but was developed by state parks. So just to give you an idea of the scale and general look. The Urban Design Review Board did review and approve the proposed design, and based on UDRB's recommendations, state parks, they'll be reviewing and revising the color and facade treatments to be a bit more specific to the McKenna environment. Okay. The outdoor showers will be located just adjacent to the comfort stations, to allow the ability to wash down sand, which of course is something that will improve beachgoers' experience, but It's also important for maintenance of the comfort station. Beach bathrooms without showers, as state parks has experienced, tend to fill up really quickly with sand that gets tracked in, and it's a continuous effort for park staff to remove it and clean it. With regards to the use of the showers, state parks will provide signage for the showers to discourage the use of any soaps or shampoos to reduce any potential impacts. The water to the shower will be on during park operating hours. Restrooms are going to be shut down at night. And again, this park has a 24/7 caretaker to keep an eye on things and enforce park rules. Okay, as I mentioned, comfort stations will be serviced by a wastewater containment system. State parks decided on this strategy based on community consultation. Strong preference was expressed to not do a septic system, not do a treatment system that would treat and release wastewater on site. So in addition, there's no sewer line connection in the area to hook up to. So in order to to accommodate the community's preference, the decision was made by the state to contain and remove all wastewater for treatment at an approved wastewater treatment facility. So wastewater will, from the toilets and the sinks, it will be contained in one of these underground fiberglass tanks and will be periodically pumped out and trucked off site. This shows the containment tank on the north site, which is a 13,000 gallon tank. And on the south site, similar situation with a 7,000 gallon tank. Each one has a small solar panel to provide power to an indicator, which will always monitor the level in the tank. So the level will always be monitored, and it will be pumped out before the tank overflows. There's a port for the truck to hook up to, pump out the tank's contents. And again, a chain link fence, as you can see here, surrounding with a 3-foot perimeter around the area of the tank, and there'll be a swing gate to allow access for service and maintenance. Just to note here that the plan says that it will be a barbed wire fence, I think. That's not accurate. State parks will not be using barbed wire in order to prevent any impacts to wildlife. All right, a few words about the paid parking improvements. This was done in 2019. The payment stations and attendant booths were installed in the parking lots to facilitate collection of entrance fees to help offset the park's operating costs. Collection of fees began in 2020. Residents with a Hawaii ID are exempt from paying any fees. You can see the improvements here. There's 2 attendant booths. This is a side view and a front view. This is north site and south site, but they're the same in both parking lots. And you also have the kiosks for payments. So since these were completed already in 2019, collection of fees started in 2020. They're now being included after the fact in this SMA use permit application so that they can be appropriately reviewed and allowed under SMA review. So no changes to the fee collection policies or procedures are proposed. The component of the project scope only addresses these physical, the construction of these kiosks and attendant booths within the special management area. So to protect natural resources in the park, which is important to state parks, the wastewater collection and shower collection systems, they have been engineered according to standards to prevent discharge of pollutants to the nearby environment and habitats, and they'll be reviewed and approved by Department of Health. Construction BMPs will be implemented to prevent any erosion or sediment transport from the project area. The project is outside of the shoreline area, several hundred feet in, and mitigation procedures as recommended by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will all be followed and incorporated into the plans to avoid impacts to any threatened or endangered species, including the water birds, seabirds, nene turtles, Hawaiian hoary bats, or the black-burned sphinx moth. Okay. For drainage, the project is designed according to the Maui County drainage standards in order to contain 100% of project-generated runoff volume for the 50-year storm. That's the applicable Maui County standard that applies. The project design includes swales and basins to retain all the runoff from the shower and from the proposed additional parking surfaces. And in addition to that, the Department of State Parks undertook a low impact development assessment together with the planning department and the UHC grant program to identify potential LID features that could be incorporated to consider for future implementation. So as a result of this assessment, the park, they will be planting appropriate native plants like akulikuli in the drainage basins as part of the current action to act sort of as a rain garden. And they'll also consider adding rainwater harvesting in the future to provide water to support the park's other ongoing native plant restoration efforts. With respect to traffic, the project it's not anticipated by state parks to increase the number of park visitors. That's not the intent of this project. It's not anticipated to significantly impact roadway traffic. On the contrary, the idea is to result in better organized parking within the park, and to improve circulation, improve emergency access. There's no park access issues that would be introduced as part of this action. State Parks doesn't anticipate the need to close the park or the roadway for any of these improvements. Work will likely be done in phases with, limited access to those areas of the park that are being worked on, but no overall park closure. And as needed, state parks will coordinate with the police department for any necessary traffic control for construction. The Division of State Parks completed an archaeological inventory survey for McKenna State Park. A number of historic features have been identified within the 165-acre park. The project areas have been selected to avoid these features. Nonetheless, archaeological monitoring will be conducted during ground disturbing work. The 68 review process with the State Historic Preservation Division has been completed. The SHPD accepted the archaeological inventory survey and the archaeological monitoring plan and has advised the planning department that permit issuance can proceed on this project. From a cultural standpoint, a cultural impact assessment was carried out, which did address the Kapa'akai framework as well. The CIA identified Pu'u'ola'i as a culturally significant area. The project has been designed to avoid proximity to the pu'u and minimize impacts to that natural and cultural setting. And due to the trees and vegetation in the area, like behind where the comfort station will be, and because of the limited size of the comfort station, view impacts are not anticipated to be significant. From the interviews undertaken by the Cultural Impact Assessment, the CIA did not identify any traditional cultural practices within the project area that would be impacted by the proposed action. And finally, just a note about where we are in the process. The SMA use permit application was filed in August of 2021. A Chapter 343 environmental assessment was completed. The SMA use permit application and the draft EA were circulated at the same time for agency review and comments. These were circulated to a total of 27 county, state, and federal agencies. All comments received have been addressed, and your staff report includes all the comments received on the application as well as the state's responses to those comments. The environmental assessment process was completed with a finding of no significant impact. In January, when was that? December 2022, and that FONSI was upheld by the state court in 2024. The State Historic Preservation Division review process was completed in January 2023 with acceptance of the AIS and the AMP. The Urban Design Review Board provided their review and unanimous recommendation for approval in October of last year. And today we are asking for your approval of the SMA permit before project construction can proceed. The Planning Department has reviewed the application against SMA review criteria, and they've provided you with their recommendation for approval of this permit. and the state concurs with the department's recommendation and with the proposed approval conditions that have been recommended in your staff report. So this concludes our presentation. We thank you very much for your time. We respectfully request your approval on this SMA use permit, and please let us know if you have questions for the team. Mahalo.
Thank you for the presentation. With that, we will move to public testimony. Okay. So we'll start with in gallery.
Okay, we'll start with Sam Garcia Jr., to be followed by Ryan Quinn, Earl Violet, Michael Lefano.
And just as a reminder, for those that are testifying, you'll have 3 minutes per testifier, and you do need to state your name and swear to tell the truth.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Sam Garcia Jr., and I swear to tell the truth. I was born and raised about a block away from here in Wailuku and have lived in McKenna for the past 50 years or so. Naturally, I want to see what is best for my island, and these are my thoughts. My career was in the hotel business, all here on Maui. Our family has had property in McKenna for over 70 years. My wife and I currently live near Keavilai Church. I worked for almost 40 years on trying to provide for restrooms and showers in McKenna. Beginning in 1986, I worked for the Maui Prince Hotel, and I was Cebu's representative, along with Roy Figueroa, working with the DLNR toward providing restrooms and showers in the McKenna Park. In 2005, I was elected president of the McKenna Homeowners Association, which is the only community organization in McKenna, and I continue to serve in that capacity. I speak on behalf of that organization as well as myself today. I was also a member of the Onilua Coalition, which was required of Everett Dowling to study the McKenna State Park problem and come up with solutions. Our organization, the McKenna Homeowners, has always seen value in this project and has always supported every effort to have restrooms and showers installed in the park. We see restrooms as being the most sanitary means of providing for our local residents as well as our visitors. The porta potties are hot, smelly, and definitely not sanitary. This is not the way to treat our valued residents or our visitors. Please remember in 1978 that there was a dysentery and hepatitis outbreak in McKenna, and it was traced to unsanitary conditions at McKenna Beach. So just wanted to remind you of that. Showers are present in every beach park on the island. Some beach parks feature showers that are
30 seconds.
Unfortunately too close to the beach. To not have showers at the largest beach park in the island is a huge mistake. The issue of preventing soap can easily be addressed by providing flyers to the parking staff that can pass them out to cars that arrive there. I think it's unfair to have any comparison to Kiana, and I thank you very much for your time. I also like to just thank everybody that's here, whether you're for or against McKenna, because I think it shows you love the land and that very special destination. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any questions from the applicant? Or not the applicant? Does the commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Elazars.
Sorry, can we have you come back to the, thank you. Morning, Mr. Garcia.
Mr. Elazars, how are you?
Doing well. little itchy on this side of my face. So I didn't hear if you supported this application or not.
Oh, yes, I definitely support it. And I've been serving almost 40 years of my life attending meetings and and trying to encourage support for showers and restrooms because they're vital.
And you live, sorry, did I cut you off?
No.
You live in the McKenna region? You
Right,
said
we
for
live
50 years?
right next to the Kiavilai Church in McKenna.
And across the Kiavalai Church, there's a comfort station there.
Right.
About how close to that comfort station do you live?
We're probably about 200 feet from it. And one of the problems that we have that was mentioned earlier is that people from other beaches come in every evening into the community, into the 3 stations, the restrooms that are provided by Discovery and McKenna Resort, McKenna Beach and Golf Club. They come in and with radios blaring to shower every evening because there are no showers at Big Beach or anywhere south of McKenna proper. So that's been a big problem for the community. And we get to hear, we're serenaded every night. So it's rather unfortunate.
Okay, thanks. That was going to be my question, is how your vicinity impacts where you live, the use of those. What are those impacts to you? Are those all of the impacts that?
Yeah, it's probably, the shower is cold. And so all hours of the night, you hear screams from people as the cold water is hitting them when they shower. And they're not very courteous in driving their vehicles, as some of you may know. It's McKenna is country, so they tend to take their vehicles and peel out and everything else. So it is unfortunate, but that's what we have going on in the community. So it is not only the vehicles, but the loud music and the disrespect from some of the people that are using that facility.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Great.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier.
Next testifier is Ryan Quinn.
Aloha, good afternoon. My name is Ryan Quinn, and I swear to tell the truth. I moved to Kihei in 1987, and one of the first places I was taken to was McKenna Beach. Back then, there was a dirt road past the old Maui Prince, and you had to go really slow and take your time. When I got there, I couldn't believe how beautiful it was. I didn't know that beautiful places like that existed. The beauty was and is extraordinary. Other than some paved parking lots and some lifeguard stands, it basically still looks the same today. I have logged countless hours and days there in the last nearly 40 years. This small stretch of coastline is really the only place around here that hasn't been changed. I have had some amazing encounters with native and endangered animals at McKenna. I have swam with a monk seal and seen the Ori bats dart around in the sky at sunset time and watched endangered turtles hatch and make their way to the sea. These things can still happen there because of the relative isolation and beauty of the area that is still recognized by nature as a safe place to be. It is a beautiful and special place. Most of the other coastline in the area has been bulldozed and had sprawling estates for the rich put up, and most of the beach accesses has been choked off, and usable coastline for the people is hard to find. 3 huge resorts have been constructed on some of the best beaches, making them inhospitable to locals and wildlife. McKenna, in my opinion, does not need improving. It needs to be left alone and respected. We do not need more lights and sidewalks and buildings and bathrooms or the smells and pollution that come with them. We don't need shower facilities that constantly leak and waste water. A jug of water from home works just fine. And believe it or not, most people come to Maui for its rugged beauty in places like McKenna, not for everything to look like California. And I ask you to ask yourselves, where is your favorite place on Maui? And has it been changed for the better? Shouldn't we leave something untouched and raw and beautiful for the next generation? When is enough enough? Doing the right thing is easy because you don't have to do anything at all. You just have to let it be. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any questions from the applicant? No questions? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, next testifier, please.
Next testifier will be Earl Bialek, and then to be followed by Michael Lefano, Kimberly Ferrari, Tyler Smith, Lloyd Johnson.
Morning. My name is Earl Bialek, and I swear to tell the truth. I first had the pleasure of experiencing the beauty and splendor of McKenna over 50 years ago. Back then, you could drive your truck on the beach. Obviously, that's not practical now. But other than the parking lot gates and the lifeguard towers, not much has changed. My son and I taught my now adult grandsons how to swim, body surf, and to appreciate and respect the natural beauty of the beach. McKenna is one of the last wild beaches in Hawaii. It has a certain charm not being all modernized. It doesn't need to be paved over and fenced in. If you want to charge tourists a day use fee, that's not unreasonable. There are multi-million-dollar mega mansions slowly encroaching on the beach. The local community needs a place that's not upgraded and monetized. I'm sure the parking vendor is in favor of this plan. However, those are not good enough reasons to proceed with this project. To quote Joni Mitchell, "Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone?" They pave paradise and put up a parking lot. I respectfully urge the commission not to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Just because we have a lot of people testifying, if I could ask that you reserve clapping after each testifier, it's just going to add more time. So I'd like to make sure we get through. So I appreciate the support, but to make sure everybody can move on with their day, if we could just hold off on that. Any questions from the applicant for the testifier? Any questions from the commission?
I do, Chair.
Commissioner Elazars.
Was it Mr. Bialek?
Bialek, yeah.
Bialek. So when you came 50 years ago to Maui and you were able to experience through the dirt road and the cattle guards are still there.
Mm-hmm.
You
Actually, the cattle guards were not there. You could drive continuous past out past La Perouse. So that got gated off, but yeah, it was pretty wide open.
Okay. So do you feel like because it's been paved for what now, maybe 20 years, 30 years, about that time, do you feel like the parking, you mentioned about the practicality of driving a truck on the beach, I'm all about that.
Yeah, well, of course, it's not practical nowadays. The population was smaller and it was a dirt road all the way out. So there was less traffic.
And we're more aware of the sea turtles nesting in the area and all of those things.
Right.
And the
All the
campfires that would be left. Sorry, and the campfires that would be left on the sand and over the years, the people that would walk on the sand and step on the nails from the pallets or whatnot, right?
That would happen, yes.
Okay. Yeah, nostalgia. I guess my question about that is, do you feel that the parking lots and organizing the parking in the past 20, 30 years have benefited to the beach itself in keeping it pristine and beautiful?
Actually, I'd prefer that the road didn't get paved over and you drive out slower and, there'd be some ruts and some whatever, and you get out there and park in the lot and go use the beach. And if you wanted to rinse off, you bring a jug of a sparklets bottle to rinse off and go home.
Okay. And then final question, do you you are here to against the
I am
approval.
opposed to the improvements, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, next testifier, please.
Michael Lefano.
Aloha. My name is Mike Lefaro, resident of Kihei. I swear to tell the truth. Like my two friends before me, McKenna is one of those places that absolutely floored me when I first saw it. Again, to what Ryan said, what makes McKenna so special is its natural, rugged beauty. We've watched hotels go up, shorelines kind of torn down to make way, exclusive neighborhoods. All of that stuff, if you look at it from 30,000 feet, I haven't heard of anything that doesn't deter a local or doesn't limit a local from being able to access. In this proposal, yes, is there a small minority of people that want to see improvements there? Yes, there is, but the majority says to not touch it. All we can look at is history in these cases, and to say one thing and just to see other state facilities that I don't feel were in the best interest, and to tell us that this one's going to be different is we have to use common sense in these situations and just understand it's probably not going to be for the best. Again, what makes McKenna so special is its natural beauty. If there's any natural wildlife left after the construction, as much as we say we don't want it to be intrusive, it's going to be intrusive. Again, there's a natural balance that wildlife will know. I just see more displacement, more construction, more natural habitat destruction with this. I urge you really to seek real clarification for big picture from state on this. I urge you for more transparency for the long term, and really look at the facts that are in front of you. I strongly disagree with this improvement plan. Not to point fingers at all, but there's a lot of hotel industry, massive companies that own them. A lot of plan goes into when you present something. And just for a simple fact, like, we said this in here, but that's not going to happen, for that to be missed by the amount of people that have had their eyes on this proposal, that says something to the care and concern that's actually going into it. All it takes is a big swell, Vahipana everywhere, all over that place, on that beach. This is a no-brainer.
30 seconds.
When is enough? You have to save something. So, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Again, if I could please ask the gallery to restrain from clapping after every testifier, or we're going to be here forever. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Please reserve your comments. Is there any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Kimberly Ferrari, to be followed by Tyler Smith, Lloyd Johnson, Ronald Minter, Joseph Matson.
Aloha. My name is Kimberly Ferrari. I am a Kapuna and Kihei resident. I have been enjoying this park for 42 years, and I actually really enjoy its more natural perspective than we have from all the other parks. I'm going to respectfully implore you to deny the DLNR's expensive McKenna State Park improvement project and designate it as either a natural or a wilderness park. Onaloa Beach does not need to be saved. It's perfect just as it is. The multi-generation shoreline access needs to be saved for this people's park. It's a public park to start with, and it doesn't need to be protected. It does need to be protected. I don't think that we need more hot asphalt to protect the beach from what I hear are falsely claimed overcrowding. Having more parking spaces would be nice, but we still have access there even without having to add the cement and the asphalt. I have never actually seen the beach overcrowded. In all the years I've been there, I have never seen like LA beaches or blanket to blanket to blanket. We don't have that there. There's tons of room between each person. I know that we need money to support the state parks, but I currently believe that the cost for a visitor and a family of say 4 or 5 to come to the park for an hour is a little on the outrageous side, in my opinion. It's a public park already paid for. Finding money from maybe some of the locals would be a better idea than keeping the park from being accessed by those who come. Not everybody who comes to this island has money. And thank you so much for keeping residents on the free side. The one thing that I see is that we need to deny this. I hear there's violations from the Coastal Zone Management Act, and there were 3 that were
30
cited
seconds.
that I saw. So I would like you to keep Honolua Beach wild and say no to more asphalt and unnecessary buildings, and especially in the drought, water wasting bathrooms and foot stations. I can bring 1 gallon of water with me and do the same thing that I'm going to get from all this construction. Mahalo for your time and consideration, and aloha to the Aina. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? It's the applicants that would have questions. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Tyler Smith.
Aloha Council. My name is Tyler Smith. I've been a Maui resident since '87. My dad actually opened up Kohos back in the day. Yeah, actually take this off respect. I try not to get dandruff on you, CJ. Sorry, bro. Yeah.
What's the ocean room?
Okay, those online, if you can please make sure that you're muted, we can
I
hear your
don't know. They
conversation.
said, I'm on a meeting. They said, oh, a quiet place to sit on a meeting is the ocean.
Commissioner Deacos?
Sorry, I didn't have a question. My apologies.
It is my opinion that this development or these parking lots that are here, sorry, all the testimony I heard today, I had something I wrote, but there's so many things that came up with people hearing that just made me want to scratch that. Yeah, there was things that were talked about today that I don't think the general public knows. For instance, even these people, and I beg of you to ask me questions, you guys that are in charge of this stuff, because 2017, this lawsuit was put in place. There are concessions that were made in that lawsuit. One of the concessions were that Discovery Land Company, AKA ATC Development, is going to provide a parking lot and shuttle service, free shuttle service to Beach Park and other areas. It is also a concessions in that law agreement that if you are associated with that development and you are a member of this community that's being built there, sir. It's not a community that wants to be country, mind you. These are the highest, richest people of the world. So I appreciate, I know, brother, but when you're saying people coming down there,
Please, if I say, please do not engage the galleries.
I apologize, you guys. This comes from heart. I really mean that. And I know I got to retract myself here. But yeah, that lawsuit was put in place in 2017, over a decade ago. So it's from my personal my research and what I've gathered that the improvements that we are trying to do at McKenna Beach State Park aren't for the general public that exists behind me. Because I heard in Hawaii News now, 2 out of 3 people are for this park. If I were to ask the people behind me, I don't think we have 2/3. I think it's 1/3 that actually want this park. And that 1/3 is a community that doesn't even exist right now. So for these people to say, these planners to say that they don't anticipate more people coming, they're not being honest with themselves. The infrastructure that's being built or proposed is to be ready for the onslaught that's coming, right? If you're a part of that community, you can't park down at McKenna Landing. You can't go park at McKenna Beach State Park. That was in the law. You guys can look this up. You guys were sued for this. Maybe not you personally, but your commission was. So you need to go back and look at that, because these concessions that were made back in 2017 have everything to do with what's taking place in the greater McKenna area. There's one member on this panel, I won't say his name, but he
30 seconds.
down there when I pulled up a pygmy sperm whale, right? One died. I met a very interesting person that has cultural ties that is on your board right now that actually works for the developer as well. On this board right now, there's a guy sitting here that works for the developer. And this, I don't know how that works. So I get the nostalgia that was mentioned with the driving. I used to burn Christmas trees when I was 4 years old at First Entrance with my dad. It was a giant celebration. We all went down there, and I appreciate your time, you guys, but as a board, I really think you need to look into this and who this is being designed for and who's actually going to be affected. That's why I'm here.
Thank you for your testimony. Again, I have to request to hold the applause. Again, I appreciate the energy, but we're going to be here all day, and I want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to testify. Okay. Any questions from the applicant?
Is that the thing? Where would we ever have a Q&A option, like ever, or is it just testimonials that we get to as a public do? When are we provided a Q&A? Because we never know about this till after the fact.
For this body, it's testimony. We're not part of the process of how things are developed or the planning of it. We're here to review the information as it's been presented to
So
us.
the information, 2017 settlement, look at the sessions and how they relate to what we're here today. I appreciate
To
it.
the commission, any questions for the testifier? Yep. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
CJ, do right, bro.
Next testifier, please.
Is Lloyd Johnson, to be followed by Ronald Minter, Joseph Matson, Angela Albertson, Mary Krstulovich.
I am Lloyd Johnson, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
I run a dive club here, and we do drift dives where we start from black sand and we finish at Little Beach. And it seems that this plan is going to interfere with that, among other things. Now, I know that we've had two people up here denying what I'm about to complain about. But I've got to say, the Onaloa Coalition is not community input. The community input is standing behind me. And if this isn't actually in the plan now, it's phase 2 coming up. So we don't want restricted access to this beach. We don't want our parking spaces reduced. It's my understanding that 100 spaces are being eliminated. We're going to need access to Black Sand Beach, and it looks like we're not going to have that, and that'll make my drift dives difficult. I don't really know why you guys want to invite more people to come to the beach that has the most spinal injuries in the state. It seems like a bad idea to bring inexperienced tourists to a beach that's primarily populated by locals who understand the hazards of that beach. It's not overcrowded. And well, if you guys pass this, it's going to take us a lot of money to contest it. So this is where we need to stop it. And if it's not obvious, I oppose. I oppose this plan. And well, that's really all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony.
Which means there's time for applause if you want.
Any questions from the applicant?
I guess I have to wait for questions.
Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Ronald Minter.
Hello, I'm Ronald Minter. I promise to say the truth.
Thank you.
My truth is I've been coming to the beach for 40 years. I'm a part-time resident. I pay every time I go. Sometimes I go in the mornings, sometimes I go in the afternoon. Sometimes I'm there for the beach, see the sunset. I don't see the reason we need to do anything at the beach at this point. It's just fine the way it is. I've seen no problems. We've had a great time. 40 years of coming to the beach has really been my recluse. That's where I go to heal. It's where I go to meditate. It's where I go to listen to the waves, do a little bit of swimming. I see no purpose in all of any kind of improvement there, other than what we've already seen. I do not understand why we want to bring more tourists to the beach, especially because of being one of the most dangerous beaches for spinal injuries, as we have heard. It doesn't make sense for the tourists. Secondly, I don't think the commission has really looked, you guys, but the investigations have really looked at what we're going to do with the runoff from the pavement into the ponds, into the critical areas beside the parking areas. What I've read in the so far, what I have read in the reports will take care of it. Well, there's been no specific response on how they're going to take care of the runoff off. Those are chemicals. Those are big bad chemicals going into the environment, into the ponds, into the environment next to it. Let's get some answers on that before this is approved. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Joseph Matson.
Hello, everyone. Been going down to McKenna for 30 years. Oh, my name is Joe Matson. I'm not in favor.
Could you please swear to tell the truth?
I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
And essentially, I'm just here. You know, I appreciate everyone showing up and all of you being here, but I'm not in. I'm in limbo a little bit, because I appreciate some of the points brought up that were a concern, which is basically parking was going to be restricted for mainly third entrance, which I hope doesn't sound like it's going to happen. So I hope that's not the case. I don't want any restriction for residents, so that's hopefully not the case. One of the big points that people brought up is that we're inviting more tourists down to a dangerous beach. That's obvious concern. One of my other major concerns is that we're putting in probably a multi-million-dollar project. So we're spending a bunch of money. And then we're also creating 2 access points for showers, bathrooms, where water can be consumed at any rate, essentially. You know, I don't think there's going to be any restriction there, which not only is a test on the water situation that apparently we're all under drought here on the island. We all get restricted all the time in Kihei, that's for sure. Told that our lawns can't be watered in certain days and things like that. And then, you're also potentially inviting, bless everyone, the homeless people, to maybe go there and use the facilities a little more often, probably a lot more often, as there is, a homeless crowd down that way. So I would raise those concerns. That's probably one of the main concerns with the project that I can see, is that the water drain and access could be an issue. Otherwise, I think everything else has been addressed properly, as long as there's no fences going up and no restriction to residents. That's all good. I definitely raise concerns about the water usage and who has access to that. And then I think that pretty much concludes what I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony. Does the applicant have any questions? Does the commission have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier.
Next testifier is Angela Albertson, to be followed by Mary Krstulovich, Bill Watts, John Gerlert, Kayla Caski.
Aloha, my name is Angela Albertson. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
I've been privileged to travel all over this beautiful planet, and Hawaii remains still unprecedented, pristine land. And my biggest concern is the water consumption. Even low flow head water heads go up to 2 gallons per minute. If we factor that into the idea that you are collecting the water and transporting it off, which is a good positive because of all the shampoos and things that can get into the water tables, but even the constant consumption of showering and then transporting it elsewhere, those are a lot of costs involved there. So the water consumption amount of literally 2 gallons per minute on a low flow water head, water, like he said, was very, reserved here. We live on an island. We have to be conservative of our water usage and honor the water fully. And I believe that this project is going to consume a lot of those resources and just create unnecessary costs. You said you want to offset $1.3 million, but what about all of the transportation costs, the energy consumption, the possibility of runoff from the trucks, the pumps, in going back and forth in collecting these waters? That is my main concern. So thank you for your time. Thank you for everyone showing up today. Yeah.
Thank you for your testimony. Does the applicant have any questions? Does the commission have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Mary Krstulovich.
Hello, I'm online. I was there at the meeting. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Okay, great. Aloha, my name is Mary Krstulovich. I swear to tell the truth. I am a longtime community resident, and more importantly, I am a mom. And what I believe needs to be said is we need to protect these resources for our children. We've heard about the water consumption. We've heard about the hazardous conditions, which I personally know somebody that has actually fractured their neck there, being unexperienced. And what you guys are doing is inviting people without experience to come to this portion of the island that is wild and untamed, the way that most of us residents like it. The things that I heard based on the first person telling us about this was that in 2013, there was a survey. Well, that was 13 years ago. I don't know how that's relevant today. And they also said they wanted to protect our resources, but what about the water? I don't think a containment tank of 13,000 gallons isn't going to cost more than servicing the porta potties. And I don't think we need more cement. The other thing that I have also heard is that they are not going to impact thirds and the off-street parking. However, the first person said that it's a safety hazard for emergency vehicles and fire and grass hazards. So I think step one may be you guys want to pave paradise, but I feel like ultimately all of this is going to lead to impeding our beautiful big beach the way that it was intended, and we need to protect the resource and not protect the visitors. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Bill Watts.
Aloha, Chair Ward, Commissioners. I'm Bill Watts. I swear to tell the truth. The DLNR has told you and the media this project is just about restrooms and parking improvements. That is 1/8 of the truth. But sometimes the DLNR tells the whole truth. First, from the DLNR's own McKenna State Park plan. If parking or entry fees are introduced, a single point of entry at the north lot, a booth to control access, an internal road to the south lot, a shuttle service from nearby hotels. Second, in 2023, after the final EA, DLNR testified in writing, State Parks is planning, note planning, on installing an exterior fence to restrict the people who access from outside the park boundary, establish a limit for the entire park of 246 cars, establish a daily patronage limit, deploy a reservation system. So, the improvements project and the Mākena solution are one development. You know what that means? You can't grant a permit for half a development. That's what's been presented. Is parking improvements true? Well, in 2013 plan, DLNR said adding asphalt and steel guardrails are no-nos. Also in the 2013 plan, DLNR said insufficient parking and added 104 spaces to the north lot. Now the improvement project eliminates 107 natural parking spaces from the north lot. That's 211 less than the DLNR previously said were necessary. Then the security fence will eliminate another 150 plus street parking spaces used by residents. Elimination of 361 parking spaces is not parking improvements. The gentrification and ruthless parking elimination are key for the Mākena business model. Result, 2,200 tourists a day, resident capacity 110.
30 seconds.
DLNR revenue 20 million a year. The public beach is effectively stolen by from residents and sold to tourists. You have only one choice. Deny the permit. Save our beach, please.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, next testifier, please.
Next testifier is John Gerlert, to be followed by Caski, Kiana Hollabeck, David Newstead.
Hello, Council. My name is John Gellert. I'm a resident of Kihei since 2009. I'm also a descendant of Robert Love, Love's Bakery, Honolulu, and John Hancock.
Could you please swear to tell the truth?
I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
I first discovered Little Beach in 2005 at the end of my vacation, and I was only there for like 2 hours, but I just couldn't wait to get back. So I came back at the end of 2005 for a week. It's absolutely my favorite place on Maui. And so I finally moved here in 2009. And I was heartbroken in 2020 when Little Beach was shut down with the gate. And I feel that the stewardship of McKenna State Park was they had it all wrong. There were no lifeguards at the most dangerous beach on Maui. And as far as the access to the beach, if what what Bill Watts said is correct about McKenna's plan long-term about the fencing, I think this is just horrible denial of our right for public access. And as a matter of fact, when the changes happened in 2020, prior to that, I used to go to Little Beach for the drum circle, and the entire parking lot was full, even overflowed to the street. After the parking changed and Little Beach got shut down, there's only a handful of people that even park in the gravel area there. So they implement these fees. I am totally opposed for the $5 per person charge to deny those people free access to the public beach. And I think if you just kept the parking fee and not the access fee for individuals, then that would really help us out a lot. So I'm opposed to changes to McKenna State Park. I'm opposed to this item A1. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Kaya Caski.
Hello, my name is Kaya Caski and I swear to tell the truth. I believe that you guys sending more tourists to check this beach out to do shuttle system, that can cause way more traffic. That's going to be more lives at stake. And then our lifeguards are also going to be putting their lives at stake to this. Unless you guys give them a raise, hopefully, you know, or put more people to protect the beach, protect people's lives. Because right now, it just sounds like you guys are willing to put unexperienced people's lives in danger. I mean, I know people who come visit my store who've been here for over 70 years and they don't go to that beach because they know how dangerous it is. And so you guys are just willing to make this into a tourist spot is very shameful. And I just believe very unfair. Okay, I guess we can eat during this, but I just believe that you guys are putting lives in danger. And then I don't know how, if you're gonna do shuttle systems, if an emergency vehicle needs to come, there's a big old shuttle right in the way. How are they gonna get through? And then plus those new speed bumps that you added there, is that gonna cause more accidents as well for emergency vehicles to go through? Are we aware of that? And then with this development, that whole ecosystem that's there, that wetland that's there, you are gonna disturb the animals there. There are bats living there. There are dragonflies that are back alive. You guys are gonna disturb all that over there. And you guys are saying it's not gonna happen, but it will. And then we're putting in these bathrooms that other state parks you guys can't even take care of. I mean, look at the bathroom right in here. That bathroom in the women's bathroom is disgusting. And you guys are talking about adding new bathrooms that you can't even take care of. And if you see Kalama Park, those bathrooms are filled with homeless people that scare away tourists that don't even want to go there. So I don't know what you guys are thinking that this can help. What is this going to help for you guys? And Suda's is still messed up. In front of Cam 2, that whole area right there is messed up. There's restaurants closing down. These roads aren't even finished being developed. These roads aren't even getting developed properly or even getting maintenance done. Look at Suda's. Every year after a flood, it gets destroyed. You're putting businesses in danger, and now you're going to put a beach in danger. And I hope if this does end up getting developed, it better be a nighttime thing. Because if it's going to be a daytime thing, you're going to have problems with us. We're going to still go in access. We're still going to find a way on that beach, no matter what, if you like it or not. And I'm sorry, but this whole agenda has been so disrespectful today.
30 seconds.
It's insane. Eating while people are speaking, absolutely rude. You know, wearing the hats, very rude. And I don't know, if someone took a photo of all of our names and information, they need to delete that, whoever it was over here. So yeah, that's all I got to say.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody took photos of anyone working over
Excuse
here.
me. Please don't direct questions to the gallery.
Okay.
Is there any questions from the commission? Seeing none, next
No
testifier.
questions, of course.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next testifier is Shay and Kiana Hollenbeck, to be followed by David Newstead, Kayla Espero, and Gabe G.
Aloha. We had to leave, but you are going to be speaking to Kiana Hollenbeck.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Can you please make sure, swear to tell the truth?
Yes, I swear to tell the truth. I am Kiana Hollenbeck. I am 13 years old, and I am speaking on behalf of my father, Howard McPherson, who is actively a lifeguard at second entrance at McKenna. The bottom line is that McKenna needs to be protected, and the visitors need to be protected, and the land needs to be protected. The development and exploration. I'm also speaking on behalf of my mother, Shay Hollenbeck, who is a pool server at Wailea Beach Resort, and she is advised from her manager team to not advise tourists to go to Big Beach, since it's a very dangerous beach. I would also like to talk about how the fact that I love Big Beach, and I've been going there since I was very little. There are many big waves, and so many people can get hurt from that. I love the shuttle there, and I feel like when Hold up. I feel like if you're sending tourists there, it's going to get overcrowded, and I feel like it'll be overcrowded. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is David Newstead.
My name is David Newstead. I swear to tell the truth. Thank you for listening to us. You know, people come here and people live here because we love it being natural. Maui attracts people from all over the world because it's natural. And what I hear today is we want to make it look just like Florida, just like California. We're going to pave it and we're going to make it anything but natural. Who's asking for this? Who? So, you know, Alan has said that DLNR, the DLNR acting administrator, this is quoting from the Honolulu Civil Beat, the overarching sentiment was that we don't want to change much. He said, and I quote, they wanted to keep the wilderness character of all those things. I think we have honored that and are hoping to achieve that here. This is rich, coming from the same people who put up an ugly steel prison-like gate between Little Beach and Big Beach and left it there until you were sued and you finally took it down. How do you defend that behavior? You said that we needed to protect the beach because it was overpopulated. Well, how about you send some DLNR police to clear the beach out instead of putting up a gate? So that's thing number one. Thing number two, you've been told that there's not going to be a gate put around McKenna. Except that, and as Bill has previously said, you know, according to the Civil Beat, the DLNR chair in 2023 told state lawmakers the agency was considering implementing a reservation system at McKenna Beach. According to the Honolulu Civil Beat, May 29th issue, she also said the department was planning to install a fence around the park to restrict people who access from outside park boundary and to further ensure the capacity is regulated by discouraging street parking. This is really what we want? You really want this? It's incumbent upon you to protect our resources. So I am clearly not in favor of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Kayla Espero, to be followed by Gabe, Daniela Welsh, Cliff Di Benedetto.
Aloha kako, my name is Kayla Espero. I'm born and raised in North Kie, and I work for DLNR DOFA as a greenhouse native plant assistant until last month, where I had to step back due to my morals on this project.
If you could just swear to tell the truth, please.
I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
I had to step back due to my morals on this project and the Poli Poli project. I'm speaking for me and the kapuna in the waters at Biggs. I want to keep this as short and sweet as possible since you guys most likely won't listen anyways. Since the government refuses to listen to the public's voices on cultural and religious opinions / stories, let's list some facts. After reading the proposed plans for McKenna State Beach, I decided to do some research on the ecological aspects of it since you people didn't, nor ever will. McKenna State Park or Beach is a native wetland, one of the only left in McKenna, home to endangered endemic native birds, plants, mammals, etc. Endemic meaning found nowhere else in the world for some of the slower folk. Visitor health and visitor rights, this and that. What about land rights? Just because the Mauna can't talk doesn't mean it doesn't have rights. Just because something doesn't speak doesn't mean it's not just as important as you and me. Also, has anyone thought of the lifeguards? The amount that they already deal with, the safety protocols which are already not used or practiced, they already get paid crap, and now they're about to deal with 100 more broken necks yearly at the beach with the most spinal injuries in the state. Are we expected towers now too to deal with the crowds and new people the parking will bring? These wetlands are base foundations and home to animals that have been here for before humans even set foot on this island, and yet here you are ripping up their homes with no permission, I might add. Not only the animal aspect, the plants that we have down there are native and to that area keep the land sustainable for itself and for our lahui. It's how beneficial the plants and wetlands are for the entire Aina. Endemic Hawaiian stilts, for example, use these wetlands to feed and then move to the next, or seasonal Pacific golden plovers, kolea, that use the beach for feeding also in the shoreline. Not only plants or animals, these wetlands provide a filtration system for the vai from the mauna coming down, which allows McKenna Beach to stay its pristine clear waters using native plants like naupaka and akuli kuli to filter out the bad. I want you to question yourself. What makes your parking lot more important than these endemic endangered species? You being not one of the most, but the most invasive species in the world, what makes you better than a stilt? All of you.
30
What
seconds.
makes you better than a stilt? I want you, on that matter, how entitled do you people have to be to cut off all beach access from the lands of their own people? 99% of DLNR is out-of-state hires, which, don't get me wrong, the good ones want to give, and they do. But who makes you the decider of who gets to go on their own land? And who are these out-of-state hires deciding where locals and Kanakas are allowed to swim on their own land? Not everywhere needs a fucking parking lot or speed bumps for that matter. And my uncle rests in these waters and I will fight for it till I can't. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Gabe, I believe it's Gales, to be followed by Daniela Welsh, Cliff D. Benedetto, Keith Christie.
Aloha, my name is Gabe Geeler, and I swear to tell the truth. I just have a few things that I wanted to bring up that I wasn't sure if they were mentioned. How long does this tank last, the drainage tank? Is it going to be need to replace in 5 years, 10 years? What's the cost of that? Cost of repairs, cost of maintenance? Is there an overflow backup system for the next big storm? Seems like none of this has even been thought about. So, and I also want to mention that the pavement that gets put on any type of road is just inviting larger buses, larger vans, shuttles. That's just the inevitable. So even if you say now it's just going to be a space, it's going to eventually be for a bus. It's not just for a car now. It's eventually going to be for a shuttle. And I would also just like to mention, just like as before, how extremely rude it is that you were able to wear your hat, continue eating, and had beef jerky hanging out of your mouth while she was talking. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Daniela Welsh.
Aloha, my name is Daniela Welsh. I was born and raised on Maui, and I swear to tell the truth. Is there any way to lift this, or can I hold it?
I think you can just slide it up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, I'll hold it.
Just hold it.
Okay. So the preliminary note, the staff report recommends approval. The commission must independently evaluate the record. The planning department staff report, now available for the June 23rd, 2026 hearing, recommends approval of the SMA use permit subject to 10 conditions. While the department's analysis is thorough on land use and policy consistency, the staff report does not adequately address the following unresolved issues in the record. 1, the grading permit's repeated agency approval failures, including the most recent failure on April 9th, 2026. 2, the after-the-fact installation of SMA regulated structures. 3, the absence of a finalized shoreline setback determination. And 4, the unresolved adequacy of the drainage report. The commission is not bound by the staff recommendation and must make its own independent findings under HRS 205A 26-2 before any permit may issue. Argument 1. The SMA permit is premature. The grading permit has failed agency review 4 times, including most recently on April 9th, 2026. Grading permit G2022-00175, which covers the identical Phase 2 comfort station and parking lot work now before this commission, has failed agency approvals on 4 separate occasions. November 23rd, 2022, July 11th, 2023, June 20th, 2024, and most recently, April 9th, 2026, only 10 weeks before this hearing. As of the date of this testimony, the grading permit reflects only 9% completion, with final review and all civil inspections still pending. The companion roadway permit R2023-0058 stands at 18% completion with final review and all pre-construction traffic control, spot check, final roadway, and warranty inspections still outstanding. The SMA use permit is intended to be a threshold authorization for development within the special management area under Hawaii revised statutes. I have extended time, I was told, because I filed.
Unfortunately, everybody's has 30 or 3 minutes. With your petition, we'll be addressing that. Separately.
After? Okay. Be a threshold authorization for development within the special management area under Hawaii revised statutes 205A-28, not a permit issued while the underlying construction approvals remain repeatedly failing. Approving the SMA permit now over an active record of 4 grading permit failures allows DLNR to proceed with SMA regulated activity before its own construction plans have been found adequate by reviewing agencies. An additional deficiency in the construction permit record further compounds this concern. The Department of Water Supply signed the title sheet for roadway permit R2023-00058 on November 2nd, 2024. Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Cliff D. Benedetto, to be followed by J. Keith Christie, Kale Aka Hivalani, Jeremiah, Tiari Lawrence, and Robert Whitner.
Hi, my name is Cliff Di Benedetto, and I swear to tell the truth. So the staff report was filed late. It just came in at the end of last week, and so we didn't have all the information. And so one of the things was that the DLNR installed 5 structures in the SMA without prior authorization. This compliance history is directly relevant to the commission findings. The May 5th, 2026 meeting cancellation memorandum signed by Planning Director Jackie Takakura describes this application as seeking approval for, among other things, 2 after-the-fact parking lot toll booths and 3 pay stations at the north and south entrance of McKenna State Park. The staff report's own project description confirms the after-the-fact installation of toll booth infrastructure, consistent with the characterization in the Planning Director's May 5th, 2026 memorandum. This is an acknowledgement that DLNR installed 5 permanent structures within the special management area without first obtaining the SMA permit required under HRS 205A-28. The SMA law was enacted specifically because the legislature found that special controls on developments within an area along the shoreline are necessary to avoid permanent losses of valuable resources. HRS 205A-21. DLNR, as the applicant and a state agency, is subject to the same requirements as any other developer. The commission is entitled and obligated to weigh this compliance history in evaluating whether DLNR's representations about future management, access, and mitigation can be trusted. The commission should require DLNR to provide a full written accounting of when each structure was installed, by whose authorization, and why the SMA permit was not sought in advance. So the shoreline setback determination remains pending. The SMA permit should not be granted without it. The shoreline setback approval determination number SSA 202-10037 applied for on
30
August
seconds.
11, 2021 remains in review as one of the date of this testimony. I'm going to stop here, but I really hope that you guys grant the petition for the contested case hearing, because yeah, the staff report was late. I mean, it's silly. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant?
Thank you.
Any questions from the commission? Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your testimony. Any question? I'm sorry. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is J. Keith Christie.
The next person's in line already.
I'm dead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, reading off the
I'm
video.
dying.
Okay.
If we could please just focus and permit this testifier to be able to have their testimony. As a reminder, please remember to state your name and swear to tell the truth.
My name's Keith Christie. It's not JP Christie. I don't know how that was missed, but I noticed there was a little J from the previous person's name. So I'm Keith Christie. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
To the best of my knowledge. No, no, no. I don't concur with these so-called improvements. And I urge you not to either. A lot of this has been said. You want to pave paradise to put up a parking lot at McKenna Beach, our McKenna Beach, your McKenna Beach, and you want to add comfort stations? Enough. Bring water to pour on your body. And it's in order, excuse me, my turn. In order to accommodate the community's preference, which community? I don't get which community it is. I don't see that community here. More organized parking doesn't require pavement. Gravel percolates water through the table into the ground. It doesn't shed it and run it off, and then you build it. Keep it country. Keep it country. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Thank you. Just to do a little pulse check, how many additional testifiers do we have in gallery?
2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. There's 9.
9. And online?
Roughly about 13 to 15.
I think taking a quick bio break to ensure that everyone is paying attention. Yeah. So I would recess for 10 minutes. Is that enough time for everyone? So we'll come back at 12. Actually, let's just make it 15 minutes to make it easy. 12:45. So meeting is recessed until 12:45. Thank you. Had a bio break and maybe get a stretch or two in. With that, we're going to be continuing public testimony from the gallery. Could I have the next testifier, please?
The next testifier is Kale Hivalani Jeremiah, to be followed by Tiari Lawrence, Robert Whitner, Josh Adair.
And as a reminder, each testifier has 3 minutes, and please state your name and swear to tell the truth. We can move on to you.
Raja, sounds good to me. Okay, aloha, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Tiari Lawrence. I'm a native Hawaiian lineal descendant of Maui. I'm here today in strong support of the state's recommendations for Mākena Beach Park, including permanent comfort stations and showers, wetland and cultural restoration, and improved parking management. First, I want to make one thing clear. These conversations did not begin with Discovery Land Company. The vision for a better managed Mākena goes back decades, as far back as the 1980s. Long before today's debates, our kupuna were already advocating for permanent bathroom showers, cultural restoration, and better stewardship of this special place. These recommendations are not new, nor are they being created to serve private development interests. They are the continuation of decades of community conversations centered on protecting Mākena and ensuring future generations can continue to enjoy and care for it. Hawaii is known for having some of the poorest public beach facilities, despite our beaches being among our greatest treasures. When you travel to other states and countries, you quickly realize they treat their state parks as living treasures by investing in quality infrastructure and property management or proper management. I do not support porta potties as a long-term solution. I'm tired of walking through Mākena and seeing toilet paper scattered throughout the bushes because people choose not to use an overheated portable toilet and instead relieve themselves in the surrounding vegetation. It's unsanitary, it's disgusting. Arguments against showers due to water usage simply do not make sense. Many local residents already drive a few minutes down to Mākena Landing and across the church to Au after visiting the beach. And visitors return to their hotels and use that same amount of water. The water is coming from the same source irregardless. Providing showers at Mākena simply allows people to rinse off before leaving and helps keep the valuable resource of sand in Mākena. I also want to ask a simple question. If the golf course across the street can have access to fresh water, why can't we, the public? We need to stop treating ourselves, the local residents, like second-class citizens. It is unacceptable that private amenities are prioritized while one of Maui's most treasured public beaches is expected to rely on temporary facilities. Local families deserve clean bathrooms, showers, and well-maintained public spaces. To be clear, parking management is tourism management. If we are serious about protecting Mākena, we must acknowledge that managing parking is one of the most effective ways to manage visitor numbers to Mākena. I also want to address the misinformation surrounding this proposal. Frankly, I am disappointed by the amount of fear-mongering and false narratives being spread throughout our community. Let's be clear, these recommendations are not new. They are not a land grab. They are not about taking Mākena away from local residents.
30 seconds.
These ideas have been discussed for decades and were championed by our kupuna long before today. I am 100% in support of the Haena model. I'd be happy to elaborate that if somebody asks me a question. I recently saw a sign that said, keep Mākena wild. I agree, but perhaps we have different definitions of what that means. To me, keeping Mākena wild does not mean leaving it unmanaged. It does not mean allowing invasive species to take over, human waste and toilet paper to accumulate in the bushes, or illegal activities like nudity to continue unchecked.
Time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Commission. Commissioner Dikos.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Lawrence, for your testimony. Just to clarify, I'm wondering if is there a threshold, like at what threshold of use where you would support public facilities? Like if you have a beach that has very minor threshold use, would you still?
I mean, like places like Kipohulu and Kaupo, like that are, limited resources nearby, but you have a water pipe literally like right there. Why not connect it so we can have access? But like places that are like in Kaupo, yeah, I can understand why you would bring water to go au.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And maybe a carrying capacity is what should happen to determine if that issue.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Circle-Woodburn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Question regarding the showers.
is there a concern? I hear your support of these facilities. Is there a concern, because we've heard it from a few different testifiers, over the use of soaps or cleaning products and how that might be captured or where that might run off?
I grew up Maui my whole life and been around tourists. Most of the time, tourists not bringing shampoo for out at the beach. It's locals. You know what I mean? Tourists are pretty respectful of signs. It just maybe more education and signage, but I don't really see that being an issue, especially with the way that the system is being set up with that containment of the drainage from the shower.
Okay.
It's not going into the ocean. It's not like a direct line to the ocean like you see at Waiikuli Beach Park and other beach parks. It's pretty far away from the beach. Like, I don't see that being an issue.
Okay, thank you. Maybe this is a question for later for clarifying, but I feel like in our report that we read, it said there was no showers and it was only going to be foot rinsing, but we've heard a lot about showers.
So we'll hold that until questions for the applicant. But please note that so you don't forget. Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Mahalo.
Next testifier, please.
Just checking to see if Kale Akahivalani Jeremiah is still here. If not, I'll move on to Robert Whitner, Josh Adair, Lenila Williamson.
Okay. Aloha, I'm Robert Whitner, and I swear to tell the truth. Uamau ke'ea o ka'aina I kapono. The life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. That's lip service cast in bronze at the Capitol. Uamau ke'ea o ka'aina I kana loa'a. The life of the land is perpetuated in revenue. The Department of Land and Natural Revenue wants more revenue. When DLNR came to Maui for thoughts on reef wildlife extraction for the aquarium trade, director at that time, Laura Thielen, got shouted down. She said she'd come back when the crowd got fairly balanced. DLNR Director William Isla didn't come to Maui, no need. He's a card-carrying aquarium collector. He told me at the Capitol, nothing personal, just business. I assured him, be clear, William, it's all personal to me. McKenna Beach on Iloa is a rare last nesting beach for critically endangered hawksbill turtles, Honuea. People dig holes at the beach and leave them open. I notified the DLNR Maui guy, I think his name was Mr. Perez, that people value guidance on natural treasures going away. One nesting turtle stuck in a hole can accelerate extinction. Signage would help all species. Digging is okay. Fill it up before you leave. Mr. Perez say nothing, twice to be sure. DLNR claims more parking spaces will clear roadsides. More parking spaces will invite more cars, more people. Public showers will compromise nearshore eco-balance. Public bathrooms, even worse. What could go wrong? Can we get fresh towels for a nominal fee? Let's recycle with a small laundry for towel washing and drying. DLNR craves cha-ching, has done for years, promoting concession stands, snack bars, and a gift shop. Who doesn't love snacks and gifts? We cannot have a wilderness beach on Iloa with more stuff for comfort, convenience, and revenue. DLNR introduced peacock grouper and blacktail and blue striped snappers as food fish, but nobody eat them. All carry ciguatera toxin. You like itch 2 years and then die? All three are voracious predators brought in on DLNR data. What could go wrong? DLNR crew posted trail directions the wrong way on the Nepali coast, sending 2 women over from 600 feet. DLNR settled out of court for $2.3 million. DLNR crew dropped 22 tons of concrete blocks at Kiawe Kapu in the artificial reef program. Oops, the drop boat lifted 22 tons of concrete, smothered the living reef at Kiawe Kapu. Know your players, know their goals, protect our wilderness beach. Aloha.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Josh Adair. We'll move on to Lenila Williamson.
My name is Lanita Williamson, and I'm a resident of Maui.
If you could please swear to tell the truth.
I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
I'm a dual board certified orthopedic surgeon and a master scuba diver. And I moved to Maui a while ago because I fell in love with the ocean and I fell in love with McKenna. And I'm going to be respectful of the INA and the locals by just having my perspective as a doctor and a surgeon, a trauma surgeon. And for me, my heart is breaking already because of all the islands in Hawaii, Maui has the most spinal cord injuries. And of all the beaches in Maui, McKenna State Beach has the most. And we all know that. That's not stating anything. That's a fact. And spinal cord injuries are very serious and very hard to take care of here. I am already grieving of the number of tourists who don't know better and walk on that beach and break their neck. And as a surgeon, to understand the logistics of getting that human being, if they make it, and the trauma that happens to the surrounding community and the lifeguards that have to save this person, and the logistics of getting them to Oahu to get their neck fixed, and unknowingly put themselves at this risk. And I guess my heart is just hurting because I haven't heard, and maybe it's not part of this committee, about what's going to happen with this increased spinal cord injury rate that's going to happen. Because to say that improving this area is not going to increase tourism is wrong and is short-sighted. And as a surgeon, as a caregiver, and a lover of this community and of Maui, I just want to point out the fact that the logistics of spinal cord injury treatment and the quality of care that's available on these islands should be taken into consideration when you're going to make moves that increases the number of spinal cord injuries on this island. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Deborah McKellick-Ingle, to be followed by Tristan Rodriguez, Kai Nishiki, Joe Peters. On to Tristan Rodriguez. We'll move on to Kai Nishiki.
Aloha, Chair and Commission members, Kai Nishiki, and I promise to tell the truth. A little history. My dad, Wayne Nishiki, and many others fought hard back in the 80s to save McKenna from hotel and luxury developments so that we now have McKenna State Park. Mission accomplished. It is really sad to see folks now using and perverting this righteous fight to object to much needed basic infrastructure like bathrooms and showers, protection of our natural resources, and tourism management. The real and valid battle today is to manage over-tourism and curb abuse of this much loved area. And that is what DLNR is committed to. I support these efforts. Let's talk about over-tourism and the battle cry from these misguided folks who just leave McKenna alone. How is just doing nothing working out for Hana or Hana Highway or any of our beach parks where locals can't even find a parking spot, or the entire Hana Highway littered with doo-doo paper in the bushes? Who gets pushed out because of crowds? Who avoids places when they got a battle for parking? Locals and Kama'aina. Parking management is tourism management, management of our natural resources and of our state parks, keep it clean and safe, and protect those natural resources, and protects local access, and ensure that we have priority access to these areas. Moving on to water. I support water for bathrooms and showers, full showers, not a foot wash. Some folks have stated that they are concerned about excessive water use. I say I'm not trying to save water at our beach parks, so there's more water for hotels, pools, or more luxury homes and landscaping in Wailea. When the hotels turn off their water, golf courses turn off their water, and the hotels drain their pools, then come talk to me. I'll be running all the showers all day at McKenna. If folks are concerned about shampoo, we can put up signs. There are some conditions that I would like to see on this permit. I would like to see DLNR commit to an ecological and physical carrying capacity with actual numbers to be developed with DLNR, the University of Hawaii, and our community. I would also really like to see a set number of parking spots closest to the ocean, reserved and protected for residents only.
30 seconds.
Park Maui is doing this. There is precedent for this. So please approve this permit with conditions. Mahalo to the DLNR for their efforts. Mahalo to this commission. And I am so sorry that the staff
You have to get a little closer.
has endured unprecedented abuse today. I'm deeply ashamed by some members of our community. Mahalo nui.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Deikos?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Nishiki, for testifying. It's rare to see you on the minority side of things. So for clarification, you meant
Calamine.
For clarification, sorry. Yeah, thank you for clarifying. The management of tourism. So you said this is a helpful way for tourism management. And I'm trying to wrap my head around that. So if you have a beach that doesn't have facilities or adequate parking, and you install that, you feel that tourism will be more regulated at that area. It's not, that the pathway will go to better preservation. I guess what I'm thinking, we know Honolua, Olowalu, these are places they don't have facilities. They are a bit challenging to get to find parking, but it seems like that's restricted the sort of explosion that we've seen with places. So can you clarify if you feel that, can you clarify that how this is effective at the managing of tourism?
Absolutely. So the two examples that you bring up, Olowalu and Honolua, those areas are really struggling with over tourism as well. They're at Olowalu. The only people making money at Olowalu right now are the tow truck drivers, because all the tourists always getting stuck in the sand over there. So it is the Wild West, literally. Same at Honolua. All the other shoreline areas in that area, people are parking very dangerously on the sides of the road, and very often there are photos posted all over social media, like asking the state and the county, please regulate all these cars parked on the side of the road. So parking management, by not allowing folks to park on the side of the road and only park in designated areas, can limit how many people can have access to these places. So parking management can determine and can be managed and that's why it's important to have a carrying capacity study, ecological, and have that ecological component of it, so that you can get a number of what the goal maximum amount is that should be allowed to visit these areas on a daily basis. So that's why, part of McKenna State Park's improvements is parking. And so that once an ecological and physical carrying capacity is done, the community can see that, we can work on it together, and then we can have appropriate management. Hey, if we got to say only a set number of tourists can come to McKenna, so be it. That's how you manage it. What is happening, it's like managed and unmanaged retreat. That's something you can relate to. Right now we have just unmanaged retreat and we need to move towards managed retreat. So right now we have over tourism and not controlled in any way. This is the path forward for that, in my opinion.
Okay. Okay. So you're confident that this is a pathway to cap the number of visitors to the resource, to the public trust?
Yes,
This
a very
type- okay.
effective management tool. And love to hear if there are other ways to do it. People have to drive there. So that's the most appropriate management. And I think the data supports that probably across the world.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Any further questions, Commissioner Dikos? No? Okay. Any additional questions from the commission? Commissioner Elizares?
It's good afternoon, Ms. Nishiki. I am forever grateful to your father and all the work that they did in Honolua. So mahalo for that. I wanted to touch on, as we move on into the next part, about conditions. You mentioned parking spots reserved for residents. Would you also think that parking spots reserved for cultural practitioners to be separate or alongside, or would you consider those things?
I think that's completely adequate. I think that's a good thing. I know that I've spoken with DLNR about, for fishers as well. And so definitely think that's a good topic for you guys to discuss. But I think it's important for locals to feel that they have priority access to our special places. And I will share very quickly that when Ha'ena first opened, and I flew over there just to participate in seeing how things worked there. And tourists, they got to make reservations. And as a local, you have your ID. I just blaze past all the 30 tourists. They're like, go ahead, Miss Nishiki. There are 20 spots over here for our local residents. And I'll share that I cried because I swear, like, that was one of the very few times that I felt that I wasn't a second-class citizen in my home, and that I had a little bit of a priority in that, like, I get to go and have access to our special places. And that's how it should be. That's how it should be.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Dikos? And then Commissioner Lind.
Thank you, Chair. I haven't visited Ha'ena, just for clarification. So anyone with a Hawaii, how does that work? Anyone with a Hawaii ID can just drive there? Yes?
Yes, that's exactly how it works. And to be fair, a couple of my friends who live there sometimes, and this has happened when they visit, sometimes the 20 spots are full, but they say, hey, come back in half an hour. We'll take care of you. So it works.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Lind?
Hello. I have a question regarding, do you believe that maybe from a cultural lens, that putting, like, the national park, Haleakala National Park, they put 5 days tapu on Lolopua, July 18. Matariki, this depends on, the Bishop Museum star map. Winter solstice, end of Makahiki, and then the summer solstice. So do you believe that that the state should pursue that, or the community of South Kihei, of Kihei area should, you know, jump on board with that same idea?
Are you saying like resting periods, if that is your question, or, you know, times when the place just needs a time to rest? Yes, I fully support that.
And because of the intention was for the commercial interest rest. People still could use the place, but this I mean, I would have to go back and look into the information. But putting tapu maybe 5 days a year as a condition, would you agree with that?
Absolutely. I like more than 5 days though.
Okay. Well, okay.
I support more than 5 days.
Thank you. Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Joe Peters, to be followed by Maria Moreno, Paz Padilla.
Hi, thank you for having me. Appreciate the opportunity to share. And what is the other thing? Oh, I swear to tell the truth.
And if you could state your name as well, please.
I'm Joe Peters.
Thank you.
Okay, so a couple concerns that I have. Number one is stewardship. Growing up in Hawaii, born and raised, and going to this beach called Big Beach, and that's actually where I learned to kind of slow down and pay attention and look what's in front of me before going forward. And that's a big problem that I've seen being up in the trees. You get kind of a bird eyes view working in trees. You know, you see how everything works right below you. And not calling anyone out specifically, because I think it's on all of us as a community to find solutions to the dividends between these problems, these challenges. And stewardship falls into mind, how we navigate what this is going to look like, creating construction to build something to take care of an issue which is valid. You know, we want something to be able to be proud of. We want to be able to go to a place and feel comfortable. I'm not sure that's what being in the wild means whatsoever. But in the regards of these stations, my main concern with this stewardship is the fact of where they're located as well. They're being built right in the wetlands. It's not next to the wetlands. It's not close to the parking lot. Those wetlands take up the entire area. They go all the way down to third entrance, and they got real big after this big rain that we needed as an island. So the stewardship that I'm mentioning is how do we adjust to these wild locations when we have something built? What is it that we can do now? You know, we put it in the ground, we make sure we can pick up after ourselves. There's not going to be any trash. But at the end of the day, that big structure is a piece of trash if it's not taken well care of. And that's the problem I see as I move around the island at different beaches and in different places. And since the wetlands come back up in between second and thirds and in certain areas, you know, it starts to dry up because not everywhere is fed by a spring. But since they've come up, I've seen a lot more birds and animals in that area that I haven't seen in a while. One of the coolest rising populations that I've seen being around is the nene. Like I didn't know I was ever going to see like flocks of these geese floating around and just making themselves present. But seeing them at Big Beach, almost in unison with the Eva, and that's something to be proud of. But I do not support building more infrastructure until there is a solid plan to do so. Do I have all the answers? Absolutely not. Do I have all the answers? Absolutely not. But stating so, I would be remiss if I didn't put that out there, because this is an 867-page proposal that's been going on for many years. Yet after this big rain, I'm almost done. After this big rain, I have not heard of any surveying and or tests, you know, like where are the turtles going? How many birds do we have? What does this look like? Is there pollutants? Just little things.
Time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Appreciate it.
Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Lind?
What is your thoughts on the urban review approval of the building, the bathrooms?
I'm sorry, repeat that. The urban review.
I mean, the other commission from the Urban Review Design Board approved the design. What are your thoughts on the building that the state has to this commission?
I'm a little concerned. The size of the facilities doesn't seem to be the problem. It's the foundation that goes underneath it, the amount of work, especially with the delicacy of like wetlands that kind of grow and swell, basically come small, come big. And then anything that we put underground, I'm also a little concerned about based on a lot of different things. In Kihei, especially with all the new development and growth, we've been running into a lot of, what is it called? Not potholes, but sinkholes. Thank you. Sinkholes. So building something so close to the ocean, even at Big Beach, we've been noticing more recession of sand and so forth. It's just underground is very concerning to me for that reason. And we continue to build up on the hill, which seems to be part of the leading cause to these sinkholes lower. But that's how I feel about that.
So I'm thinking about creative design, something more creative, something above, maybe, certain places in the Slorexa, we dealt with the what do you call, Paia Youth Center. They built like a tsunami, on stilts or something, and it was very, so, or something like that. I really, maybe, forgive me, I didn't see that in this, but how would we make it better and get together as the island of Maui to have some kind of creative process in the design with the state? And I'll ask the state the same question. I mean,
sure. I think that's a great question. The creative aspect of putting something above ground always has the same concern: is what kind of pollutants, how difficult is it to pump? Will it, let's say in the event of a tsunami, will it create something that would create toxicity for everything close to it? But I see more functionality in something that's above the ground as far as repairs, as far as taking care of leaks. As we put new systems in, there's always going to be tinkering that's needed. And as far as the actual buildings infrastructures, I am against that, especially in wetlands, capturing water. Like, that water needs to find its way home, especially right now. We've been running through droughts and so forth. So this rain has really showed me what happens when the island can provide its own water for a second. It brings everything back to life.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Lind?
Yes, no further questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Vice Chair? Mike, please.
Hello for your testimony. I've been thinking about the wetland too, so thank you for bringing that up. There's a 600+ page document on this project. Not sure if everybody has read that document, but in that document there is a map of the wetland. There's the two wetlands, and I've been wondering if that wetland was fed by Vi or if it was, if it was a saltwater wetland. And you just mentioned that it was a spring. And then there's another map in that document that shows how that wetland changes with the projected 3.2 sea level rise of Slorexa. And the wetland expands. So I'm imagining that the sea level rise comes into the water table, pushes the water table up, and then the wetland expands. And as that wetland expands, you can see it kind of impinging on the structure. And so I guess my question is, the state maybe the county has a history of building structures and maybe not removing them. And then you can find those structures on the shoreline. But if we were to put a condition that if the wetland were to impinge onto those structures, or the structures impinge on the wetland, I guess I should say, if the state removes those structures, would that alleviate your concern?
To be clear, you're saying that the structures as they're built are removable, like you build them to be removable.
Well, yeah, like, yeah, once the structure impinges on the wetland, once they get too close, and I'm not sure how to define.
Yeah,
what-
no, that, I think I'm with you.
Yeah, that the state would be responsible for removing those structures to allow the wetland to expand.
That, I think that's a step in the right direction for sure. But we're still kind of going to lean back on the stewardship aspect because, you know, if we have a problem, this is a great example. If we have a problem with one of these structures close to the wetland and it needs to be taken care of now, how fast is that really going to look like? And what are the impacts in the event that it can't be addressed because we have so many squeaky wheels on the island? So that's, but I still agree. I think it's a step in the right direction, really is. Like being able to remove something. I mean, that's how they build outhouses and different things all over. You know, it's just being able, it's like, hey, can I pick up and leave, bring this with me? And then almost like there was no trace. I like that, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yep, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Thank you.
Next testifier is Maria Moreno, to be followed by Paz Padilla, Greg Wieliski.
Aloha, my name is Maria Moreno, and I agree to tell the truth. So my issue was exactly what the gentleman just said. I think modern commodities are great. Bathrooms are awesome. I mean, who can say it's not? But honestly, I'm more concerned with the turtles, the dunes, and the wetlands of McKenna Beach. That is more important to me. I mean, we have seen explosion of buildings in the whole surrounding area since the fires in Lahaina, and the explosion of just buildings and more tourists every year since. And McKenna Beach is very, very beautiful as it is. I do agree. I wish to see a bathroom there, but to be honest, I don't mind driving 20 minutes, 15 minutes to a bathroom and getting a shower there. That's what they're there for, right next door in the hotels. And I just don't see these bathrooms, these modern facilities being doing anything than disrupting the environment that is there. And for me, it's very touching because I love nature. And I see this island, and it's not my island. I was welcome here. But I see a lot of it's like I said, modern things are great, but when is enough is enough. If it's not broken, don't fix anything. The nature is very important. And this should be number one. It shouldn't be like a bathroom over turtles, a bathroom over wetlands, a bathroom over tourists, over a parking lot. How many cars are there? Do we really need 200? Are there really a need for this 200 parking lots? I mean, since when? I go there a lot and I don't see people. They park in the roads. There's enough space. There's enough things. And so consider that, because if nature can talk, what will it tell you? What do the waters tell you? What will the wetlands tell you? What do the turtles will tell you? Nobody's speaking for them. We don't hear their voices.
30 seconds.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Paz Padilla, to be followed by Greg Wieliski.
Buddy, thank you for being here. Infrastructure and
if you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth.
My name is Paz Padilla, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
The way we've been building and the infrastructure, you can see it's been destroying our reefs. You know, Kia was all wetlands, and wetlands is like the kidney of the islands. It protects our reefs. It nurtures the ecosystem. It's where everything breeds. It connects us with each other. You know, this wetlands is priceless, and it's hard to bring them back, you know, but we're doing it. You know, Aina Kukua o Vaihuli Kai project in Kie, across from Paradise Gardens. Thank God Uncle Lika and the Arakawa administration was able to purchase this land and secure our access 24/7. And now we have teachers and students coming down. We're creating jobs for the community. Preserving, perpetuating this land that's so precious is vital to our ecosystem. And as you can see what's happening when floods come, all that runoff goes into the ocean because we covered all the wetlands already in Kihei, most of them. It's the last piece that's in its natural state, you know, and you should see these kids come out and you ask them why they're doing this. They know, you know, 5th graders, 6th graders, it's our kuleana. They'll protect our reefs for future generations. This is our land. We're in this together. It's not about whose fault it is. You know, it's about what's the solution and how do we work together towards that solution? How do we prevent this stuff from happening again? This is our Keiki's future here. It's not an asset to benefit monetary value from. You know, we got to preserve what we have left. It's priceless. You know, we've already done so much damage the way this mentality of building to make it comfortable for us. We kilo the land, ask the land what it wants, and it will tell us. The rivers want to come back. That's why the South Gate Road is caving in. It will come back. The native seed bank is there. We just got to take out the invasives and allow it to breathe. You know, there's a path forward and we got to do it together. You know, don't blame each other. Seek local knowledge and wisdom. You know, communicate. If we have to have bathrooms somewhere so we don't destroy the place, we need to educate the community on how to travel so that we don't desecrate the places we go to that don't have bathrooms. This is one of the few places we have left. You know, if you really need bathrooms, there's any other beach down the way, you know. It's a precious wetland and there's not much left. And without that, the island will die, our reefs will die, and tourists will go someplace else. Gotta take care of this place.
30 seconds.
This is, I go there, it's like my church. It's like my doctor's office. You know, my son too. We need to protect it, not build more, and let's solve our issues first that we already made over here. The reefs are dying. My house is destroyed from the flood. You know, all my neighbors too. Improper infrastructure, lack of knowledge, lack of communication, lack of paying attention and being patient. I mean, yeah, bathrooms would be nice, but there's a lot of things that need to happen for us to do it properly.
Time.
All over your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Okay, last testifier signed up in person is Greg Wielisky, and then move on to online.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Greg from Lahaina, and I promise to tell the truth. Been going to McKenna for the longest time, and it was always an adventure, right? We would always make sure we had gallons of water with us. We knew that it was a dangerous beast when all of a sudden a lifeguard out of nowhere, now there's a lifeguard there. There's so few on the island, but there's one at McKenna. So to be able to balance the beauty that is McKenna and the desire to share it, and to do it with the compassion for the people that want to visit, but also maintain as much as we can the wildness of McKenna, it's not easy to go to the restroom there. No one wants to sit in a 100-degree sauna doing their business, but that's what we have now. So there's got to be a balance. There's got to be, I hate to use the word compromise, but there's got to be something we can do that we can balance the people that are going there, because there's more people going there all the time, and what we currently have now. Right? We need to protect the environment, but at the same time, we can't be oblivious to the fact that it's an ecological nightmare if we don't do something, because people are going to do stuff everywhere on that beach. So, you know, the danger aspect, just like Koki and Hana, there's well-known dangerous beaches. So if we now have more popular beaches, we make it easier for people to get there, there is a good possibility that we're going to have more and more injuries. So there needs to be an education piece that goes along with that. I just feel like it's a very divisive subject, and there's got to be a way to be able to balance the idea that we need some of these facilities to be able to maintain everyone that wants to go there. For parking, it would be amazing if we did have the parking allocated so that the residents have some level of priority and some level of dedicated spaces. It'd be great if we closed the park every once in a while, you know, let it heal. Everyone remembers how COVID was and how amazing the island healed itself at that time. So that's something. But at the same time, we're talking about maybe relocating a building, And I love the planning commission. You guys are amazing. But what are the mechanisms if the state decides they don't want to do it after you make it a condition? Like, how do we resolve that? What are the enforcement actions that the commission has? Not that the state will refuse, but let's say that's 20 years. It's a whole nother set of people by then. So what are these things that can be done to help guarantee the future and the beauty that is McKenna? And I just want to say thank you to the citizen volunteers, commissioners that eat your lunch while we're having this meeting and you don't stop, and all of the other nuances. I know you guys are not the big government, but
30
you
seconds.
try to help us. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Lind?
I just wanted to mention that, do you know the Coastal Zone Management Act? Which was the purview of this commission. And so we can, I believe, condition it, and we can, when we get into discussion, I hope you're here to listen to it. But I appreciate your integrity and understanding. You have to bear with us because this is home too. I'm not home right now. I'm in French Polynesia, and so similar island systems, atolls. But anyway, that's my question. Thank you.
I'm not sure what the question was.
The question was
Sorry.
more like I lost my track of note. I'm writing down everything. The educational piece. I just want to just say that it's more like a statement rather than a question, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commissioner or commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. So if that's the last person for the gallery, we can move to online.
Okay. We'll start off with Everett Dowling, to be followed by Hannah Bernard, Travis Aaron Lidget. So we'll go to the next person.
Okay, we'll skip Everett for right now.
Hannah Bernard.
Aloha mai kako, Chair Ward, Vice Chair Kealoha, members, friends, community here in the background. My name is Hannah Bernard. I will tell the truth.
Thank you.
I'm director and co-founder. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Director and co-founder of Hawaii Wildlife Fund and Hawaii Wildlife Discovery Center in Ka'anapali. I'm submitting comments to oppose the plans for upgrading the services at Honolua as described, State Park and McKenna, as we view them as a downgrade for the environment. Hawaii Wildlife Fund is a 501c3 based here on Maui and Hawaii Islands. We're dedicated to the protection and conservation of our native wildlife, and we've been doing this work here for 30 years. We have headquarters, as I said, on Maui and Hawaii Islands, and we are always on both locations powered by our communities. And I'm talking about the communities who live here and those who visit and come back year after year and still love Maui and give back to Maui. We have worked for 30 years to protect turtles, and 29 of those on Big Beach, on State Park at McKenna, Honolua, and Little Beach, or Pu'uolai. What we have found is that beach, Honolua, is the most successful beach for the hatchlings of all the beaches of Maui that we've been monitoring for 30 years. And it also has the darkest night sky, both for hawksbills, which it is very important to, and becoming more important for the threatened green turtles. It's important because it's got that wide space for the turtles to be able to nest on. It's got the right type of sand, and it's got the right water quality. We fear that the changes proposed might change that. We have attachments that we've also included in our testimony online for the public as well as for you commissioners that document our work. 40 hawksbills nests have been laid on Honolua Beach in the last 29 years between roughly the first and third entrances, and with 2 more laid on Pu'uolai or Little Beach. The average hatchling success on Honolua is a whopping 90%. That is rare in the wild to see that kind of success for sea turtles. We fear that the addition of lighting, showers, whether it's just for the feet or the whole body, restrooms, and increasing paved surfaces will all contribute to degradation of this important nesting habitat. We also fear that lighting in particular would be very bad, and we oppose it. We oppose any kind of lighting, especially when the lights are off at night there. Why would we need lighting? Oh, because we have a bathroom to light? That's a good reason not to have a restroom. They light the bathrooms at Ho'okipa. There are showers at Ho'okipa. Those bathrooms have failed. The showers have created a waterfall that runs down the wall and that children play in. People's rinse water.
Fine.
I can't stress enough the importance of leaving State Park at McKenna, Honolua, as wild as it is. Let the wild remain wild. Mahalo so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Lind?
Hello, Hannah. I have a question about so this whole thing is about the bathroom, our kukai, our tutai, and where it's going to go, our mimi, our shishi. And so we all have to do that every day. So what do you suggest as part of the more academic mitigation between this public trust resource and what do you suggest we do then? I mean, besides, yeah, go ahead. Answer that for a question if you can.
I believe was it Joe, the young man who spoke about having movable facilities like porta potties? I know porta potties are yucky, but they are less of an impact on the environment. Transporting wastewater scares me. It's not been done well, even in the pipes that were built for it all along Lahaina. It's been a real problem for us to manage our wastewater properly. And I'm very concerned about that. I also think that those facilities are in the tsunami zone, if I read those charts correctly. So they do need to be movable.
Okay, so as you're aware, you may know about the Kipahulu situation with the national park. If for everybody that's listening, the Park Service tapped the Keka Uluohi. Let's give her a name. You can give anybody names, right? And they drew water up in the 70s with, I believe, and the commission, the department, you can go find out the information. This is your guys' job. You guys get paid. But anyway, and then I think in 2004 they expanded the parking lot was gravel. And I know you've been on Maui a long time, and you witnessed it. So they're flushing the toilets with this aquifer water that's treated, Department of Health. And it's kind of sad that we don't get access to the water because they have a bunch of interior lawyers we ask and they shall receive, but of course they'll say no because of the pressure, So being that you work a lot in the offshore injection wells, so understanding that because I'm way younger than you.
I don't think so.
I'm kind of losing my train of thought again, but so you recommend so what do you recommend with the porta potties? You just I know it's Hauna and Kipahulu was the same thing. People were grumbling, but in actuality you're only there for what? I don't know how long you stay in the bathroom. I mean,
right?
That's a mea hupai. You know what I mean? Helpai lua and you get out and you suffer this.
Mr. Lynn, could you kind of get to your question?
Okay. I'm just wondering. My question is, I'm just trying to build off of ideas. Chair, sorry, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your question, Commissioner Lind, and I hope that there will be more discussion about a better solution than the one that is in the plan. Better than that. I think we can do better. Mahalo.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Elorzaris.
Hi, Ms. Bernard. Sorry, you're on the screen. I don't know if I'm looking at you. I'm looking at your picture on the screen. Thanks for your testimony. You mentioned the lights on the bathroom. If we were to work on conditions, would you think that a requirement of a study to see that the lights do not impact the turtle nesting areas, would that suffice for that concern that you have?
So two responses. First of all, why do we need light? And I heard earlier somebody said we need lights at night or after hours for maintenance. Those can be turned off and on, I guess. Do they need to be on all the time? At the county parks, they're on all the time. We've had to go through a lot of challenges to get those lights filtered or changed, or light bulbs changed. In the meantime, we've had turtles nesting and hatchlings coming out and going toward those lights while we're fighting to get those lights changed. If we could just not have lights in the first place, our night sky would be protected, and so would the wildlife. Even red light, even the light that the turtles are the least sensitive to, affects them. They even see that. It's just that it's the least impactful. So certainly white or blue light are the worst, and our lighting ordinance is protecting. It's getting us to the point where we will be better, but it will change the nature of the lighting at that beach. There is currently no lighting from structures on that beach. We can see them across the road. We can see the lights all the way across the road. That's how dark that beach is. And I'm sure the turtles are seeing them if we're seeing them. So I just question, do we really need to have lights? And if it's just because of bathrooms, that is absolutely not justifiable for me. Not for the wildlife, not for our night sky protection. We've got to do something else.
Thanks. Was that the two answers in one, or you said you had two answers for that?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. What about, so if we were to condition this and say no exterior lights, what about interior lights? I was in Hana Sunday, and I used the Hana baseball park bathroom that didn't have lights. They have them, they're set up. It was off. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. I still had time to go down to Hana Bay, jump in the water, but it was quite dark. I traveled with my, using my phone as a light for me and my son. Are those lighting situations important for public safety and health? And would you be concerned with how those are set up as well? Or are you concerned with how those are set up as well?
Well, at the ballpark in Hana?
No, I'm talking about the McKenna.
Or just if we had it like that at McKenna, if we had that kind of lighting. Yeah, I of course, like I said, even the lights that we have designed our new lighting ordinance to comply with, that's more light than currently is on that beach now. And so could we do something better with maybe motion sensitive? We could talk about it, but for me, the loss of that beach as one of our darkest beaches, that area as one of our darkest night skies still remaining. More and more houses down there have begun to change it, and cars driving have changed it. But it's the most important beach. It has the most nests, and they're the most successful. So we look around Maui and we say, why is that? That is the healthiest beach. It's the darkest beach. Do we really want to change that? Honolua are, as you know, critically endangered. We have very few of them that nest on Maui, and they're precious. And there was a new mother there last summer, brand new mom, new to us. So we wanted, everyone is precious.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Deacos.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bernard, for your testimony. For clarification, there's been discussion about tourism regulation. I know you've had a lot of, exposure with Honolua. Kiana, you're very familiar with management there. What are your thoughts on
I love the
that? There's
Haena
been two
solution.
sides. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Haena solution is good for Haena, and we hope to replicate it at Honolua. But there's a lot more to it than just parking. And parking is, I agree with Kai, parking is a great way to manage tourism. It's limiting access, this carrying capacity. That's what they've done to us who live here, right, at the beaches. There's only so much beach access parking, so we don't get to park. And so we'd like to devise a system that's similar. And so that is a good thing. And so there are some things that are managing the numbers at McKenna, but they've already started to do with simply having a fee structure. That already is changing things. And then supporting the visitors to be able to pay and residents to not have to. That's a good solution. I'm not opposed to that. I don't consider that an upgrade, but I consider paved surfaces a problem for the water table. Paved surfaces create runoff, and runoff changes the wetlands, and it could change the health of the beach. So I'm against paved surfaces. Gravel is different. Gravel is as you know, is permeable, but paving is a problem. So yeah, I think we could do better than what we've got in front of us. And so if we need to go back and reconsider and do some other things with it, let's do that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Okay. Any further questions from the commission? Okay. Seeing none, next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Travis Aaron Leggett, to be followed by Lucien Dene, Robert Benz, Cody Nemeth, Tuiva Iti.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your service and everyone investing your time. Remember, keep those nervous systems regulated. And I just want to point out, we physically have Kai Nishiki, Terry Lawrence, and Dr. Kealoha in one room. Amazing. And I just, I'm part of the Antita movement. Who cares about the right and left? I just want to stay on track with the Hawaiian ladies. So I am a six-time, yes.
If you could just please state your name and sort of tell
Yes,
the truth.
sorry, Travis Liggett, and I will tell the truth as much as I have documentation from UIPAs to verify it.
Thank you.
So I am a naturally occurring higher order sextuple mutant, and three of them I'm so lucky: immune impairment, autoimmune, and double eczema genes. So I'm a bubble boy without a bubble. And so I'm very interested in wastewater and disinfection. I got sick in '83, had a dream in '84 about plants, wastewater, and space. I had the joy of visiting Napili in 1985. I came back in 1999 and it had changed. Went to grad school, NASA, study adjacent, Sandia, and I am here with solutions. So after those 43 years, I actually have collaborated with Dr. Kealoha on some publications. She helped me understand the MPDS stuff in Lahaina, and I founded Kai Action Institute to help pay for this disinfection stuff. But here's the problem. So it appears that the permit and all these documents say, we are going to take this effluent to a permitted facility. I'm not sure what facility you're talking about. None of the municipal facilities have the proper MPDES permits. In fact, I had to recently educate wonderful Chair Cook of the Y Committee. He was not even aware that the water leaving the Kihei facility is not being treated with any step that would reduce the pathogens. Megan Daler is saying in the paper that it is disinfected, but you can check on flushaware.com that it's not. And same in Kahului, we've tried to fund it, CBS 1169 and 5031. And DLNR has a little bit of a history because they moved their offices into the Maui Harbor. And indeed, that facility had no permits of any kind. DOBOR had not bothered to permit it. None of those operations many operations out of the harbor have had any permits for the wastewater facilities. I told DLNR, they have not made a public statement that the same organization that declared that reef total system collapse moved their offices in there.
30 seconds.
And indeed, until there's some accountability for that, I would say no. And by the way, why don't we do a reuse irrigation greenbelt fire break there? Us local people can collaborate on it. Let's helipad in a porta potty to so-called Little Beach and maybe a new dirt parking lot and call it a day. You don't need to monetize it. And by gosh, it's not a compliant permit application because you have not defined what permitted facility that doesn't exist you're taking that effluent to. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Deacos?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Liggett. Can you help me understand? Are you saying anybody that's transporting wastewater to another facility for treatment that doesn't exist and there's no pathway to do that?
Thank you for asking. So I managed the Maui Regional project for 3.5 years as administrative project manager. So I've visited every plant there except the harbor, where 26 injection wells there, including all of the operations that are so-called ecotourism. None of them have the proper permits. The 3 major municipal facilities all have pending NPDES applications. None of them are approved. And indeed, the Kihei and Kahului facilities do not have any disinfection that would reduce the pathogen indicators under regularly the detection limit for the test. And indeed, there's no angle on that NPDES permit decision that would allow that material to go into the ocean. The decision is this: if it goes in the ocean, it has to match the standards of the ocean. And again, I had to personally educate not only Chair Cook, but I really want you to hear this. The state's top toxicologist interrupted me mid-sentence to correct me incorrectly that this is required and happening. And if you look at even Sand Island, Honolua, I mean, I've looked at this 10 times, 100 million colony forming units per gallon. And I really, this is my closing thought. The DOH disease outbreak, because I got really sick after a wastewater plant tour that had illegal effluent in it. I mean, unless they're pulling my leg, the DOH disease outbreak people were not even aware that disinfection is not happening or required in many places. And I really want you to think about what their jobs are. So yeah, it's a crisis. There's the physical crisis, and then what I call the broad hysteria of no one understanding it. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to get back, I guess. So I understand, like, the line injection well is still dealing with their NPDES stuff, but is that what you're referring to? Those are still inadequate, and therefore anybody bringing in wastewater is also not meeting. Okay. All right. So, no, I think that was good. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
has a contested case. Kihei and Kahului have applications that have not been approved, but everyone's watching that contested case, and we have a solution for that.
Thank you, Mr. Liggett. Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission?
My name is Christopher McGee, I'm a resident of Kihei, and I swear to tell the truth.
Seeing none.
So many good
Thank
points
you for your
about
testimony.
community protection.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Someone that is online, we can hear your conversation. Please mute yourself. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Lucien Dene.
Aloha. No, it's telling me my camera has been disabled. Oh, well. Okay. I guess you don't get to see me, but can everyone at least hear my audio?
Yes, we can.
All right. Turn it
As a
on if
reminder.
you want to share video. Okay, camera. I'll try. All right.
As a reminder, please state your name and swear to tell the truth.
My name is Lucien Dene, and I do swear to tell the truth. I'm speaking today as a private citizen, as a person who has enjoyed Honolua Beach for 50 years. I'm in complete support of sensible management of our resources. I am a was one of the members of the Oniloa Coalition. And if you have questions on what really happened with the Oniloa Coalition, I'd be happy to address that. I really think we have more choices in restroom facilities between porta potties or people using the bushes and a permanent fixed building. For instance, the Oniloa Coalition was presented the ideas of having a trailer version of a comfort station that could move when wetlands flood, etc. I also am very, very concerned from personal experience about the high injury rate at Big Beach or Oniloa Beach. For years, I personally and many others lobbied for lifeguards, but before that could happen, you know, many, many people were injured, including one of my close friends. And I'm really concerned about the unintended consequences of making park improvements without a carrying capacity study. Oniloa Coalition, in its discussions, we did not agree, but many of us, including Ms. Bernard and myself, asked, and Mr. Whitner, asked for a carrying capacity study. It just never happened. I was deposed during this recent court challenge of this very permit, and the attorney from the state, sad to say, read my deposition and said, well, how would it affect you that someone had a spinal cord injury? That doesn't affect your life. And I said, oh no, you are wrong. It does. When my friend was injured, 20 people had to dedicate 15 years of their life to help take care of him. It affects other people's lives. And if you entice people with amenities and say, oh yeah, this is a nice beach to come to, and even if you post signs and so forth, people just don't realize it's just better to try to make a beach more of a low impact zone rather than a high impact zone. And I have to say that our CRC, our Cultural Resources Commission, had recommendations that this body should consider. Pu'u'olai there is a traditional cultural property, the highest recognized cultural place. Although the AIS said it would not be affected by any of the activities proposed, it goes to show that there's a different nature to this land than just a public place, in spite of the fact that the public loves it. The Oniloa Coalition, in the end, was very heavy on landowner reps. It was established as a condition of zoning to try to create a master plan. Yes, am I at 3 minutes?
You are, yes.
Okay, well, thank you. Happy to answer any more questions about the Oniloa Coalition and what it did or didn't recommend.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Vice Chair?
Mahalo for your testimony. Yeah, I've been reading about the Oniloa Coalition, but there's not really any information about who makes up that coalition. And there's also like references to a survey that was done back in the early 2000s, but no information on what that survey did or like where that survey is.
I'd be happy to address any of those topics, Commissioner. I am a co-author of the survey.
Okay,
and
maybe you could, just give us a quick overview on those two things. Who makes up the coalition and what is that survey and where can we access it?
So the coalition was formed as a condition of zoning. Some disputed this, but it was pretty clear. Condition 34, I believe, said that a master plan for McKenna Beach State Park needed to be done as a condition of zoning for the McKenna Resort rezoning in 2008. In 2009, the condition of zoning specified about 5 organizations who should send representatives to this coalition. One was the McKenna Homeowners Association, one was Surfrider Foundation, one was Save McKenna, one was Hawaii Wildlife Fund. So Nakapuna o Maui, the Ahumoku Council, these were various suggested or enumerated participants. I participated on behalf of Surfrider Foundation and attended a number of meetings. A survey was put together. The meeting started in 2009. A survey was put together in 2010. It was distributed to 548 individuals. Of those, 26% were lifetime residents of Maui, and about another 40% were current residents. The rest were visitors or part-time residents. So about 65% were residents of some length of stay or lifetime, and the other 35% were visitors. The question about restrooms and showers, I think 70% of the folks, this is a long list of things saying, would you support having this or having that? About 70% of the folks thought that there should be restrooms or showers, permanent restrooms and showers, but 30%, including many of the lifetime residents, did not feel that this was appropriate. So this was controversial then. The survey was conducted, and I still have the recruiting poster for it, to inform a master plan with a carrying capacity, based on a carrying capacity study of the use of McKenna State Park. That has never happened. Instead, we have a series of smaller plans like let's make the parking lot bigger, or let's put the restrooms in, and they're being justified by this survey. I will tell you that the daycare officer at the time, Buzz Hubert, observed that the current park use in 2013 was 4 times what he estimated its realistic carrying capacity was. And I will also inform you that all the meetings that we had, that's the Oniloa Coalition with state parks, indicated that the parking areas would be graveled, not paved. So we do need some accountability here. People also brought out that high water pressure can be a really big problem. And so having showers and so forth, there's very funky water system in McKenna, so that could be a problem. People were concerned that the comfort station plans were jumping ahead of a park master plan. And they were also concerned about the wetlands. And when tsunamis come in, we had Hurricane Flossie flood the park. And that station would have been underwater, basically. So I just urge you to do your due diligence. And we really need some conditions like a carrying capacity study, like set aside areas for residents and cultural practitioners. We need to look at this and see if there's a realistic alternative to a permanent building, something that could be more flexible, but is a step up from porta potties and cooler and more comfortable. Thank you for your consideration.
Quick follow-up, Chair.
Yes.
Just real quick, Ms. Dene. I've been hearing carrying capacity lots of times, both throughout the documentation and in testimony, and I'm supportive of that. But I am assuming that when you say carrying capacity, you're meaning a quantitative carrying capacity study, because this would be the first quantitative carrying capacity study in Hawaii, as far as I know, that's been published carrying capacity study. So do you mean quantitative, or?
I believe, as Ms. Nishiki said, you need to look at the cultural and biological factors here in terms of what the carrying capacity, in other words, as well as just the human use level. So how does human use level impact on those biological and cultural factors of the land? And okay. By the way, to those who poo-poo the wilderness idea, Phil Ota, the former park supervisor, said he's hoping for a wilderness park designation from McKenna. Direct quote, 2009.
Okay, mahalo, Ms. Dene.
Commissioner Lind.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Mrs. Dene. I was wondering, did I hear right that you mentioned a movable trailer system?
Yeah, you can get these trailers. They have 2 comfort stations in them. Some of them even have showers contained in them, and they're movable. They can be hauled to a different location. And the wastewater is self-contained. It still needs to be pumped and
Right.
transported elsewhere, but it is not a porta potty and it is not a permanent restroom. That was one of the things that was discussed with the coalition members. And then somewhere along the line, we only met for about 3 years. After 2012, it just got hard to hold the meetings. I don't know what happened. It just, then the meetings weren't reconvened again until like 2017 or 2018. I couldn't really actually participate at that time. And I was a little disappointed that a lot of the meetings were very heavy on the local homeowners. Some of them were wonderful people who really had everyone's interest at heart. Others just wanted to make sure that, nobody used the facilities in their backyard. Nobody was using their hoses or making noise at the, bathrooms at Mākena State Park where they live nearby. So, I wasn't doing it for that reason. So I just felt we all should be there for the overall good of the land there. But
So Commissioner Lynn, I just want to confirm, did your question get answered?
Yeah, and I have more questions when we get to the discussion part. Thank you, Chair.
Any other further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Robert Benz, to be followed by Cody Nemeth Tuivaiti Matt Carr.
Aloha, Commission. My name is Robert Lawrence Benz. I swear to tell the truth. In strong opposition, I think it's a straw man argument and condescending of the applicant to say we don't understand. Josh Green's DLNR so-called improvements, I understand them and I'm in strong opposition. Please stop this now. Support the will of the people. At least, please support Pele Defense Fund, contested case, petition be granted. Enough access for emergency vehicles already. No brush under any of those. Anybody is over there. If you see parking, there's nothing brush underneath that. 2013 was a really different politics over here. We had Monsanto had voted victory. Tourist cap for the island plan was good, but then now that was overturned. Canada's PSP is in Bear, they're spraying all over, and a lot of people are just over. You had the good recommendations to not have the Bill 88, the tourism zoning. They didn't listen to you. I appreciate your volunteering. I wish they would listen to you. If you deny this, hopefully they can listen to you. Should have had AIS. I don't had any notice. More pavement is bad. Everybody knows that. The idea of a sign stopping soap for tourists, they beat up seals. You're not gonna get them to stop using soap. And like I said, it's not just the tourists use the soap. In a plastic tape under this ground, I built a septic tank system. That's not really the best. You still get the effluent going through. And I like the idea of the trailers, but if can just deny this altogether, I think that is the best. If you have compensation or all this kind of stuff that has the caretaker 24/7, he has to go do everything. He has to, more work for him. It's all expensive, all these facilities. You could just buy that mansion next door, it'd be cheaper than buying all this stuff they gotta spend. Get rid of the local requirements, like just harass the tourists. No problem with that, but
30 seconds.
Porta potties are good, but the other one is good. But if you build it, they will come, and that's not a good thing when it comes to more tourists in Honolua. And they long connections to this land. Like my Uncle Snooks told me, they had the homestead. They traded fish. His grandfather went fishing over there. He disappeared. Ranching out the McKenna Landing.
Time.
Myself as a child. So please don't support this model.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Cody Nemeth Tuiva Iti, to be followed by Matt Carr, Lily Monte Morano, Jesse Kaimi Kaua.
Hello, my kako. Can you guys hear me or what?
We can.
Okay. Hello, my kako. I'm trying to turn on the video. I don't know if I can turn on the video. Vau kore neme tui vaiti. Ohana ia ao mamaui, hanho vau I kulakai, makahupu ao keo keo. I promise to speak the truth. I'm here today in opposition to the proposed developments at Honolua, McKenna. Honolua has been a part of my life since childhood. I grew up swimming, surfing, fishing, gathering, camping, and participating in cultural ceremonies there. I also participated in the Honolua Coalition process as an Ahamoku rep and raised many of these same concerns years ago. Honolua is not just another beach park, it is one of the last undeveloped coastal landscapes remaining on Maui. It is a living cultural landscape tied to generations of families, traditions, and mo'olelo. It contains archaeological resources, burial concerns, wetlands, healthy dune systems, native habitat, and exceptional water quality. My concern is not simply the comfort stations themselves. My concern is what follows. As I also lead the restoration in the Waihulikai Preserve. And the one thing I know is more infrastructure supports more use. More use brings more foot traffic. More foot traffic brings greater pressure on our dunes, vegetation, cultural sites, and sensitive habitats. I've witnessed firsthand how human activity changes coastlines over time. Vegetation becomes damaged, dunes lose stability, and shorelines become more vulnerable to erosion. The recent Kona lows proved a clear example of why this matters, why much of Maui experienced severe flooding and coastal impacts. Honolua's dune system remained intact and continued to function as it was meant to. When we have a system that is working, our first response should not be to change it. It should be to protect it. Hawaii's coastal zone management law calls for the protection and preservation of significant cultural resources.
30 seconds.
The Maui Cultural Resources Commission did not agree with the determination that this project would have no adverse effect on cultural resources. That concern deserves serious consideration. I also find it difficult to reconcile this proposal with DLNR's own mission to protect, conserve, and manage Hawaii's natural, cultural, and historic resources. The one thing that I learned in our discussions was that there was no foolproof plan. There was never going to be a foolproof plan, that there wasn't going to be damages from these comfort stations. And that was my whole thing. I spent 3 years discussing these things.
Unfortunately, you've reached your time. If you could quickly summarize any last comments.
Basically, I just want to end it like this. Good planning is not just knowing when to build, but it's knowing when to protect. And we got to understand when to prioritize these areas. Yeah. Because some things are just irreversible. Yeah. When you talk about pooping in the woods and things like that, that's one thing. When you talk about changing the environment and the biology, that's something else.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lin, did you have a question? Actually, for that, does the applicant have any questions? Commissioner Lin, did you have a question?
Point no, I forget. Sorry. Thank you, Chair.
I was observing though. Any questions from the commission? But Vice Chair.
All for your testimony. I'm just wondering if you have any suggestions for a condition that would kind of make you feel a little more comfortable.
Well,
There's
I
been
think
some discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
for me, it's all about kilo. It's taking the time to address what needs to be addressed, taking the time to create manageable solutions based on what is happening, not trying to speed through these things and creating things that are just gonna make things worse. Look to the history, look to the source. Nanai kekumu.
Hey, mahalo. Thank you, Cody.
Commissioner Lind.
Aloha, wa'aina. You talk about kilo, so pu'u'ola'i is what kind of kilo is happening there? What kind of kilo, so that everybody can knows exactly the cultural side of it.
What you mean? What kind of kilo do we do?
No, because I hear Hana mentioned up in Hana Bay, and because I'm from Hana, Pu'uka'uiki, that's our kilo for Hana Bay,
Well,
Kapu'okai. So I assume that's the same thing.
For
with,
those,
Kulikande.
for
Or what
those,
else?
for those who know, Pu'ola'i is one of 3 major pu'us that are connected.
Right.
To Pu'ukali, right? And Pu'uhele. Yeah. And these 3 pu'us sit in the ao or the bathtub of Maui Nui, which is Maui, Honolua, Kaho'olawe, and Lanai. So when you talk about kilo, there's one thing my uncle used to always tell me when we used to work in his towel patch. And whenever we would try to bring new material, new things, or new ideas, he'd always shake his head and tell me, boy, everything you need is already there. And that's what it is. Everything we need is already there.
Mahalo. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Matt Carr.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Can we get the cameras to work?
Aloha, my name is Matthew Kupono Carr, and I swear to tell the truth. I want to say mahalo to the commission and staff for the opportunity to testify on this issue, and I want to be clear that I oppose the project as it's currently constituted. I also want to thank everybody in the committee, whichever side of the issue you're on, for coming out. I'm not the only one whose heart was warmed by the amount of energy and expenditure that was spent on this issue and time. I'm an attorney. I'm an environmental prosecutor, but I graduated from Maui High School class of 98. I currently live in California. I work to prosecute people who dump hazardous waste, poach animals, and all of that stuff here in California. But the reason that I became an environmental lawyer is because I grew up on Maui. And I oppose this idea because, like many of my friends and family, both here in California, but more importantly, frankly, my friends and family on Oahu, which is a significant component, they all oppose this project. And I'm not going to talk about the law or technicalities in my time. I just want to talk about old Hawaii, because we have no old Hawaii left. When I go to Big Beach, when I go to this place, this is my church, as other people have said, and we've lost old Hawaii. Like Joni Mitchell wrote that song about paving over paradise and putting up a parking lot when she was in Hawaii. No irony there, yeah? And here we are. We have alternatives. We have things like gravel. We have portable trailers. Those weren't, I don't even think, really discussed in the alternatives analysis. There's been insufficient study here, and this is a change that cannot go backwards. McKenna is special, and all of my local friends oppose this. Yeah, does everyone hate porta potties? Of course. I don't like them. No one likes them. But you know what people don't like? They don't like Santa Monica. Santa Monica is great, but no one wants all of Kihei just to encroach up and keep going. This is the last part of Maui that is wild. The parking, I don't, as a prosecutor, I need evidence for things. You know, there's contentions about limited emergency access. How many times in the last 5, 10, 20 years has there been a problem with emergency access that this would have solved? The brush fires. Okay, well, as one of our people noted, I don't see a lot of brush under there, and that could probably be addressed in different ways. Like as one of our other commentators, gravel, and I didn't see that in the EIR, which I have to admit I read several months ago, so I may have missed it, but wasn't part of the presentation that the DLNR did earlier. Also, money. Hawaii does, as some have said, Hawaii is some of the worst facilities in the nation. They're awful. Why are we spending our money building new things when we can't even maintain what we currently have? That's embarrassing. Also, the toll booths. I'm a son of Maui. I'm born and raised on Maui, and I have to pay money because I live in California. Okay, whatever. But you know, those toll booths are unpermitted, and they're being permitted after the fact with no discussion. And that is a big change that merits discussion, not after the fact permitting. In my professional job here in California, I prosecute people who do whatever and then get after the fact permits. It is inappropriate for DLNR to do that if that's in case situation. So please submit it for further study, deny it, reduce it. But this plan as it is an irrevocable change to pave over Paradise and literally put up a parking lot. Please don't do it. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Does the applicant have any questions? Does the commission have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Lily Monte Morano, to be followed by Jesse Kaimi Kaua, Donna Dowling, Kelly Cole.
Hi, can I have my camera on? I can't do it from my side.
So that is a feature that you have to unlock for yourself.
I've already done that. I went through all the steps and I wrote it in the chat, and they've temporarily made the video work, and then it went off again.
Yeah, I saw you had written that. We did not touch any of our devices when that happened.
Well, I didn't change anything, and I made sure all my settings work. And I'm clicking on camera and it's just not working. Okay, well, I would like to be seen for this. I think it's something on your guys' end, because I have been online for hours and I've checked all my settings to make sure it works on my side and all my permissions.
If you'd like to, you could try logging off and logging back on, and we could call you back after the next testifier.
Thank you. No, that's okay. I will begin now. My name is Lily Montemorano. I swear to tell the truth, and I strongly urge you to deny approval of the McKenna State Park Improvement Project. I've lived on Maui for nearly 7 years. For 5 of those years, I lived off-grid in Kipahulu, working with the Aina and living with very little infrastructure. That experience taught me something, that not every place needs to be improved, managed, or built upon. Some places are valuable precisely because they are left alone. Many people say that the next sane place after Kipahulu is McKenna, and I understand exactly what they mean. McKenna is one of the few places left on Maui where you could still experience open spaces, wildness, and a landscape that feels shaped by nature rather than infrastructure. What makes McKenna special is not what has been built there, it is what has not. As South Maui continues to be developed, McKenna becomes even more precious. It is not lacking anything. It is complete exactly as it is. This project introduces permanent restroom buildings, showers, paving, utilities, drainage, guardrails, and other infrastructure that will permanently alter the character of this place. And once these changes are made, they'll be extremely difficult to reverse. I'm also aware of public discussions regarding future management measures at McKenna, including fencing, controlled access points, reservation systems, visitor limits, and whether those ideas are being talked about right now, they do highlight the importance of being cautious about permanent changes to this landscape. And because the DLNR has built structures without permitting on SMA land, I think we do need to wonder if things have been fleshed out enough and if they can be trusted. We don't need more paving. We don't need more infrastructure. Portable facilities already exist and have a much smaller environmental impact. What we need is restraint. The greatest gift we can leave for future generations is not more development, but the preservation of what remains. Please protect McKenna, keep it wild, and deny this application. We've heard testimonies about wetlands, turtles, dark skies. We've heard from lifeguards, people who have been here for 40 plus
30
years,
seconds.
Kanakas. I think that it's a really strong argument that we have, and more research needs to be done. And I love everything that Matt just said too. Thank you so much, everyone. And I really appreciate your consideration on this really special, important place. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Jesse Kaimi Ka'ua.
Yep. Hello. Just checking to see if you can hear me.
We can. If you could just state your name and swear to tell the truth, please.
Aloha kako. My name is Jason Kaimi Ka'ua, and I do swear to tell the truth. Okay, I'm going to begin then. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Jason Kaimi Ka'ua. I'm in a unique position, being that up until 2 months ago, I was a lieutenant for ocean safety under the Department of Fire and Public Safety. I resigned recently, left in good standing. I was stationed down in McKenna State Park. I'm just testifying against this project. I feel that, in addition to the permanent and irreversible damage that building on McKenna State Park or the bathrooms and the showers that are proposed. One strategy that we use as lifeguards is that it is an uncomfortable place for families and young children, old people, kupunas who are not, used to or have the knowledge to keep themselves safe down there. I think that it is one of the most dangerous beaches in the state of Hawaii. We do lead the state in traumatic bone injuries, as well as spinal injuries, life-changing spinal injuries. These injuries are permanent. And by making it more comfortable, you're allowing these people to stay and exposing them to more risk. I think the risk to reward ratio with this project is overwhelmingly negative. I don't think there is any reward or benefit to providing these comfort stations. In a public safety sense, and as a Hawaiian, I'm against any type of development, right? But as a public safety officer or former, it goes against our profession to expose people to this type of risk. There's a stat that says 90% of tourists get hurt in waves 3 feet or less, definitely at Big Beach. And so for that reason, in the public safety side of things, please don't expose them to this type of danger. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Elizaris.
Testimony. Shock. Sorry to hear that you left your position there. I remember seeing you down at the beach. I do have a question regarding maybe your time there as a lifeguard. Where do the lifeguards relieve themselves on your 10-hour shifts?
Okay. Commissioner Elizaris, Appreciate the question. Thank you for your service. And we appreciate the support that you folks provide ocean safety down there and our lifeguards down there. Currently, we do have porta potties in our base yard in the back, and that is by the DLNR house where Mr. Kikivi folks reside at this time.
If I could just do a follow-up, what are the conditions, let's say about noon, for you and your staff?
Yeah, noon. McKenna is in a very unforgiving place. It could be either storming or really, really hot. We had to put up a tent over our porta potties just to help take some of the heat off of it. And I kind of get where you're going with this, that it's uncomfortable for our beachgoers to use the porta potties in the heat. What I would say is there's other ways to mitigate that. But yeah, it gets hot, or it can be storming rain, and we took measures to mitigate both of those. I would, if you would allow me to further on that, we could use some more support for our lifeguard staff back there and give them a little more protection from the elements. But that may be another discussion for another time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was where I was going. Well, as far as the mitigation efforts, I know that when you were in that position, you worked hard with your lifeguard team to keep the lifeguards functioning and safe and healthy out there. I was wondering if some of the mitigation efforts that the lifeguard, department was able to implement on your guys' porta potties, just for us to hear it as a commission so that we could implement similar mitigations, maybe possible conditions for maybe altering whatever, right? I just wanted to hear more about some of your guys' mitigations out there.
Yeah, sure.
Are in the area for so long and continuously throughout the day.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. It's wild. It's hot. It's cold. It's rainy. It gets muddy at times. That's the beauty of the area. That's what we appreciate about being out there. I think the lifeguard staff that work there, we do get to choose where we want to work, and most of the guys out there, guys and girls, we do have a few females in the department that choose to work out there. Choose to work there to serve our community out there because of how beautiful it is, and we appreciate that. Working in mitigating those conditions, the department was able to provide us with tents. We were able to put a roof over our containers to get the guys in out of the sun and into the shade. It is a long, hard day. There are a lot of visitors there, as well as our locals. But most of our rescues, most of the people we treat are, I would say, 90% tourists, 90% visitors. They have a really good data collection platform that the department uses. So you could check with them on the accuracy of that. And I feel like exposing these visitors to that, they're going to go already because it's such a destination. But making it more comfortable so that they stay longer exposes them to the risk and elevates that time there, elevates their exposure to risk. There's nothing like hearing a parent of a 15-year-old who broke his neck wailing, saying, "My son, you walk again," and having their son say, "Dad, you know what? You rescued me. You're my hero. Don't worry, I'll be okay. I made peace with God. I've had those incidents. It's not worth, the comfort, it's just not worth it. But that's, I appreciate the question. Thank you for your time.
All right, Jay, thank you for your time. Thank you for all the sacrifice you did and all the lives you helped protect in Honolua. Mahalo. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Deacos?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. One of the factors in our decision-making is keeping people out of harm's way. So I'm wondering if you can expand a bit on the type. You did a little bit there, but just the types of injuries that you're seeing there and why are they happening, and maybe how ways that could be mitigated.
Commissioner Deacos, thank you for the question. Thank you for your service to our community. Yes, sir. The type of injuries that we see range anywhere from broken femurs. We've had snapped in half femurs. We've had ankles to where the toes are pointed backwards, elbows, shoulders, and other traumatic bone injuries. And at this point in my career, and I'm sure the career of anybody who's worked in ocean safety down there in McKenna, those are minor injuries. The danger of a broken femur or a snapped in half femur is that your artery is right there, and so a splintered bone puncturing your artery could be could mean death. But there are more serious injuries, broken necks, broken backs. A lot of times, it's the cervical spine, so your neck, and that results in the quadriplegic incidences where they never use their arms or anywhere below their shoulders ever again. And so why that happens, it's a lot of earth science. It's the topography of the beach itself, the shape of the sand, and how shallow it is. When I say topography, meaning if you stand up at the top by the lifeguard tower, at any of the entrances except for third entrance, there is no lifeguard tower. But at first entrance and second entrance, you're actually standing on the top of a hill looking down towards the breaking wave or the shore break wave. That's about I would say a 10-foot elevation. And as the wave breaks, on the continent, on the U.S. continent, the sand extends out further, so it's able to break up the wave and slow the speed down. At McKenna, it's a steep drop off, and so every wave that hits the shore is likened to a tsunami. It's the volume and speed of the wave that hits the shore. It hits that shelf, that shallow shelf, and stands up twice its height. What people mistake, in my opinion, what they experience, what they see only is the face of the wave. What they don't understand is the amount of volume of water and the speed that is traveling. So if you look at your palm as if you're about to palm strike somebody, you only see the palm of your hand. What you don't see is the elbow all the way to the shoulder, which would be the open ocean. So that amount of water picks you up, slams you, and then covers you and drives you into the sand. Your body is not meant to handle that type of force, that type of weight at that type of speed. What I tell families when they come to the lifeguard towers, they say, hey, my kids want to go boogie boarding and body surfing, and my mom and dad, they're 50 and 60 or 70 and 80. They just want to get their feet wet. I say, okay, your kids, can they swim? Yes, they can swim. Have they body surfed, bodyboarded here at Big Beach? No, they haven't. So, but usually it'll be the dad say, they're okay, they're fine. They've boogie boarded before. The difference is that, and what I say is, okay, Dad, go ahead. You're the biggest, the strongest of the family. Why don't you go in the water? Why don't you try? And if you can handle, would you let your kids go through what you just went through? Most of the time they say, okay, I'll go try it. And then I have to stop them and say, okay, Dad, if you do go and you do break your neck, who takes care of your family for the rest of their lives? let alone yours. And then now, if you don't break your neck, but you break an arm or shoulder, who takes care of your family for the duration of your vacation here? That'll get their attention. Then I say, okay, once you let them go in, would you allow me to pick up your son, put him on a boogie board, and then throw him off the lifeguard tower? And then hopefully they stay safe. Are they able to keep themselves safe by holding onto their boogie board and landing on dry sand? And the lifeguard tower is, 8 to 10 feet high, throwing them off the railing. That really gets their attention. I say, well, the first time they may escape without injury, but by the second, third, fourth, fifth time, I guarantee you some type of injury. And so what we use after that, what I would use is say, okay, what they say is, where's a safer beach? And then I back it up with, there's no bathrooms or showers. And they say, okay, we're going to go somewhere where there's facilities. We recommend them going down into Kihei, talking to the lifeguards at lifeguarded beaches with facilities. And so, that's my spiel. It's worked. We were able to bring down double-digit spinal injuries to maybe 10 a year now, maybe 9 a year now. I think, the last count, those lifeguards work really, really hard. That team down there, they really work hard, and it's sad to see people won't listen. Making it more comfortable for families with kids, grandpas and grandmas, is not it's just not ideal. I think there's better that money is better served somewhere else.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Dicos?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Lind?
Sorry for the delay. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Mr. Kaimikawa. Did you feel that your life was in danger, saving or in the process of this? And if so, is there any data where our county first responders got hurt saving people?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your service. I appreciate the question. And yes, there are times when, the conditions warrant a little bit more. There are times when our life is at risk, yes. There was a south swell a few years ago where it got up to 20 foot on the shore break. I was a lieutenant at the time, and we had to send guys into 20-foot shore break to go rescue people who I've never seen in my years of service down there. And then all of a sudden they're, going to try to go swimming during a rising swell, a code red swell. And yes, there was one of my coworkers who rescued a gentleman in the shore break. He was a larger sized gentleman with a lot of sunscreen, and it cost him his job. He injured his back, and he was not able to return to service and had to take an early retirement, and thus it cost him full access to his benefits that he earned. This guy was one of the best lifeguards that I've ever worked with. He was a stand-up guy, and he would put his life on the line for anybody. He served his community with honor and respect, and the way that I feel like the county forced him out because of his injury was heartbreaking, and it affected his mental health. It really affected, and again, I'm not an employee anymore, so I get to speak freely, but it affected the attitude of the crew in the department, towards man, is it really worth risking our lives to go get these guys if they're just going to dump us like that? And so the morale took a hit for a few years. I think that, with the fire department and ocean safety administration now really supporting the guys and trying to reassure them that we do have your back. I think I know this isn't the committee that can help that, but if we can get community support to support the contract that's being negotiated now. If you could stop by our lifeguard towers and just, give them a high five, a word of support, that really benefits them. But there has been somebody that did get hurt at Big Beach specifically while making a rescue to somebody that shouldn't have been there anyway. And we can make as many warnings using signs. I heard a few people, we'll put signs. Signs only takes away liability from the public or from the government. You're taking off the liability saying, oh, don't sue us because we have signs. But that people read the signs, walk right past it, and then we have to stop them at the lifeguard tower and say, hey, did you read the sign? Oh yeah, I read the sign. And then we still want to go in, and so it's that which we combat daily down there. And it's unfortunate that we had to lose that gentleman who was one of the best I've ever worked with, for sure.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Commissioner Lynn, does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Elazars.
It's not to the testifier, but about 3 hours. Can we get a bathroom break?
See, you're getting ahead of me. So with no other questions, thank you again for your testimony. I wanted to do a quick pulse check. Do we need to buy a break? So is 5 minutes good enough? Because we have about 10 more people for online for testifying. So can we get back in about 5 minutes? Okay, so we will recess until, actually, I'll just make it 8 minutes till 3 p.m. So our meeting is recessed until 3 p.m. June 23rd, 2026 at 3:02 p.m. We're going to be continuing taking public testimony from online. Can we have the next testifier, please?
Next testifier is Donna Dowling, to be followed by Kelly Cole, Christopher McGee, James Van Blarigan.
Thank you. As a reminder for testifiers, you have 3 minutes and you need to please state your name and swear to tell the truth.
Can you hear me? Oh, you cannot hear me. Hello.
We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. You can't see me, and I don't know what to do about that, but there we have it. My name is Donna Dowling. I swear to tell the truth. Oh boy, I wish I was a smooth presenter like you folks, but I'm not. I have some. Turn it on if you'd like to share your camera. Okay. There I am. I don't know if there I am. I'm sorry about my technical difficulties.
No worries.
Got me. So I don't know how to do that. So that's all right. I've been I've got the longest time going there of anybody that's testified. I've been going to McKenna since the 60s. So been a long time. My long dream had been to when I used to go up the old road, would walk there from the people who raised me from the development of South Kihei, and I would walk from Kamiole to McKenna. But when you're young and you got good knees, you can do that. So I am so used to that whole shoreline. I know it all. And my dream was always to live in Ulapalakua, which I do. I have a farm up there at 2,000 feet, and I overlook it all. So I get a bird's eye view of everything from that far away, though. I have several things that I'm really concerned about. I'll just go right to the lights, because I can see so well there, and my night sky is so dark. I see the Milky Way. I see everything because I have no light pollution up there. When people leave the beach down there, I can see their lights leave. I can see all that, and then it gets dark. dark, except for over on the other side of the Pu'u, you know, in the on the McKenna Golf side of things, you know, all the way on the other side, I can see their lights, but not McKenna. And that whole area stays dark. I think that's really critical. I think it's really critical. As far as the infrastructure goes, and you can read, I'm just going freewheeling because I have so many notes. You have my testimony in different areas. It's probably as succinct as I get. But I'm worried about keeping it what is called a wilderness area. And that means to me is that people go in there knowing that you have to take what you carry in, what you need, you carry out what you take. As far as the porta potties go, since 2021, DLNR has done a fabulous job of keeping all 5 of them clean. And there's 5 of them. So when we talk about the access points, we're talking about 2. That leaves 3 of them still being used by porta potties. Now they are kept clean. I've used them all. I'm
30
all
seconds.
over that area. My 30 seconds are up. Access is very important to me on both sides of the Pu'u because you cannot get in any other way. I would love to see an access point on the borders because that's our only way in. If something happens to the state park that because they put infrastructure in, it's broke, nobody can get in there, then how are you going to access that shoreline? I've seen Eel Valley where the failed comfort station just sits there. I'd hate to say the same for McKenna. Thank you guys for your job, for sticking through all of this. That's it.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Kelly Cole, to be followed by Christopher McGee, James Van Blerigan, Randy Gauntz. Move on to Christopher McGee.
Aloha. Aloha, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hey, my name is Christopher McGee. I'm a resident of Kihei, and I swear to tell the truth. There have been so many good points brought up by the community, protecting the wetlands, protecting the wildlife, protecting the dark skies, protecting the inexperienced visitors from spinal injuries. Please listen to your community and do not save this paradise. I'm just a guy who loves this beach. Like others have said, it's my church. For the past 7 years, I've been setting up and taking down a volleyball net there every Sunday for the community. It's the best part of my week. McKenna Beach is an incredibly special place. This park does not need improvements. It's a wild and beautiful place. Keep it a wilderness park. Something I'd like to bring up is the bathrooms in Eel Valley State Park. They've been out of operation and closed for as long as I can remember. Thousands and thousands of paying visitors, as well as residents, must use the porta potties over there. If I'm not mistaken, these are the same people that manage both these state parks, and they seem to have no worries about the porta potties over there. If the applicant is so concerned with public safety, how about they work on getting those bathroom facilities in Eel Valley State Park operational before constructing new bathrooms? The truth is that Eel Valley State Park operates just fine with porta potties. McKenna State Park operates just fine with porta potties. Maybe they're talking about let's construct the bathrooms at McKenna State Park and then we can remove them later. Well, if that's such a feasible idea, how about we practice the structure removal theory and remove the bathrooms from Eel Valley first? But no, it's still sitting there. It's barred shut. It's ugly. It's confusing tourists. And that's what I think could happen at McKenna. It's fairly clear that it's nothing to do with public safety. It's about new construction, money for the construction companies, comfort and convenience of the ultra wealthy that vacation in McKenna. And it seems like it's just step one in a larger plan to grossly monetize this beautiful beach. They claim that it's for tourism management. As it stands, McKenna is definitely not overrun with tourists. Parking stalls and comfort stations attract tourists. It doesn't deter them. We do not need to invite more inexperienced tourists to this beach. This plan seems far more likely to end up in capping how many residents are able to visit the beach, not how many tourists are able to visit the beach. So I strongly encourage the commission. I strongly encourage the commission to do the right thing and deny this plan, keep McKenna a wilderness beach. That's all I've got.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank
Any
you,
questions
guys.
from the applicant? Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Lind?
Thank you, Chair. For the testifier, what is the current fee to get in for the tourists, the visitors to Maui up at EL?
I think it's
You talk-
$5 a person to get into EL, no?
Okay, I don't know. Okay, thank you.
I think it's something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is James Van Blerigan.
Hello, this is Sue Van Blerigan, James' wife. May I speak for him? He had to leave.
That's fine. If you could just please state your name and swear to tell the truth.
Okay, I'm Susan Van Blerigan, and I swear to tell the truth. My husband's been enjoying Big Beach for over 24 years. One of his concerns is that they have bathrooms at the boat ramp, but they've locked and closed them and put up porta potties because people have not treated the bathrooms well. So there's a situation where we had beautiful bathrooms and we ended up with porta potties. So he just thinks porta potties should be used at Big Beach, and they shouldn't spend money for something that may have to be closed because of misuse. He also just, again, I think the song has been quoted many times, doesn't always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone, pave paradise, put up a parking lot. And that song's been quoted several times, but he also had it in his notes for me to share with you. He's just totally against the policy that is being put forward. He feels the parking is okay the way it is. He doesn't think that the parking lot fills up on most days. And that's about all I think I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Randy Gons, to be followed by Linda Stiles, Kira Lee English.
Aloha, Commission. My name is Randy Gons. I promise to tell the truth. Can you all hear me?
We can, thank you.
Wonderful. I'm here on behalf of the American Association for Nude Recreation, called ANR. ANR is the largest nude organization across North America, has hundreds of members on the islands here in Hawaii, and has been very involved in state issues and county issues in Hawaii for a very long time. ANR has concerns about DLNR's continued increased presence and footprint at McKenna Beach, specifically due to its enforcement of administrative rules that conflict with Hawaii state laws that protect the rights of people to practice their type of recreation that they so choose at public beaches. Specifically, Little Beach has been known as a beach for nude recreation for over 30 years. It is operated as such. DLNR has accepted its operation for a long time and has done no harm to the community during this extended period of time. Then as of 2020, when the DLNR did increase its footprint and improvements on the beach, it led to DLNR then all of a sudden, without any warning, enforcing an administrative rule around no nudity, which has been an issue as they're issuing citations and harassing individuals who are practicing their recreation that is protected by Hawaii state law. The Hawaii state law has addressed this issue all the way up to the Supreme Court. It's heard a seminal case that has protected the rights of nude recreationalists in the state. So Really, the issue here is we are just concerned that we're going to have to increase the amount of actions and the increase of harassment due to individuals that now that DLNR is expanding its footprint and therefore will be expanding its presence there at the beach. We're just concerned that just discriminatory conflict between individuals engaging and will cause cumbersome, costly overpays to taxpayers, individuals having to go to court and fight these citations and not feeling very welcome at the beach, practicing things they've been doing for over 30 years. ANR's not opposed to doing great things for the park, making wonderful improvements to enjoy the park. We all like to have nice things, but the likelihood of this increased presence and footprint would bring a situation that wouldn't make people feel comfortable. So we're prepared to work with all stakeholders to create solutions. We've been very active in the community, very active in advocacy that protect individual rights. We hope to cease these citations and the harassments of individuals participating, support our Hawaii state law. We'll stay engaged with the process, ensuring that DLNR and all stakeholders are transparent with the short-term and long-term management plans. We hope to see RFI, RFPs to include outlines of the work done to make sure it's in accordance with what is being stated here today. So thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'll be here available for questions if the commission has any, or if any other stakeholders have. So thank you so much. I appreciate you all.
Thank you for your testimony. Does the applicant have any questions? Does the commission have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Linda Stiles.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay, my name. Just talk. My name is.
We heard a little bit of your voice, but then you've cut out.
Can you hear me?
I got part of that, and then again, I think you got cut off again.
Hello?
Might I suggest you disconnect and try reconnecting again, and we can have you testify when you come back on, because at this point, we're not hearing anything.
Okay, we'll move on to the next testifier, Kira, to be followed by Meliki and Everett Dowling. Oh, sorry, I miss the English after Kira.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. I don't know if my video is working or not. Thank you. My name is Kira Smith. I promise to tell the truth. I've listened to this all the way through. I love so much of the points that people have given. One of the points I do want to highlight is the bathrooms. I surf a lot. I've been to Ho'okipa, have been to EL, have been to the Kihei boat ramp. All of those bathrooms currently or have been out of order recently, and have been now using porta potties. So that is something I wanted to highlight for future of this situation. I have had no problem using the porta potty after I was born and raised here, have used it, my kids use it. I don't see it any different than a comfort station. And yes, it gets hot, but you're going to the beach and you're in the sun and it's hot. Like, what do you expect when you're going to the beach? And I see tourists laying in the sun, tanning their bodies as well as all of us else. So of course you're going to be hot. So that is a given in that situation. As for building stations that are removable, I think that with the money that is going to be put into this plan, I think there is opportunity for them to build larger, more luxurious porta potties that are able to be removed with a trailer. That doesn't have to be so stuffy and small, with a hand washing station. As for the water and building the showers, we've seen time and time again that we have diverted from the Ahupa system on this island. Our water coming from Iao pumping into Kihei and Wailea. So what does that look like in the future for looking at what happened with the last rain? And also with our water shortage, what does that look like in the future as well? It getting worse and worse. We're getting into the El Nino, supposedly, with water shortages and crazy storms and erosion and things like that coming in the future, and supposedly with global warming, it just getting worse and worse. So I just wanted to highlight those 2 points. Listening to it all the way through, I think there's so many points that you guys really need to look over that are absolutely A, factual, and B, have so much ties into the cultural, spiritual, and practice that we all are a part of. Thank you for your time, you guys, for sitting there all day and hearing us out. And thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Let's try Linda Stiles again, and then we'll go to Lee English, followed by Millie King, Noelani Hessler, and Everett Dowling. And if you do want to testify, please raise your hand so we can add you on the list. If you're dialing in, press *5 to raise your hand. Okay, we'll come back to Linda. So we'll go to Lee English. Okay, we'll come back to him. Then we'll try Millie King.
Aloha mai kako. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, perfect. My name is Melly King. I swear to tell the truth. I'm born and raised on Maui, and I'm a longtime resident of McKenna. I've been going to Honolua nearly daily my entire life. The people who love and frequent McKenna don't go there wishing there were bathrooms. We go there for its raw beauty and to not feel overrun by tourists. Charging tourists isn't the issue. It's the exploitation and slow progression of turning McKenna into just another commercialized tourist attraction. I want to emphasize that there hasn't been any recent public surveys, input, or consultation for this project. I attended Oniloa Coalition meetings with my ohana and was appalled to find out these meetings are being used to satisfy Section 106 historic preservation consultation. We were never informed of this, and many had major concerns and did not approve of this project. The meetings abruptly stopped in January 2020 before COVID. Currently, McKenna doesn't have flooding issues. The natural landscape and Kiave absorb the water. Removing trees and adding massive amounts of chemical asphalt will absolutely change this. They severely underestimate the devastation this toxic runoff will create. Water does not follow engineered plans. Once erosion begins, it creates pathways that continue to grow and will reach the wetlands and ocean. This will be detrimental, destroy the pristine water, and damage the very fragile ecosystems. A full environmental impact statement should be required. I pick up trash on Honolua regularly and have never come across human feces. The proposed bathrooms will lead to more people using the bushes. They will be further away and at 2 entrances instead of the current portables located at all entrances. The portables are sufficient. They use no water, are clean, are pumped multiple times per week, and are cost efficient, $27,000 a year to maintain. Alan Carpenter stated that the current revenue doesn't cover the lifeguards. How can they justify the cost of bathrooms with 14 toilets, 2 urinals, 8 sinks, and shower stations? By their own numbers, they will likely need to be pumped every 2 to 3 days, costing $200,000 to $600,000 annually. Combined, the tanks hold 20,000 gallons, and the anticipated daily wastewater flow is 7,500 gallons. That equates to nearly 2.8 million gallons per year of our precious fresh water literally being flushed down the drains. This is not conservation. With more than 1,000 multi-million-dollar luxury homes planned by McKenna Golf and Beach Club, it's
30
obvious
seconds.
are for. It's not about conservation or public access. It's about accommodating future development and the continued gentrification of McKenna. Alan Carpenter has said it's 2-to-1 in favor of these changes, but the overwhelming opposition today and written testimonies directly contradict this. Please do not allow this treasure to be permanently destroyed. Once it's lost, we cannot get it back. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Noelani Hessler. Okay, we'll move on to Everett Dowling.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh, it's Noelani. Can I speak?
You can.
Okay. Aloha, commissioners. Thank you. My name is Noelani Hessler, and I am born and raised Kama'aina of Maui. I swear to tell the truth. I felt compelled to speak on this item after everything I've heard today. I am in support of this project in Honolua. I would love to see permanent comfort stations at McKenna State Park. I do support the plan of showers and not just having foot showers. This beach park is already overpopulated. We have an over-tourism issue. I don't believe having a comfort station will bring more people or injuries to this beach. We should have proper comfort stations for the 1,000 people that already attend this beach weekly. We are worried about the wetlands, but what about the hundreds of people that don't like porta potties and are defecating in the wetlands already? DLNR is not looking at building another luxury subdivision or golf course. We're talking about basic necessities for this side of the island, for our community. Locals should have a place to rinse off in this vicinity without having to drive down to McKenna Landing. I do believe we could have a few stipulations here, though. I would love to see an expansion on the park ranger and lifeguard presence. We need more cultural and environmental and native plant restoration. We need more wetland conservation to protect and support the marshlands and the sea turtles. I would also like to see more picnic tables and benches for the community. We need more trash bag pickup and exchange of the trash cans more often. Every time I go, the trash cans are just overflowing with trash at the main entries. All of these things can help make McKenna State Park more enjoyable to everyone that visits. It's our kuleana to protect our island home, and if we're not going to just completely shut down this state park and protect the environment and the ecosystem and stop every future shore break spinal injury that occurs, then we should at least support the park by having basic amenities for the park and park goers that go there. Mahalo for your consideration on this matter.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Mahalo.
Next testifier, please.
Well, next testifier is Everett Dowling, and then we'll try Linda Stiles after.
Good afternoon, commission members. Thank you for your service. I know you've had a long day today. I'd also like to thank DLNR for their efforts on engineering and the outreach for this project. I'm in strong support of these public infrastructure improvements, the parking lot, the showers, the restroom facilities. The beach is heavily used. It should have these facilities. So I think it's in the best interest of the public. When I go down there, I have witnessed the toilet paper in the bushes and other items in the bushes. Having the parking will get cars off the road, which is dangerous. My only wish is that the bike path and sidewalks have been extended further down, especially the bike path. But I'm in strong support, and I appreciate all the effort of DLNR and of you commission members for your public service.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next testifier.
Okay, let's try Linda Stiles again, and then to be followed by Albert Perez. We'll go to Albert Perez. And Linda, just a note, you can actually call in also. There's a toll-free number, and you input the meeting ID number, and you can call in. Albert Perez, you're next.
Hello, my kako commissioners, and mahalo for your work and service to our coastal resources. It's important for us all to remember that you folks are serving without pay and you deserve to be respected. I also want to say that nudity is irrelevant to this discussion. It's a distraction that is not before this commission and can be dealt with separately. I am Albert Perez from Maui Tomorrow Foundation. The community effort to initially create McKenna State Park back in the 80s is what gave rise to our organization. I also served as chair of the Oneloa Coalition and would be happy to serve as a resource for this commission. This issue has become confused by the shifting narrative of state parks. It's not just misinformation. People are confused because they keep changing what they say they're doing. The parking lots are crowded. The parking lots are not crowded. Showers, or maybe just foot washes, fencing, no fencing. Local residents' access to third entrance is at risk depending on what they do. Ask yourselves who this serves. This area is surrounded by resorts and their tourists want amenities. Who will take moral responsibility for the increased injuries? I'd also like you to ask me about comments from Maui County Cultural Resources Commission to state parks. They disagreed with DLNR, who said that there's no impact on cultural resources, including iwi kupuna, but that is not mentioned in the planning department's staff report. The Oneloa Coalition came together to assist with updating a master plan for McKenna State Park. Although a plan was produced by McKenna Resort for use by the state parks, it is not a master plan, and state parks told us that a master plan is a larger task that they were not going to do. We strongly oppose the proposed improvements because they will attract inexperienced, vulnerable people to the most dangerous shorebreak in the state. You can justify this denial by citing coastal zone policy that says reduce hazard to life and property from coastal hazards. We also ask that you deny the permit because of the increased impacts on coastal ecosystems resulting from additional usage by consistently higher levels of people. And that's another coastal zone policy, protect coastal ecosystems. However, and we hope you don't, but if you folks do decide to grant the permit, we ask for the following conditions. Number one, that all wastewater, including from restrooms and showers, be hooked up to the McKenna Resort wastewater treatment plant via pipeline or collection and transport prior to any construction. That is something we fought for in our settlement with McKenna Resort, and it's an opportunity that should not be missed. Also, that an INA-based carrying capacity study be conducted as part of a full park master plan, and not by DLNR because they're biased against it. They lobbied against it. No additional paved surfaces, no lighting, and half of the parking be reserved for Hawaii residents. We also support the request for intervention. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next testifier.
We'll try Linda Stahl one more time, and if not, test. That's it. There's no one else signed up.
It does not appear Linda is able to join us. Do we have anybody left online?
There's no one else signed up, Chair. Thank you.
And that includes in the gallery as well. So public testimony will close in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is now closed. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions. Okay, Corp Counsel has an update for us.
So thank you, Chair. And there was a petition to intervene filed. The petitioner, as I understand it, had let the staff know that she would want to withdraw the petition, but I have not seen that her say that verbally or in writing. Can we reach the petitioner if that's a statement? If not, I think we would need to still consider the petition. If she's not present, then we just have to proceed without her present. But if she's still available, we would want to get that confirmation either way.
Hi, Staff Planner Candace Dackerson. So the intervener has left, and she told me that she would like to withdraw her intervention and handed me the papers to, I guess, just be filed as maybe like docs received after posting, like further testimony, but that she is withdrawing her intervention in full.
What documents did
she just had some papers, some handwritten notes, and just some papers here.
Okay. Without a verbal or written withdrawal, I think you do have to consider the petition at this point. So normally what we would do, the petition was filed, it has arguments, it was filed untimely. The petition has to be filed at least 10 days prior to a public hearing. It was filed this morning. Normally what we would do, this happened 3 years ago, a very similar thing happened, and the commission, what the commission did was hear from the petitioner as to why there is good cause to allow a petition after the fact, or later than the rules, I guess you would allow. Hear from the applicant, their position, and then make a decision. In the case 3 years ago, that was the process that the commission undertook, and the Hawaii Supreme Court last month upheld the commission's denial of that petition to intervene, which happened again about 3 years ago. So I don't know how the commission wants to proceed on this one. It's unfortunate we don't have a verbal or written statement of withdrawal, if that's in fact what the petitioner would like to do. But absent that, there is a filing. Oral argument on the filing is something that can be allowed, but is not mandatory. So the commissioners, I guess the first statement is, because this was filed this morning, this was printed out and given to all of the commissioners, a paper copy. So do all the commissioners have a paper copy of the petition to intervene?
Yes.
Okay. Have you all been able to read the petition to intervene? Everyone online, everyone was able to read the petition. You've received it. Okay.
Give me a thumbs up.
The petition to intervene contains several arguments as to why it is the standard is. Okay, it's been noted that a filing fee was also not paid for the filing. But in any case, I think out of an abundance of caution, the commission should at least consider the petition. As I said, your rules, and this is, I can get a rule citation for you, but the rules of the Planning Commission state that Petition shall be filed with the commission and served on the applicant no less than 10 days before the public hearing date. Untimely petitions will not be permitted except for good cause. So what the petitioner did argue in the petition was good cause for submitting it late, which was today. The Hawaii Supreme Court, in their opinion, did state that a good cause standard consisting of a sufficient reason was well suited for the determination of the Maui Planning Commission that the Planning Commission was required to make. Did appellants provide a sufficient reason for why their petition to intervene was untimely filed? So I think the commission can review the petition. If it believes there's, it could review the petition. You've already done that. You could hear from the petitioner, who I guess we can confirm is not available. You could hear from the applicant as to any statements they want to make about the petition to intervene, and then make a decision on the petition to intervene. I can advise you further also on the good cause standard. But as I said, I think that's the process we would go by absent a formal withdrawal of the petition.
Thank you, Corporal Counsel. Just to clarify that the petition, it would be voted on by the commission to either deny it or to accept it, correct?
That's correct. Oh, yes, we've got some new members, so they may not know what a petition to intervene is. A petition to intervene is to ask to become a party to the proceeding. That individual, the Grand Wailea proceeding we just had a intervener who was granted party status. Basically, they would become a party and they would have the ability to present any evidence they would want before the commission, to cross-examine any witnesses that would be put forth by the applicant, and it essentially would create a more formal process by which the commission would conduct its decision-making on the special management area permit. You would normally send the matter to mediation, and then if mediation is not successful, you would move on to a contested case hearing, which would involve either a hearing officer or the commission hearing the evidence presented by both parties. And then you would eventually come to a decision. And in the end, it's similar to what you would do on any other SMA permit application, but it's a more formal process that involves presentation of evidence. I think the main issue with this particular petition would be the timeliness of it, and you would need to resolve the issue of was there good cause for the late filing. Again, 3 years ago, this was done at the commission. There was determination that a petition filed less than 24 hours before the actual, wasn't filed 24 hours before the deadline. It was filed 9 days after the deadline, but a petition filed less than 24 hours before the meeting was denied by the commission in that case. And the Hawaii Supreme Court found that the commission's analysis of good cause was sufficient, and their denial of petition was permitted under those circumstances.
Vice Chair.
If you want to hear oral argument, you can ask for that. If you're ready to move now, there's been an argument sent forth in the petition. The only thing I would say is if you're going to, if you'd want to hear from the applicant, this was filed this morning, so the applicant hasn't had any response to it at this point. So that would be the only other thing. Again, if petitioner's here, you could ask the petitioner to present. Normally you'd get 10 minutes. You could check with the applicant if they want to respond at this point, to have an opportunity. And if they would like to, they can. And if not, they don't have to.
Would the applicant like to respond to the petition?
Yes, we would. Yes. Thank you. Again, Alan Carpenter, Acting Administrator for the Division of State Parks. I have a statement from our AG, who is taxiing for takeoff on a plane, but has been paying attention to this meeting all day. So we respectfully request the Commission to deny the petition as it was untimely submitted and does not show good cause for this Commission to waive the timeliness requirement. Petitioner was aware of this application since May 24th and waited an entire month to the day of the hearing to submit the petition. The petitioner has not demonstrated sufficient reason as to why it was not timely filed. Practically, the untimeliness of the submission precluded the state and its consultants from providing an adequate response, including legal review, in time to address this commission. The state's counsel was not served with the petition, which is required by the Commission's rules, Maui Planning Council Section 12-201-21. There are no allegations that the state failed to follow the public notice procedures, simply that this petitioner was unable to abide by the filing deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions? Seeing none. Vice Chair, you indicated you maybe had a motion.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to deny the intervention.
Okay. Is there a second?
Just is the basis for its untimeliness.
Untimeliness, yeah.
Okay.
You second. Okay. Commissioner Kama is the second. Would you like to speak to your motion, Vice Chair?
No, thank you.
Would you like to speak to your second?
Just on timeliness. That's all.
Thank you. We'll open up discussion for the commission.
Sure.
Yes, Commissioner Elizares.
Like to ask Corp Counsel's opinion on this, on the petitioner attempts to explain the untimeliness manner in Section 11 of what was dropped off on us for the standards of denying a petition to intervene. Do you think that meets the criteria?
I think if we want to talk about the arguments, I would want to go to executive session to give you advice on that.
Okay.
I would say, I mean, the petitioner is also not here to defend those arguments, so I don't want to speak for them, but I can give you my legal interpretation of those, but I would generally do that in executive session.
Thank you. Chair, I'd like to move to executive session.
Is there a second for executive session? I will say the Hawaii Supreme Court opinion did uphold the commission's finding that there was not sufficient good cause for a late filing in that case. That's a public document. That's a public Supreme Court opinion. Commissioner Lynn, did you second for executive session?
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to understand corporate counsel first. So this is a procedural technicality? Is that what this is? I'm not a lawyer.
I would not want to give confidential legal advice on analyzing different sides of an item in open session. I'm trying to give as much advice as I can in open session by pointing out the Hawaii Supreme Court case. I think there are similarities, certainly on the timeliness of the filing in this particular case. If you want me to do a full analysis of the good cause standard, I did state what the good cause standard was, and I'd like as much as possible to do this in open session, just to not delay everyone's meeting further. But if we're going to really get into the detailed analysis, I think we may have to go to executive session. What I could do, I could reread the Supreme Court's quotation on this as well. I think that might help. And then you can read the petitioner's arguments as well. But the Supreme Court stated a good cause standard consisting of a sufficient reason was well suited for the determination the MPC was required to make. Did appellants provide a sufficient reason for why their petition to intervene was untimely filed? So if you want to review the reasons provided in the petition, I don't want to substitute my own reasons for that. I think I'd say that if I think if you make that determination, that would be supported by the law based on the case law we're looking at. If you want a more detailed analysis, I'd need to go to executive session. So Commissioner Elizares did make a motion. If there's a second, you would need a 2/3 vote of the members to which you are entitled to go to executive session. We would have to clear the room, and then that portion of the meeting would be confidential.
So I just want to clarify, Commissioner Lynn, did you second?
How can Chair? Yeah, I withdraw my second motion. And yeah, please, thank you.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Elazars to go to executive session. Is there a second from anyone else on the commission? Seeing none, motion fails. So we will remain in open session.
You have a motion on the floor to deny based on untimeliness. You can have discussion on the motion or other action.
Any discussion from the commission? Yes, Commissioner's circle
question, I guess. Aside from the untimeliness, it sounded like the applicant was required to receive a copy and they didn't. Does that also factor into it maybe being voided or not being accepted?
If there was not proper service, that would be another a potential basis. So if you wanted to add that as an additional basis, you could. The rules require that it be served on the applicant, so they have notice of the petition. I don't know when the applicant actually got notice, but service, as they call it, is a separate requirement. So if you find insufficient service as well, I think that you could add that as a basis.
And fee, they didn't pay the fee.
They also
did not pay the fee.
Right. If they also didn't properly file it, yes, you could list any of the those rules as an additional basis, I suppose. But I think the key, because intervention is broadly construed in Hawaii, that the untimeliness would be the major issue. But those other issues are significant, certainly. Service in particular.
Vice Chair.
Yeah. So I guess I will just mention that the reason that I moved to deny was because verbally we just heard that the intervenor or that the intervenor verbally said that they wish to deny the intervention. Is that the withdraw the intervention, which is, in part why I made the motion. So like, even if we were to approve the intervention and then the intervenor still came back and said they are withdrawing the intervention, I feel like my words are getting tongue-tied. We would stop this meeting, everything would stop, and then it would be rescheduled at another time, right? And then we would schedule the intervention or not schedule the intervention based on. Do you see where I'm getting at, right? Okay.
Well, if a petition to intervene was granted, the proceedings would stop. You would need to coordinate on times for hearings and things like that. That's correct. If that would be done normally, if you were to grant the petition.
Yes.
So also a petitioner can withdraw their petition, in which case there's no more petition. But since that wasn't done in a way that we can document that for the record, I think disposing of the petition as you would normally do anyway is where we're at right now, without oral argument from the petitioner.
Okay. Thank you.
So Commissioner Circle Woodburn, are you proposing friendly amendments?
I think to support our denial, aside from the untimely filing, I don't think it is harmful to list other reasons supporting that, such as the fee and potentially that the applicant wasn't also served timely or whatever that is. Yeah. Have that as supporting our potential denial.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Elazars is a second. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think I did.
I still have to ask. Commissioner Elazars as a second. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Nope.
Is there any further discussion with the commission?
Yep.
Commissioner Elazars.
I'd like to second, I'd like to add an amendment to say that we were made aware, the commission was made aware that without the presence of the petitioner, that the petitioner had wished to withdraw. Anyway.
Okay, well, you made a second to that motion. So why don't we dispose of that motion first? If you want to add another reason, just like when you do with conditions, maybe you could add another.
It's all process.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Chair.
So you want to vote on the motion to add those two additional reasons that Commissioner Circle Woodburn had mentioned. Okay.
Any further discussion on the two additional friendly amendments? Seeing none, if we could take a vote, please, on just the friendly amendments.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko,
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn,
Yes.
Commissioner Lynn, Commissioner
Aye.
Elizareth, Commissioner Dikos,
Aye.
and Vice Chair Kealoha.
Aye.
That is 8 votes. Motion carries. Commissioner Elizarez, would you like to add another friendly amendment?
Go ahead. The amendment that the commission was notified by staff that the petitioner wanted to withdraw while not being present for this part.
Is there a second? Commissioner Circle Woodburn, a second. Commissioner Elizarez, would you like to speak to your motion?
Covering the bases.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn, would you like to speak? Perfect. Any further discussion with the commission?
Can you,
See,
Chair, excuse me?
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry,
Yes,
Chair.
Commissioner
Can
Quinn.
you repeat the motion that on the table right now? I mean,
There's a motion to add another reason for denying the petition to intervene, which is the fact that the petitioner verbally told staff that they were no longer interested in pursuing the intervention.
And they were not present.
And they are not present, yes.
Right, okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, if we could take a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko,
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn,
Yes.
Commissioner Lynn,
Aye.
Commissioner Elizarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Dikos,
Aye.
and Vice Chair Kealoha.
Aye.
That's 8 yeses, or so motion carries. Any further discussion? Seeing none, if we could take a vote on the main motion of denial or timeliness or lack of time, I guess timeliness,
Timeliness, no service,
and with the additional
no fee, and the intervener verbally stating they weren't no longer interested. Sorry, Commissioner Kamai,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko,
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn,
Yes.
Commissioner Lynn,
Aye.
Commissioner Elizarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Dikos,
Aye.
Vice Chair Kealoha.
Aye.
That's 8-4. Motion carries. Thank you, everybody.
I think at this point, if the intervention is denied, you would proceed on this like a regular application. So I think the next step is public testimony is concluded. The applicant would normally have an opportunity to respond to anything brought up in testimony they would like to respond to, and then you would go into commissioner questions.
Thank you, Court Counsel. So from the applicant's perspective, is there anything that you would like to comment on based on the testimony provided? Sure.
We get dinner today?
You don't, maybe everyone else.
Okay.
Not me.
The state would like to proceed with discussion and respond to any questions that the commission may have.
Okay. There was a request for a quick bio break, so it's 4 o'clock. I don't want to stretch this out long, but can we do it in 5 minutes? So at least we can then start questions from the commission to the applicant. If that is doable, if we come back at 4:05, meeting is recessed until such time. At 4:05 p.m. We are now at the point where commissioners will ask questions of the applicant. So I will open it up for discussion. Don't everybody jump up at once. Vice Chair?
I think I have just a couple, maybe hopefully simple questions. I'm just curious. I'm trying to reconcile like how, well, I guess I had to do a few questions. Yeah. I'm trying to reconcile like everyone's concern about increased use with what is being proposed. And I guess I kind of understand like if you have bathrooms and showers and maybe people will want to go there, but do you see, I mean, can you explain to me the parking and if there's an increase in parking of, I don't know, 100 something parking spots, but those parking spots are already being used. Can you explain that to me? Like they're already parking spots, but now they're just going to be paved parking spots.
Let me try to explain. Thank you. So in the existing, we have 138 striped stalls and a extra capacity of 100 unsanctioned, which is on the shoulders and the graveled areas, right? 238 total. At the end of the project, there will be 276 total. It's a 13% increase, but all of those will be formal striped as opposed to a combination of striped, right? Both lots are paved right now, but we're talking about expanding the paving and adding formal parking. And also to add further clarification, in the north site, which is the larger, right? There will be no net change in the amount of parking. In the southern site, we'll be adding those, adding 13% total to the parking capacity. It's not massive. And if I may add even more context, because this has taken so long, we have lost $500,000 in federal funding because of delays due to the court case, which by the way is completely settled in our favor. And we also we're gonna suffer from escalating costs from our contractor. We can no longer afford to do both of these with the money we have. So we're going to phase it and we're going to do the north side first, right? Which is why we're asking for extended time on the total construction time. So in phase one, we will, if you grant this and we stripe those additional areas in the north parking lot, net parking will be exactly the same until the future phase is funded and constructed. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, but I do have another question.
Yes.
Well, just two more. Maybe this next question is pretty quick, but I have heard concerns over access or third entrance. So can you confirm that nothing is happening at third entrance?
Nothing is happening at third entrance.
Okay. And then my third question is, what is the department's, are you open to designating spots to residents?
So in our reservation systems, we have managed a capacity of non-resident spaces through reservations. We have never designated physically resident sites versus non-resident sites. I believe I cannot commit to that without doing a legal analysis and checking on the constitutionality. And that's from my AG as well.
Okay.
We have tools, but I'm not sure that that is the right one.
So you have, what are your other tools?
The reservation system and setting capacities, the hot NM model. It's also used at EAO and Wayanapa, right? So essentially we set a capacity once it's sold out, which is under the total number of spots. Those models were set up for over touristed areas where locals were pushed out of their cherished spaces and couldn't even get in anymore. And so now we have welcomed them back anytime for free and virtually 100% of the time, maybe 99% of the time, there's always a parking space for them.
But they have to make a reservation?
No, residents don't, only non-residents. Residents have never been required to make a reservation or pay a fee. We simply hold back spaces.
Ah, okay, so
Right.
it's not a designated spot,
Virtually.
it's just,
We hold them back virtually.
Okay.
Not physically. Does that make sense?
yeah, kind of. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
I guess I have a follow-up question on that. I think having designated spots if we were to approve the SMA. I think having designated spots is important for the community. Just having a virtual concept, which I understand, I think there's a payback to the community that people need to know, hey, these 10 spots, 20 spots, 30 spots, whatever the count is, they know that those are dedicated to them. I think that's an important component. That's my personal opinion. I think it's something that the community needs to hear versus it just being a concept that they have to kind of hope for.
Understood. Thank you for the question. I could commit to that if I knew it was legal, right? So clearly I cannot, based on the advice of my AG, who's on a plane, and I can't ask her right now. A little more context to that. The back when we started the HAENA plan, we knew we were going to cut down from over 2,000 people a day to about 600 people a day. That was deliberate, right? We also knew that all those people were still going to have the demand, and no longer was everyone who came to visit going to be able to get to HAENA and hike the Kalala Trail. That was a given. We sought the support of the Hawaii Tourism Authority, and they basically said, we will support this knowing that it's important to the community so long as you welcome visitors with aloha and don't as second-class citizens. So having, spots that say locals only kind of thing was sort of along those lines. Like, just like I think the restroom at an all local park is just as critical as one that's a high touristed area, right? Locals deserve quality amenities as well, which I think Ms. Lawrence also drove that point home this morning. I fully agree. Same thing. I don't think we should treat visitors like second-class citizens either. That was part of our decision making, but I will commit to it if it's legal.
Thank you. Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
I think follow up, well, as long as we're talking about parking and beach goers, is it clear anywhere, or do we have the information of who uses this park the most, residents or visitors?
I've just been texting, like, does anybody have good numbers? Yeah. And so because we only charge non-residents, we have really good numbers for the non-residents. It's like 117 to 120,000 a year, right? We're not counting locals accurately, so no, but the last full count, that was quite some time ago, was like 500,000 people a year, which would suggest considerably more locals go than non-residents. I do not have hard evidence though. So
thank you. So I guess to that point, my question or concern for consideration there would be the amount of spaces for residents shouldn't be less than the amount left for visitors. I think it should either be 50-50 or more for the residents if there's more residents going to the beach. Because under that system, you reserve a certain number for them. And then if they go and those spaces are gone, what's the option? They pay? They'd have to pay to park, right?
Repeat that, sorry.
So if a resident goes under the system and you've reserved whatever number of spaces for the residents and they're taken already, what is the option for that resident at that time? That they have to then pay for a spot if they want to go, or?
We would never make a resident pay. No, well, that's in our administrative rules. So
if I think where you're going is that I think there's an empty spot but all of the residents in the virtual system are taken, but there's an empty spot that would be deemed as a visitor. No, I as a resident
would get that spot if it's open. Okay. Yeah, 100%.
Is that where you're going, Commissioner Circle Woodburn?
Yes. Yeah.
And if I may, right? I know you guys you're thinking hard about this, and I really appreciate it. And you do have to understand though that we're driven by statutes, our administrative rules, and the Board of Land and Natural Resources. So they dictate our fees and reservation systems and that kind of thing. I can't commit to you guys. I cannot override them right here at this mic. So we're simply discussing hypotheticals here.
Do you have further questions? Commissioner Lind?
So, hi, State of Hawaii, aloha. So if I go to Haena and Kauai, and I'm a resident of Maui.
You're in.
Okay, that's all I wanted to do. Thank you.
State of residency, right? So yeah, which is I think is Nishiki made that example this morning.
Any further questions? Commissioner Deacos.
Thank you, Chair. I got a few questions. The first, the Fonzie, is that still on appeal? Is that?
No. I think. Yeah, sorry.
Our understanding is that an appeal was filed, but the court denied the appeal. Sorry, let me back up a second. There was an appeal filed. Then there was an injunction, a motion for an injunction to stop proceedings and stay the use of the Fonzie as a support for procedures such as review of SMA. The court denied the motion for the injunction. So while there is an appeal in process, the Fonzie is still considered valid by the court and can be used in review of the SMA application. I would defer to the AG to clarify that additionally, but that's my understanding.
Okay, so the appeal wasn't rejected. The appeal is active? Is that what I heard?
Actually, I believe the motion was decided in our favor and dismissed yesterday. Yeah. So there are no present legal hurdles preventing this project in the courts.
Okay, I've heard a lot of, I think I'm pretty sure, I mean, can we get confirmation? Is that 100% confirmation?
Commissioner Deacos, that's what I was just going to state is I'm going to assume that we're not going to finish this today. So upon our next meeting that I would request that formal documentation is provided to advise the commission as to the standing and the dates of when it was resolved or not resolved.
A few other questions, or I can defer to others.
Sure. Please proceed.
So obviously an active community that is not interested. I'm just curious what's driving the project. You guys are obviously understaffed, overworked, got way too much to do, too little funds to do it with. Is this just, you got money for this and it's got to get spent, or what's the main driver, since it doesn't look like it's falling apart over there and something has to happen quick?
So my answer would be because we're striving for quality across the board. And yes, you are right. We do have the money. And if we don't do this project as designed and contracted, that money disappears, right? And then we're back to status quo. So
okay,
it's unfortunate that there's such a time gap, and part of it was, between outreach, permitting, design, construction, and then the latest delay has been because of the court filings, right? And so during that period when it was being contested in the courts, the contract was already there, but we could not give a notice to proceed. Inflation was continuing, our federal funds lapsed, and also the time gap between the time that we consulted the public and the time that it's going to actually go in, all of that is exacerbated. However, to your point, yes, if we don't do this project now or try to implement a different design and start over, this contract is void, those funds disappear, we lose $2 million.
Okay. Yeah, just to get back to if this doesn't, because I don't think we can factor in funds in our decision. It's more if the project doesn't happen, what are the impacts? If it does happen, what are the impacts? So trying to understand if this project didn't go forward, I mean, what is the impacts? I mean, I heard potential brush fire. I mean, have there been a lot of fires there? Are you anticipating? I know there's been a lot of incidents with the shore break. So there was talk about emergency access. Has that been impeded in the past? So if this doesn't get moved forward, what are, is it just what it is right now, which is fine by most people, or there are some major risks involved?
It's a good question. Again, we were basing the development plans on public outreach. Granted, it took place some time ago. There's been a time gap between then and now. You've heard varying opinions, and I would say that at least in this room today, the majority appear to be against the project, although I've even heard from some that they're not against all aspects. Seems like the bathrooms are the least controversial aspect. The parking capacity seems to be a little more controversial. Like I say, I'm all for quality, and I'm all for giving locals the same quality, even if this was a 100% local park. We do have the funds, and we have your staff report that evaluated 28 different analyses. All of them favored us and our mitigation and our compliance all the way through the process. We also were given favorable opinions on all 12 criteria under the SMA rules. So there's nothing in your own staff report and investigation. By the way, we appreciate your staff having come out and spent time with us and got clarification on the specifics of the project. So in our minds, we have done everything properly. And I'll tell you what, there was multiple people mentioned it, and I will tell you we did have one misstep, and that is we put in 2 booths and 3 pay stations, right, without SMA approval. I want to clarify those would have been exempt from SMA because of their small size. We still should have applied for the exemption. We didn't. So for that, I will apologize, but I don't believe there were any true environmental impacts. They were placed right in the middle of the already paved parking lot. That was a misstep on our part, though.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple more. I'll defer. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner, come on.
The meeting was too long.
All right. Well,
You get no question.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I picked the wrong day to skip breakfast.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you guys for your time. Yeah, we all spent a lot of time here. But a couple of the concerns that came up from some of the testifiers was, and I don't mean to go off topic, but some of the other state parks and the concerns about their facilities not being open and stuff like that. Granted that this facility, we looked forward to moving forward or whatever it may be. Is there a commitment from the department to address those and those facilities? Is there any funding that was,
I can jump in on this. Hi. Hi, Commission. This is Carl Scholin. I'm a planner with State Parks. We currently have an open contract.
If you could just, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you could swear to tell the truth, please.
Of course. I swear to tell the truth. Yes, we currently have an open contract for to address Eau Valley. That's specifically what came up. The issue with Eau is that it's kind of the same issue we're seeing here at McKenna, is that we need to be treating the wastewater better. And so we're also seeking a containment system at Eau. There's been some, we've been slowed down for various reasons on that one. And we also need to, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
I
we
was
can.
calling because this was the number of.
We also need to re-extend water service to get that that comfort station back online. So these are on our radar, and we are actively working to get our facilities back operational.
Thank you.
Thank you. And another question, sorry. Maybe not. So we have $2 million and we're looking at moving this on the north end. Is there an estimated time that we should see the second one possibly built? Or is that just waiting on funding? Or, you guys got to generate the money? I know you guys asked for the extension of the time and whatnot, but
Right.
you guys have an estimated or not at all?
So we would have to decide we have some lump sum CIP, we have some green fee funds, but we haven't decided how to allocate those funds. Obviously, it would have been premature for us to say we're going to use fiscal year $27 on that and dedicate it to that particular project without getting this approval from you guys, right? So we definitely have options, or I'm not trying to be flippant here, but maybe we have one nice one and one let it stay the way it was and let the public decide. I'm joking. We actually want to finish them both, right? So we because of our sort of robust revenues from out-of-state visitor fees, we should be able to budget in ourselves even if we don't receive additional CIP funding.
Can I add that it's been difficult to be able to strategize given how many challenges have come up and what's happened just to go through the process. So we've been we've kept it a little on the side, but pending your approval, we will be seeking additional funds within the next year or two.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
Thank you, Chair. So to the question of the funding and your statement of it's this or it's nothing, and there's really no flexibility, room for alternative or changes. The flexibility is none.
More that we can't, if we cancel this project, right, we would have to start over. We'd have to do design, bid, build again, and that money's gone.
And since it's 2 phases, does that mean that the second phase would allow for something different because it's different funding?
It's same project, but we would be adding funds to an existing already bid contract, right? Okay. The contract includes all of it, but we're allowed to, if we don't have enough funding, to reduce scope, and we would reduce scope so that we just did the north side. Right. So, and we've gone through the compliance for the entire design. So it's not just funding, it's compliance as well.
We're also held to the project that is in the EA that received the finding of no significant impact. So we can change things in minor ways, but it does have to scale down.
Right. Thank you for that. Can I ask another different question? With regards to the containment tank or holding tank, I guess, is that a permanent long-term solution? I mean, that is a suitable disposal method for wastewater. That's not some one-off or an exemption or a unique situation. Like, you can do that indefinitely.
I am not a septic engineer. I prefer to. Okay. I'll defer to the experts who are online with us. I think that'd be Kirk.
Good afternoon. My name is Kirk Tanaka. I've turned on my camera. Let's see.
Kirk, if you just swear to tell the truth, please.
Yes, I do swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
The individual wastewater system, as it's called, with containment, is subject to the Department of Health's review and approval. It has been submitted to the Department of Health for their review, and we're coordinating with them to ultimately get their approval. It's not a one-off. It's not a one-off. There are containment tanks in the state that have been approved by the Department of Health. It's not common, but there are other systems like that. One of the criteria that the Department of Health required was that the state parks division sent them a certification letter that they will maintain this system and regularly pump out the containment. The State Department of Health is worried that this this system might not be maintained properly and therefore be a health hazard. So we've provided that documentation to the State Health Department, and they are reviewing it and will respond to any comments that they have in order to get this IWS approved.
Okay, thank you, Kirk. So there's a precedent elsewhere in the state where this type of system has been used and approved by DOH.
Yes, it's my understanding. Yes, and I think there are even some state parks that utilize containment. Well, Yale Valley. Well, okay, I'm sorry. I don't know much about Yale Valley, so I won't go into that.
Okay, that's all for now. Thank you, Chair.
So I have a follow-up question on that. Is that the long-term strategy, or is that a midterm strategy for the containment with the vision to connect it into wastewater?
Ellen, do you want me to address that, or do you want to address that?
I think we've committed to, if a sewer line extends to the park, we will connect to it, right? So that would be the ultimate goal.
So
and correct me if I'm wrong, this containment system, it can be converted, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess follow-up question on that would be is if that's the intent, or is the installation being put in now, if this project were to be approved, since you're doing disturbance to the ground, is it that being put in now so that if the wastewater line does get installed, I know it's questionable where it is potentially, that you're not disturbing what you've already just dug up, so to speak? I'm just trying to think, are we thinking forward enough, or is it just if it happens, then we'll take care of it and have to dig stuff up again?
I'll defer to Kurt, but I don't think we're putting in a line to a sewer system that doesn't exist.
My understanding is that, and we've had discussions with McKenna Resort, I guess it's McKenna Golf and Beach Club, ATC, that when they develop gravity sewer line on McKenna Keone Oyo Road, that they'd allow us to tie in to that system to service both comfort stations. And ultimately, what that system would do would be to collect wastewater generated from their properties Mauka of the park, and ultimately be pumped to their private treatment plant adjacent to the golf course along McKenna Alanui Road. That's what I understand is the long-term plan.
Commissioners, feel free to jump in. I don't want to ask all my questions, but is that documented as an agreement, or is that just a conversation that's been had?
You know what? I don't know if I do know there's been discussions, but I don't know if it's been memorialized in an MOU or in any other documentation.
Chair, I think it is in either the change in zoning or the settlement agreement that McKenna has to at least provide capacity.
Right, that the capacity is there, but I'm asking, this is more of a hypothetical of like, well, if it happens, that, there's a conversation, I would prefer that it is memorialized that when it happens, that they will connect, would be the angle that I'm going with, versus they said that we might be able to.
Well, my understanding is that this system is designed to be able to pump into the wastewater into the sewer line along McKenna Keone Oyo Road when that becomes available.
So if I can just chime in again, I think one of the issues here is that this potential sewer line would be a private line to a private wastewater treatment facility. As the state, we don't want to be the drivers of extending a utility that's then going to put pressure on other areas of McKenna to become developed. That needs to be on their side. If their utility is extended by the park, we will absolutely consider connecting to it, but we don't want to be the entity that pushes for further development down there.
So speaking for someone that goes to that beach on a regular basis, I appreciate that forward thinking of not wanting to further develop. I guess I'm just thinking more of, if this were to be approved, how do we secure and memorialize, and I'm sure obviously through conditions, but I would want to know that there's true opportunity, and that if the commission were to agree to approve the SMA, that we're not doing it with this hope and a dream and a prayer that something might happen. That's so that would be just my kind of 2 cents and my concern. But I will stop and turn it back over to my fellow commissioners, see what other questions they may have. Commissioner Dicos.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just a little background. I just came back from Quetico National Park in Canada. They exemplify that they're the best national park ever because there's no indication of human presence in there. It's been 9 days back there. No signs, no nothing. That's sort of the highest standard of a conservation area. There's just no footprint, maybe a few rocks for a fire, but I mean, and it's so that's sort of my judgment. Now, there's a lot of talk about the planning department and checked all the boxes. You're legal. I'm not questioning whether you guys are legal or not, but when it's an SMA, it's our kuleana to weigh the mitigation against the public trust resources, right? We're saying, to the extent possible, are you mitigating the impacts to public trust resources? And normally we're talking to developers. Here, we're talking to the parks. I'm talking to my own people. So I'm a little frustrated that the alternative analysis has nothing in there that I correct me if I'm wrong about, impervious surfaces. Those would be a way to mitigate the runoff. The best way to get rid of wastewater is get rid of the water, right? You guys were in front of us a couple of years ago about a comfort station in Hana. And the same thing there. We have this money. We can't change the plan. There's probably 15 minutes of discussion about waterless toilets. And there was a presentation, cut your cost like a fraction, 1/5 of the cost, I think it was, to do that. It would have eliminated all the wastewater. There's none of that in here as an alternative. I'm curious as to why. So I just, as parks and the mandate to protect the public resource, I'm just curious why. I know you got solar panels. I applaud you for that. But, even talk of, removable, we know sea level rise. We know it's happening in all these other places. We know the inundation is happening right next to the wetlands there. It seems like a mobile platform would be more appropriate, but there's none of that. You're saying none of that can be evaluated at this stage because you've already done the design work and the money's there. And if you don't move forward on everything, am I representing that accurately, or can you talk about the alternative analysis where all of these methods of mitigating the threats are not possible?
Thank you. I recall that hearing very well, Commissioner Dicos, and I recall that we harkened back on our own experience with all our composting toilets in the system, how they are not functioning properly. They don't work well at high volume. They require intense maintenance. Disposal is not thoroughly, defined by the Department of Health, other things like that. They can not well maintained, border on the same quality of experience as a porta potty. And I agree in small areas, in backcountry areas with very low use. I've used them myself, and I appreciate it. I even recall asking, you brought your Phoenix, I think it was Phoenix Systems, you brought him on board, and I remember asking him the question, have you ever installed a composting toilet in any area that had water service? And his answer was no, right? And it's because water service and flushable toilets are just so much better of a system. I'm going to defer to others.
I don't recall that, but sorry, go ahead. I don't think that's accurate, but go ahead.
I think we did evaluate alternatives, and so I'm going to see if there's anybody else on the team who can go through that for us, because I don't have the information right in front of us. But this was considered to be, I think, with all the considerations, the best solution that we could do right now. It is the cleanest, right? Nothing enters the environment, period. And it's expensive. It takes other energy inputs. You are absolutely right. We are trying to mitigate that through the use of solar panels, et cetera. But sucking out that thing and driving it away and disposing of it somewhere else, yes, that is it's a monetary cost and it's an energy cost. It's also super clean because nothing enters the environment and it goes to a wastewater treatment plant, which we do not have in our parks. But anyway, thank you. Anyone else?
Sure. Okay. So first, with respect to the thought of sea level rise, I would just note that the project's location with respect to the sea level rise exposure area was considered in the SMA application in the draft EA. So the project area, the comfort stations and all components are outside of the 3.2 foot sea level rise exposure area, and they're outside of any identified flood zones. With respect to alternatives, earlier on in the process, there were alternatives for the containment system that were considered and were, this was described in the environmental assessment. Of course, the containment tank was identified as the preferred alternative as it doesn't release any wastewater, any treated effluent into the property within McKenna State Park. The other alternatives were a septic tank or leach field, membrane bioreactor, fixed activated sludge treatment, or what was also discussed was, offsite wastewater treatment connection to McKenna sewage plant, which that would require, the availability of a line. So those are the alternatives that were discussed. With that said, I don't know if anybody else in the team has additional things to comment about that, or if there's any questions about those alternatives.
I do. Sorry, you're so small on my screen. You're on my phone here. Just in regards to the wastewater, just because it gets transported away, it still gets injected. So that impact is not mitigated. It's not getting injected there. With regards to dry toilet, I recall, you probably recall, there were several testimonies from park service folks that have serviced these dry toilet systems for years, and they're saying how much they appreciate that versus the wet toilets. I know you described some experience of it clearly wasn't a composting toilet. That I think it was on Kauai, that it was just horrific environment. So whatever that situation was, I can assure you I've been using compost toilets for over 5 years now. Not an issue. My guests use it. My wife uses it. There's none of whatever experience you had does not exist in that system. And many of the parks, for a lot of state parks, national parks, are all using them because they're in the business of protecting the public trust. So I understand you had some bad experiences in the past. I don't think that's a reason to, some people are afraid of sharks, but we don't keep everyone out of the water because somebody watched Jaws. So I'm not trying to be combative, but I know as a fact that the dry toilet systems do work in parks. They're a great mitigation mechanism for
Commissioner
that.
Deacos, we're not
yes.
actually in discussion. We're still in questioning for the applicant. So I appreciate the comments and stuff, but if you have a question for the applicant, let's try to get through those, and then in discussion, we can raise this again if you want to have further discussion on it.
Right.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. My question was why compost and toilets weren't evaluated. And I think the response was we just had a bad experience. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but we've had bad experiences. I think they were looked at. Is that accurate? Is there more information on why dry toilets were not?
They were looked at. This was the choice made. And by the way, I think this design was done prior even to the hearing 2 years ago, right? So this was long ago. And you will be very pleased to know, Commissioner Deacos, that we just bid out a composting toilet to be placed at Ka'awaloa, Big Island, Kealakekua State Historical Park. And so we are thinking that way, but we're thinking that way today, not 6 years ago. So my apologies.
Commissioner Lind, you had a question, I believe.
Chair, can I
yeah.
just
Go ahead.
sorry, just the impervious service, can they just address that, and then I'll defer.
If Commissioner Lind, is your question on the toilets? Because if we're going to switch topics, that's okay, but I don't want to bounce back and forth.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
So Commissioner Lind, is your question on this specific topic, or is it shifting gears?
I'm going to stay on the same topic. Aloha State of Hawaii again. So outside the SLX or the containment tank, septic bioreactor, the AG's office, the dry toilet system. First of all, my first question is, how far does the honeypot go to? Where is this? The Kihei transfer station? How far is that? Can some
5 miles.
I don't have
and
that
the
answer.
reason, okay, that's fine. I mean, it's working, obviously. There's the honeypot is going, because I just wanted to make in the federal parks in at the campground in Kipahulu, they had, I think that's what Dr. Deacos, Commissioner Deacos was talking about. They had the non-water system at the campground. On the upper part of the campground, they have the leach field system. So you can tie it in all whatever. That's his expertise, marine science, all that stuff. What goes up must come down. This is the gravity flow. So I just wanted to know if you, I know it's the funding, but why not reconsider that? With the fans going off, there's no smell, but of course there's a side effect, like some kid falling in with the parents not watching them, or something horrible happens.
Right. So this design was done, quite some time ago. Like I said, we have suffered interminable delays from court cases and just the slow pace of government. I can apologize for that. Not all our fault. But the alternatives, as we just stated, were evaluated. This was decided upon as the best quality type of facility to put here at this point in history, right? The future may be different, but to envision an alternative future right now, it's going to be an alternative future that's years away, right? Because we have to start from scratch. And we would prefer to get the quality up now with the funding we have available. It is certainly incumbent upon you guys to allow us to do so. That is your prerogative, but that is what we are here asking for today. And we are considering alternative technologies moving forward. Like I just mentioned, our first composting toilet in like 30 years is going in a historical park on the Big Island. Yep.
Yes, Commissioner Lind.
You're talking about Kabaloa, and how is the honeypot going to reach on that sacred site?
No, there's no honeypot. It's a composting toilet, right? So,
but once it fulfills maximum capacity in Kabaloa, Ka'awaloa,
you're gonna fly it out just like Napali.
Really? Oh, interesting. Okay. And so, like the Pua'aka'a, and Kaumahina, the same thing. I assume that the water is being drawn from Waika'a Stream. I always curious where the water came from, and I appreciate the states protecting everybody, visitors and all. So that's in a containment tank too, and is there a honey pot right now going to that site?
Which location are we talking about? I'm sorry.
Oh, Huaka'a and Kaumahina. Going on along the Hana Highway.
Yeah, those are pumped out. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. If we could, I just want to make sure we stay on topic for McKenna.
We are on topic. Sorry, Chair, but because the state did reference Kabaloa, and it is talking about serious issue and planning on this. I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all to you, Chair, but we need to stay on topic. This is about literally public trust resources. So wouldn't it make more sense if the planners redraw and be more creative, and it'll save costs in the long run by having some kind of I don't know design trailer that can, I can imagine it more than in a building. And
I would just like to point out that a trailer and a honeypot situation that we currently have, these are all containment situations where sewage is trucked to a wastewater treatment facility.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not effectively different. And I think the volume of storage on a trailer is also considerably smaller. Right?
And my understanding, Martha may be able to correct me on this, but we did consult with the National Park Service about composting toilets, and their early feedback was that our volume is too high. Even our low attendance estimates still say that we can anticipate 320 people a day. That's a lot for a composter.
Right, that's the urban core, but you're still pumping out. You're next to the nearest urban core besides Kahalui and Lahaina. Kihei is one of the fastest growing, So I'm just asking, like, it goes down that whole planning thing. I'm just curious about it. That's all. Thank you very much, planner.
The goal was to keep effluent from discharging into the local water table.
The plan is still to contain the honeypot is still taken, and it's still max use. I don't know, it's going to get, it's making me confused, but I understand. Thank you.
Commissioner Dikos, I know you wanted to bring up previous.
You're asking me to go?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, can you address why is it important to pave that area? Why wouldn't a gravel parking area suffice?
Carl, can I defer to you? Or Kirk?
Yes, you can. I'll let you go, Kirk.
Okay, certainly. We had also looked at gravel pavement or pervious asphalt. Gravel is difficult to maintain. It's not a solid surface. It gets thrown around all over the place with use. Maintenance is an issue with gravel parking lots. Also, pervious pavements too, they're not maintenance free. Yeah? And what happens with pervious pavements is that with the sand, especially with the sand next to the beach, it clogs all of the pores, in the pervious pavement. And so what it requires is constant maintenance. You got to actually vacuum the pervious pavement to be able to make it work. So it was looked at, but because of the maintenance issues, the state decided that we'd go with asphalt pavement. And with the asphalt pavement, we understand it's not pervious, but the drainage system will retain the additional runoff that was generated using the asphalt in both north and south side. It was designed to retain the additional runoff created by the development.
Chair. to everyone's delight, I gotta catch my plane, so I gotta run through. So I'll try to catch it on the other side, but it doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to. So thank you, and I'm gonna have to sign off.
Okay, thank you. I guess a follow-up question on the pervious service. Is there a reason that the entire parking lot has to be asphalt? Could you not approach it as a multi-approach that certain areas or portions are pervious and other portions aren't? Because I agree, because again, I use that beach on a regular basis. That's a lot of space to have as asphalt. It's going to get hot. You're still going to have sand issues. Having it so that it being pervious, to me, makes a lot more sense than just doing a full slab. And now people may argue that they don't want any asphalt, which I would prefer myself. But if the choice is that you can't do all of it pervious, can it be a combo of leaning more towards the pervious?
If you're asking me, I kind of agree. I'm very ambivalent on the full pave versus pervious. Go back to our Haena model. That entire parking lot is striped and it is all gravel, right? It's just compacted. It's a maintenance issue for sure. I'll defer to the experts to tell me why it needs to be paved, but if you're asking whether that's a give that we could give, I hate to overrule my guys, but I would give that.
And it gets part of the reason that I asked that question also is that in that area, there's no shade trees. It's just full open sun. So it's a long walk too, if you're parking all the way at the entrance. So having that heat coming up from, especially in the middle of the summer, coming up as you're walking down, I would say that I think there's health issues of people that are attending the park, which is kind of contrary to what we're trying, at least what you're saying is you're trying to improve that experience. I can tell you, just walking it with the current, I'm a sweaty mess by the time I get to the beach. So you throw asphalt on that and it's just, and then you put cars, which they're going to be with their motors and heat, it's just going to increase. So I guess I will stop talking and let the experts state if that's an option.
Experts?
Pervious pavement will be just as hot, yeah. It's just a matter of the maintenance issue. Pervious pavement doesn't stay pervious unless it's maintained. But if Division of State Parks is open to it, then it's something that can be done.
Chair.
One of my big concerns was the 50-year storm calculation, which we all know that we get 50-year storms like every year, and even we get the 100-year storms every year. So I wasn't confident that the storm retention system was going to be able to manage all of that stormwater, and being that the wetlands there and there's so many concerns about water quality, I would also support the pervious surfaces. I think that would alleviate my concern as well. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Kamai.
Not to change the subject, but change the subject. But I kind of wanted to, if I could direct these questions to the people who's actually there. Is there any way we can have the caretaker or that of the police, your superintendents or whatnot? Just have a question for them.
Absolutely.
And whatnot. That's okay?
If you could just make sure you please state your name and swear to tell the truth.
All right, Justin Kikivi, and I swear to tell the truth.
Okay, mahalo, bro. You was quiet in the back. I just figured I'll call you up. No, I guess my concern is that you there all the time, yeah. So I just wanted to know where you stand on this, this improvement they're calling it. I wanted to know what is your outlook and what is your take on this improvements?
Okay, well, for me, it's on hard-on. It's on double-edged sword. I wear a few hats. I am a lineal descendant. I am pili to that aina to Honolua moku. I've advocated against a lot of luxury developments for all of that, but I am also an employee for the state. So from a state's perspective, I see the need to upgrade our amenities and provide this services to the public. It'll help in different ways, but just like anything, there's pros and cons with it, right? And from an INA perspective, if you weighing resources and culture over infrastructure, what are we asking for? And to me, the improvements are benefiting people and more of, and not INA, you know what I mean? So I always gonna side with INA. You know, I work for DLNR, that's my mission statement, that's where I stand. And yeah, as simple as that, if that helps.
So I'm sorry. So if this was to approve and we're moving forward and whatnot, how does that pertain? Because some people's concern was more work for you. Is that something that you can foresee you doing more work added on to what you currently do daily? Or is it something that you think wouldn't be much work at all?
Well, no, guarantee. I mean, guarantee when our labor staff will take the brunt of the, unless we contract the services. But I'm assuming we're going to take on the workload. But I know there is talks of bringing in other positions as well in the near future. So, yeah, we are a short staff, but we work hard and we committed to giving the best service to our parks. And I think we have a pretty solid, we just brought in 3 more guys from our DOFA, from our forestry side. That's where I came from as well. And so we have that INA mentality as well, you know, like protect our natural resources, our mountain, and that in turns high as well. So, yeah.
You mind if I send the same question over to your colleague, DLNR?
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners.
If you just remember to state your name and swear to tell the truth, please.
Michael Kahula, District Superintendent, and of course, I'll tell the truth.
Thank you.
So just the same question about what's your stance, or what is your take on top of this improvement that we come into?
With this position, really fast, I won't be long. With this position, I took over 1.5 years. The former superintendent, Earl Pacheco, he was good. He was good. He said some good qualities in this department, some good stuff that you could actually carry with you, kind of carry the torch or run with the baton. I wanted to do the same thing. Come from 20 years, 2 decades of DOFA, Division of Forestry and Wildlife. But I knew that I could be in a position to make good decisions that would affect not just the visitors, but the people. It was important. Like Justin said, you know, there's pros and cons. There's a lot of things that maybe we can do better. We're not always going to get it right. But it's really about management. Unless we can stop the planes, it's not going to happen. We need to come with a way that we can manage these spaces. And just for clarification, a lot of testimony today, they referenced a lot of comfort stations. And no dig on the county, but those are counties. And it's not that dig on the county, but you know, we manage Wainapanapa, Pu'aka, Kaumahina, Polipoli, Haleki'i, and I'au. And if those bathrooms are dirty, then you call me. But we do our best. We try our best to service these places. Well, yeah. We try to make, and a lot of these spaces are culturally and historically special. You know, Wahipanas, if you will, place of prayer. We try to give that respect, and all of our workers work really hard. We are short staffed. But this is not something because we're going to build a restroom, a comfort station. This is in our hearts as this department. As you talk to Justin, he is a lineal descendant, but he's not the only one. I'm from Hanamaui. We grew up that way. These things were embedded in us. So the decisions that we make now, it's in the forever business. Even though we're not going to be here forever, these places will, we hope, for the next generation. So it's in our department, you know. Like I said, we don't always get it right, but we do our best.
Mahalo was important for me for hear from the people who actually there, work there, and there daily. So mahalo for that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Kamai. I actually wanted to ask some of those same questions of the staff that were there. And I do actually have a follow-up for Justin if he's able to come back up along those lines of, because you're really boots on the ground there.
Mhm.
And I know Commissioner Kamai kind of asked your perspective of the need, but I guess I'm wondering from a little more from that, from what you see or experience there, is that need there for like, I guess, are people using the bushes? And is there a need for some sort of facility to help reduce that?
So I started working with state parks. I transferred from DOFA in 2014. When I first came on, we only had porta potties in the first and second entrance parking lots, and we actually had less. So with our previous administrator, that was a big concern. People, Black Sand, Onewuli, third entrance, there was a lot of that. So we got more, we ordered more porta potties, we put them in all these different areas, and since then it's been a lot better, for sure. Every so often you can see, you'll see it. Some people won't go in a porta potty. My daughter never wanted to go in a porta potty when she was little. She's just terrified of it, but it is what it is. But it's definitely decreased once we spread the need for the porta potties in the different areas of the park. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have another question, if that's okay, for also for Justin.
Sure.
Again, because you're so familiar with that area, and there was discussion, actually, I think from Vice Chair, about the wetlands and the location maybe of the structure. In your opinion, or what you have seen out there, is that an appropriate location to respect the wetland and some of that sensitive area that is there?
So yeah, I was a part of Oneiloa coalition meetings. We'd met for years on that. It was debatable where that locations are decided now. I want to say the one for second entrance, the south side one, is not in a wetland. It's on the edge of the parking lot. There's a ridge that falls off of it, off of the ridge, going back to third entrance. It continues the wetland. So I want to say that one is not going to be affected by the wetland. Watching the flows and everything after the big storms, it kind of diverts back into the northern wetland. The one on the north side, it's close, but it's far away as we could put it. I guess that would be user friendly, because the other options is a lot closer to the pool and the beach. So we brought it up all the way to the edge of the parking lot, and it's not, I wouldn't say in the wetland, but those, like some of the guys mentioned, those things grow and shrink, right? Depending on how much moisture we get. With the flow, watching the flows after the storms, a lot of it kind of diverted along the edge of the parking lot and went into the wetlands. So depend how the drainage is implemented, could possibly affect that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Lind.
Yeah, I have a question. So, the previous, the lifeguard guy, Kahimikawa, he talked about the surf, and I'm not to that space yet. So the southern swell that comes compounded with tide, compounded with seasonal tide, could technically, does it fill into that area? I don't know.
Are you talking about where the restrooms are going, or what, or the wetland area?
The wetland area.
Yeah, so yes, when it gets, we had a few swells that got really big. The sand will push over the dunes, the water will push over the dunes, and some of that makes its way into the wetland. We have taken some measures. We've roped off the dunes in certain areas, specifically third entrance. We're planting native plants to kind of create vegetation and do the best that we can to mitigate that. But when you catch the right moon with the right swell, it'll come. It'll ask for control.
Commissioner Lind, I think you're on mute.
Oh, the Kukai. So if the water goes in, can it potentially reach the projected site?
I've never seen it. Not where the restrooms are gonna go. No.
Okay.
They're kind of further up.
Further up. Okay. Out of the XR. Yeah. Okay. No, I just wondered. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I will go to mine. So there was a comment or suggestion about creating a bike path or a pedestrian path, specifically, if I recall correctly, and just from my own experience, from Malawaka Landing down to Big Beach. I know it's not part of the scope of what is being discussed today, but is that something that could be considered as a condition if we were to move forward with this SMA? Because it is very dangerous. That road is very tiny. People speed. The hills there, either blind spots. So having something kind of set back would, from just a public safety perspective, I think is an important responsibility that I know I take seriously. Is that something that could be considered?
So I think absolutely. As a parallel example, we're enthusiastic supporters of the Hilo Bayfront trails going through the waterfront at Hilo that goes in and out of Wailoa River State Park. We've been working with the county because it goes in the park and out the park, and it's so understanding the need for better transportation, especially non-vehicle transportation. Absolutely. Do I have the funding for it? Do I have the designs for it? Absolutely not. But if you're asking, so it's county road, right? If you're asking if we would accommodate via an easement or something like that, the pathway to continue through the parklands that we own, I think the answer would be yes. I can't commit to funding it. And of course, we'd want to make sure that we weren't going to damage any natural or cultural resources, just like everything else we do. So qualified, sure.
Thank you.
Can we also note, just to note that the right-of-way, McKenna Kaoneoyu Road there is under the jurisdiction of the county. So of course, the state would be happy to coordinate with the county, but coordination with the county would be needed for anything that involves the right-of-way.
Sure. And I guess my request would be is that it's not actually part of the road, that it would be set back into the actual park. Because again, that road is very narrow, so putting even a shoulder for a bike path, cars fly down that road. So from a public safety perspective, my request would be that it's a setback into the park by 6 feet or something of that nature.
Hi, Chair. Can we stay to the application? Can you hear me? The internet, I'm here in Huahine Iki, and the internet's going in and out.
Sure. I'm sorry, did you have a question, Commissioner Lind?
Can we stay on the state of Hawaii, the applicant, what they're applying for, which is the parking lot and the pumper station? They amended the rules to use less water. I'm curious about the planner and the PSI rate, all that stuff. But it'll be nice if we could stay on topic, if not, not in the future sense kind of project, because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And I just ask the state to be patient.
Vice Chair.
Question. feel like I might be jumping topics again, but I have a question for the archaeologists. You have your. Oh, no? Who did the cultural impact? Oh, the culture, sorry, not the archaeo, yeah. Mrs. Lee Gregg, can I ask you a question, please?
And as a reminder, if you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth.
Aloha, Tanya Lee Gregg, Aina Archaeology. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm trying to get to the right page, but it lists the people that were interviewed. I'm trying to see like where their descriptions are, but okay, some lineal descendants, some cultural practitioner. Oh, here, cultural descendants, cultural practitioners, and I guess also looking at the Cultural Resource Commission comments and just kind of like trying to put that all together, because I guess what I'm getting is that, and maybe you can speak to this a little bit more, but what I'm getting is that generally lineal descendants are not supportive of the project. Or can you maybe, what is your feeling from the interviews that you did?
So the purpose of a cultural impact assessment is to evaluate whether or not there are significant cultural resources within a petition area, and whether or not those are connected to traditional and customary practices within a petition area. And then the third part to that is whether or not they can be, there's a feasible action to protect those customary practices and resources, not whether or not someone is for a project or not. So the cultural impact assessment focused on, are there cultural resources or natural resources that are important to traditional and customary practices within the area that the project is going to be in. With all of the interviews that we've done, with the research, the in-depth research that we completed for the project, I believe we were able to identify whether or not those resources, as well as utilizing the biological study that was completed to understand what plants are currently extant or existing in the area. So I believe through all of those processes, we were able to identify those resources and whether or not they were in the construction footprint and the customary practices attached to those resources. So plants like uhaloa for medicinal purposes, resources like marine resources for lavaita practices and things like that. So I think for the CIA, with all of the information that we were able to gather, we were able to accomplish that. Looking at it purely from is this project going to impact traditional and customary practices, right?
Okay, and I promise I read this, but it's so late in the day. It's 100 pages, but can you summarize?
Sure.
Sure.
So within the construction footprint itself, we did not identify either by our study or utilizing the biological study, identify plants that were native plants that were utilized in la'au lapa'au practices within the construction footprint. And that's consistent with where it's sited, right? It's off the edge of a parking lot for both. So practices like la'au lapa'au could continue elsewhere in the park. We did not find those resources within the construction footprint. With regard to customary practices adjacent to these areas, because that's also a concern, right? So we're looking at fishing resources and fishing practices. Is the resource going to be, are those resources going to be potentially affected by the project? And I was reassured time and time again that the system that is in place, or this design that is being proposed, is not going to allow for leaching of water or effluent into the ground that can then go out to the marine resources and affect those resources. So with that, with those assurances, and as well as pushing the comfort stations or the structures for as far back from the coastline that could be accomplished, that I felt that that was a reasonable way to address potential effects to those cultural resources, the marine resources, as well as the plant resources in the wetland area, right? So the resources themselves are not going to be affected. Now we look at access, right? A lot of development, we're looking at, okay, are you going to cut off access? And to my understanding, the access remains the same as it is now. And today there are folks that go fishing at Onouli. There's folks that do other things at Oneloa, and those activities are not going to be impeded upon by the construction of the project. So that's the conclusions of the CIA.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Circle Lindbergh.
I have questions, not necessarily for Tanya. Were you asking just
in general?
Okay. But Tanya touched on it, so it reminded me that I just wanted to confirm on the access side that there, other than around, I think it was maybe the containment tank, there's no fencing, so people can still continue to park on the roadway or walk into the park. What if they're, I don't know, on a hike or from the road, but there's no fencing proposed now or in the future other than that area. Is that correct?
The only fencing proposed as part of this project is around the containment tanks. There's nothing else being proposed or planned.
Okay, thank you.
So I know there's that rumor about us fencing off, and it did come up in a discussion. Like I said, we were part of the Oneloa Coalition, and I think this is where that rumor came from. There was talks about restoring the wetland at Paniaka years back, and to do that, we need to plant native species, and we have a big deer population there. So there was talks about fencing off the wetland. I don't know if you're aware, but we already have one wetland at Maluaka on Oneuli side that is already fenced off. So there was a discussion about doing something like that, very similar. It was not pushed forward in any plan or anything. But then because of the sensitivity with the dunes, the location of it being near the road, it was like, oh, what if we just fence off the whole park? Because then you get the whole park fenced off, and it would be a predator fence. But that was never, like I said, that was just a discussion of us trying to find out mitigations of how to restore the dunes, restore the wetlands, and still provide access. So just, I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you.
Do you have further questions?
I do on other topics.
You can go.
Okay. I guess I have a question around the showers versus foot wash only. I'm a little confused maybe on where we're at in this actual application or what the plan is, because I thought I recalled reading that while it was planned for showers, because of input, you were only going to move forward with foot wash for now. Maybe I misread that. Again, it's late in the day and I forget.
Right. In the environmental assessment, foot washes as well as showers were considered, with showers being the preferred option. What's proposed in our application is the showers rather than the foot washes. I don't know if the department has anything else to clarify, but that's what is proposed as part of this application.
Full showers.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
As a follow-up to that, there are automatic timers to have them turned off? Because I know I've experienced where people just walk away and they just run.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, operationally, they can be manually shut. a system where it automatically shuts. Not sure about that, but we can manually shut the water from these areas.
I guess where I was going is if I, as a user, push the button, turn the shower on, does it automatically shut off after 10 seconds, 20 seconds, whatever it is? Or do I have to manually?
Oh, I understand. Like the bob itself or the fixture.
Right.
Perhaps maybe Kurt Tanaka can answer those more detailed designs. Kurt.
Oh, yeah, yes, Commissioner. It is designed to turn off automatically. It's not it's not meant to turn it on and forget to turn it off. It'll run. It is meant to turn off automatically.
And do you know the duration of how long it runs? I know it's
Gosh,
a very
no,
specific.
I don't. Sorry. But I do know that I mean it's not for a very long period, yeah. Because if you rinse off, you know, it's meant for one rinse. Whether or not, but I couldn't tell you how many seconds actually it stays on.
Okay, and again, this is a very specific question, but is there any devices that are there that will be able to detect if there is a leak or that a shower does remain on? And actually, I'll expand that to if the bathrooms were to be installed, that an overflow of a toilet or toilet running on a regular basis. Is there any kind of mechanisms that are being installed to monitor and report and alert?
I think the device is named Justin, but I don't know.
There is a software operated by the Department of Water Supply. It's called Ion Water, and so what it allows, it's a pretty handy piece of software. What it does is it monitors leaks and it'll email you if there is a leak above a certain gallon per minute figure. So and that's meant for water conservation. And it is in the best interest of the State Parks Department to monitor leaks because we don't want to fill up that containment tank any quicker than we have to if a toilet keeps running.
Okay. I don't have anything further on that.
If I may, also the showers are intended to be shut down at night. You heard testimony about homeless people coming in, bathing, using them as a right. We have both a deterrent in the form of Justin as our living caretaker, but also we intend to have them not functional at night. I also believe, to preempt the question, I think all lights have been removed from the.
That was going to be my next question.
Mine too.
Yes, Commissioner Elizares. I'm getting tongue-tied now.
Now, with that information about the lights being removed, is it still safe for the caretaker staff, operation staff to do what they need to do?
I can defer to Justin, but I think, we have normal park hours and normal work hours. So I think at night, all things are sort of on an emergency basis, but Justin? Yeah.
So, I mean, preferably.
Sorry, Mr. Kakiv, can you speak into the microphone? Not sure we can.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, preferably we would want to have lights, right? But our park hours are pretty good where we could manage without it. Our current other facilities, Puaka and Kamahina, do not have lights, and we work around that. We'll run headlamps, we'll bring in lights with us to clean and do what we gotta do if it is in the dark, so we'll make it work.
Thanks. I'm not sure, Mr. Kikivi, if this question is for you. It is another operations question. I'm guessing that you guys already have this kind of set up, but do you guys have like SOPs for removal of sand that ends up being deposited because of the showers? Now there will be a concentration of sand, and what happens to that sand? Does it get returned to the beach? Does it get taken off?
Yeah, I'll defer to our engineers just because there was a few different options discussed in coalition meetings, and I don't know which one they actually went with, so I'll defer that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And do we have anybody online that is able to respond to that?
Yes, the sand that's washed off in the shower goes to a pit. There's a pit around the concrete shower platform, and any runoff from the shower goes directly into the drainage basin. So maintenance from the park staff will be required to take that sand out of the basin when it fills up, or when it accumulates. What's done with that sand? I would imagine they would just spread that sand around the the area outside of the basin, but that would be a maintenance question.
So I guess I have a follow-up question on that. That obviously you're going to have the shower, the water has to go into the storage tank. That means sand is also going to get into the storage tank, I would think.
No. Okay, so let me clarify that. The runoff from the shower does not go into the containment tank. It's directly fed into the surface drainage basin that is just Makai of the showers, where it'll evaporate or percolate into the ground, and along with it, it'll take sand. So, and that's part of the purpose of what the basin is for. It's so that the runoff from the shower and the sand is collected in one spot and can be disposed of by the maintenance staff. We don't want the shower water to go into the containment tank because we don't want stormwater to go into the containment tank. Yeah, and that's what it is. It's an open shower. Yeah.
It's to keep from overwhelming the system.
Yes.
So
Sure. That makes sense. I guess maybe it's just because it's late in the day and I'm not quite grasping to the shower. I'm standing there. Is it just going to be a grating so that the water and the sand goes to kind of one side of the basin and then it just evaporates and the team will remove the sand? Like, just not grasping.
There's a swale. There's a swale that connects the drainage basin to the shower, and the runoff from the shower runs through the swale into the surface drainage basin.
Chair, is it okay if we can defer as our research team is going into town, or not, to the next time, and Tico's went left from wherever he was?
I mean, so we're still in discussion. I mean, questions with the applicant, so we're not at a point to necessarily defer, and I will defer to Corp Counsel on that.
I think timing, I mean, you could technically defer whenever. You've completed public testimony, so you could decide if you wanted to defer to schedule the next meeting. There would not be another round of public testimony because you have closed that. The other two items on your agenda, however, you haven't taken any testimony on, so you would need to renotice those hearings, at least as far as a date, time, and place certain. For this one, you have a bit more flexibility. If you want to do it in the middle of questions, you technically could. If you as chair, depending on the members and who you're going to lose, could keep it open, subject to those members having another opportunity, perhaps. So I think it's up to you.
So I'm glancing around at my fellow commissioners. By getting the sense, I know, Vice Chair, you need to leave, and I know Commissioner Elazar, you have to leave.
No, thank you, Chair. No, this was important to me, so I canceled my flight to Oahu to be with my family tonight. To keep this on. I would have had to leave an hour ago, but I canceled it. It's fine. I'm here.
Well, thank you for doing that. Does the commission wish to defer so that we can come back to this and have kind of clean minds, have time to process what's been requested and given to us, but also allow the applicant to maybe address or research some of the questions that we've asked or do you want to push forward?
I think we ought to finish this up if you change his flight, huh? So we just finish this thing up.
I'd like to make a motion for a bathroom break, and then we can stretch and figure it out if we want to keep on going or not.
We can do that. 10 minutes.
Sure.
So we will recess until 5:45, and hopefully when we come back, we will have a direction as where we're going to head. Thank you. At 5:46 p.m. I appreciate everybody's time and patience. The gallery is getting smaller, but I do appreciate everybody that's provided input and is participating with us today. We are still in our question period with the applicant. I would like to propose this to the commissioners and certainly take your feedback and direction. I would suggest, unless there's a series of questions that everyone has ready to go, that we take the next amount of time focusing on questions that we would like answers back from the applicant, and potentially, if the commission is in agreement, to defer so that we can make an informed decision based on whatever questions of data that is been somewhat committed to but needs to be verified or we don't have answers to yet, so that as a commission, we're actually making an informed, an educated decision, and we're not also rushing trying to come up with conditions that we might miss and not do our job from a due diligence perspective. So that's my recommendation, but I certainly welcome feedback from the commissioners because it's your time and it's up to you. So thoughts, comments?
Sure.
If that's on the table, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Lind, you can go, and then Commissioner Elizares.
If it's all right, I would like to make a proposal that we defer the application to the next reasonable time. Yeah, that's my proposal on the table.
So before we actually do a motion, I just want to kind of get a general sense from other commissioners of just preference. Commissioner Elizares.
Thanks for those suggestions, Chair. I thought that maybe if we are heading in the way of deferral, then we wouldn't necessarily use this time that we're talking about to come up with questions. And then also that if we're not, because deferral is an action, if we're not moving towards that yet, if maybe we could do a hand raise vote to see who's willing to continue on in for the next however long this is going to take until we either come up with an action to vote on or not. But if we're already heading down the route of leaving the room without an action happening, then we might as well do that now, is my suggestion.
So my thought was just to be able to, and maybe the applicant can confirm this, that we certainly asked some questions around various topics that they weren't able to confirm or acknowledge. As long as they had that list and there's no other request from the commission of information that you'd want to have, as long as the applicant can confirm that they have a full list of those details and maybe run through them very quickly for us, we could then make a difference. I just wanted to make sure that as a commission that if there's additional data that we are seeking and a decision is to defer, which I'm not saying that that's the directive, but I want the applicant to know what it is that we want from them if we were to defer, so that when they come back, we have the information. So that's kind of a two-part thing. Plus, I guess I will just add 2 cents. It's almost 6 o'clock. If we were to pursue moving forward, we still have to come up with conditions. We have lost our 2 experts in the marine biology perspective. So I just want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence as a commission, having all the information, making sure that we're if we were to approve, that the conditions are well thought out. We did have an experience as a commission that on a different topic, that it got late in the day and we started making maybe not the best recommendations on conditions, and we had to retract some of them. So I just want to make sure that we're approaching this in a very thoughtful and meaningful way, because it's been a long day. It's been a lot of information. So, and I will pause and get feedback, but just my thoughts.
Sounds fair. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Circle-Woodward.
Thank you, Chair. I am in support.
AC cleaner and competitive loudmouth, so to speak, from Australia who recently shouted the word.
Is somebody online, if you can mute, please, we can hear your conversation. Thank you.
I am in support of Commissioner Lynn's proposal for a deferral, which I think would also allow the applicant to gather some of the information that we've asked questions on that maybe they didn't have at their fingertips to provide answers to.
Any other comments? If not, Commissioner Lynn, were you making a motion to defer? Or just you're making a motion?
I would like to make a motion to defer this application, and and the other on and on.
Yep.
So we can gather more information.
Danny, do you have a date in mind for a deferral of this item? Like I said, the other two items will need to specify a date, time, and place. This one has a little more flexibility, but I think you probably would want to let the public know when the deferral would be to, if you know a date already.
Would the applicant be available at our next meeting, July 14th? Yes.
And I guess I will just add to that very quickly. Is that enough time based on what we've asked for information for you to gather that, collect it, be able to get it to us in advance of that meeting?
Well, we would like to get clarification on what you're asking for. That would help. I think our availability, we can make the 14th work, but I would like to first clarify what additional information we didn't sufficiently address today.
So from my perspective, I will run through what I believe we were asking for. There was a question around a dedicated bike pedestrian pathway, the possibility of that. The virtual parking reservation system, I think we would want to understand how many of the parking stalls are going to be allocated as residential, understanding that overflow is there. And I think from at least the public perspective, leaning towards the resident side versus the visitor side would be kind of the ask that I know, at least in my mind, that would be, I would like to understand what that is. Everything, I'm just going through all of my notes. Clarification on the legal status that we discussed today. If you want to clarify that, Corp Counsel, while I finish.
Yeah, there were references pending appeals and injunction and an injunctive proceeding, clarification for the commission of the status of all that. I know you had said you believe you knew it had happened, but Commissioner Dicos had asked about that. So I think having that information provided would help.
Clarification around the connecting of wastewater, just if there is an agreement that's in place or if what that status or direction would be. I guess, clarification if a carrying capacity and ecological study has been completed, if so, when, and the details around those.
But if it hasn't, can it? I mean, they probably can't do it before the next meeting, but I think that was a desire from.
Well, I guess the question is if they've done it, then let's have it.
Okay.
If they haven't done it, then we can make that a condition. But I kind of got the sense that there was one, maybe. So just clarification on that.
Chair, can I say something?
Sure.
Maybe just coming up with the conditions. It's getting late, and you know.
So we're not
stuff.
actually, my recommendation wasn't to come up with conditions. It was to ensure that the applicant was aware of information that if we were to defer, that upon that meeting, that information will be provided to us in advance so that, again, our open questions weren't able to then make an informed decision.
Right. So yeah. So also coming up with conditions. That's my reasoning. Thank you.
I'm not sure what I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're asking because
Chair,
I think
I'm just talking about we're here to our purview is the Coastal Zone Management Act, and we're kind of deviating from that. So I just imagine just stop and just take it on July 14th. And the state asks us, the attorney asks us the reasoning why. And so they give us time to come up with conditions. So it is getting late. Everybody, for me anyway, I want to go with the other researchers into town, in the villages, and it's a far walk to cross the lagoons. And I'm not doing that in the middle of the night. I'm hungry. But if you guys want to continue on this conversation, you guys can. But yeah.
So again, we're not crafting conditions. We're making sure that the applicant is aware of the information that we're requesting for the 14th. So the last one that I have listed is options of pervious parking or variations or combinations and what approach that could be. Those are the key items I have documented that were open questions. I will open it up to my fellow commissioners to see if there's anything that has been missed. Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
I don't know if it's been missed, but I know that Commissioner Elizaris touched on it, and the applicant said that he preempted our question about the lighting, that the lighting's been removed. There was some discussion around there might be a preference to have some, so I don't know if that's still an option, if that's preferred by them, and then I think at that point we could discuss how those would be turned off or motion censored or something at that time if they do need or prefer them, that then they're not left on 24 hours a day. So
just
it's still an option to have them if they prefer them, I guess. Maybe they can answer that when they come back.
Okay. So if there's no other questions or outstanding data for the applicant, I will ask the applicant to confirm that they understand what we've been asking for.
Yeah, I think we do. I do have a question as to a matter of process. So does all of this question and answer have to be while the meetings are in session, or can we provide written responses to your written questions in the interim, or does it all have to be a public process?
You can submit all of that to us in advance, which would actually be the preference.
Okay.
So that way commissioners have an opportunity to review it, the public has an opportunity to review it, and then we would be able to ask any clarifying questions at the open forum.
Sounds good. And you guys, if you come up with subsequent questions, you can still give them to us outside of the meeting.
Correct. We could.
No, that's a little bit of a problem. You can't have communication outside of the meeting. That's why we're doing it now. They can provide a letter to us. That's published on the website and given and in that way. But there shouldn't be members communicating outside of this proceeding with the applicant.
Agreed. I guess what I was gonna say is that if we have questions, we would go to the planning department and then they would facilitate with the applicant. Or no, we can't do that.
I would prefer in that case, you just hold the questions to the actual meeting because it's a contested case. Everyone should have the similar information at this stage, I'd say. So yeah, this is the point of doing this now is so you get your information. So you have to either to defer again, potentially if you need more information still. So that's what this is for. But yeah, you can get the information in writing from the applicant in response to what you're saying today, and then consider it at your meeting, hopefully in advance of the meeting.
Thank you for the clarifications.
And then one just came to mind, we've not touched on it, is confirmation from the fire department and EMT around emergency vehicle access based on the plans. Do their vehicles have the ability to do the turns based on the proposed plans? So if we could have that confirmation from them, I think that's important because I know that it's kind of a sharp turn. So depending on what vehicle it is, I just would want us to make sure that if we're putting in parking, that it works for emergency services. It should, because I've seen ambulances there. So, but I'd like to make sure that we have that on record. Anything else from the commissioners that you would want? Seeing lots of tired eyes. So with that,
Can I just, can you further clarify your question on the carrying capacity study? Because I can tell you right now, we don't have one, and it's because we don't, it's a pretty complicated question. So I don't think we'll be able to produce one before July 4th. I know we won't be able to produce one before July 14th.
And when does, you currently do not have one, is that correct then?
To my understanding.
Okay. So I guess then my clarifying question would be is if you could confirm if you do or do not have one, at least that way and if you do, obviously provide it. And if you don't, then we can discuss that as a commission, seeing if that's a condition that we would require or not at our next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We don't have to take a vote on this, do we? Do we have to take a vote on this?
Well, there was Commissioner Lind had started to make a motion to defer. You added these items. So I think the next step is maybe to go to Commissioner Lind's motion to defer with the requested items as a matter of record, have a second, and then vote to defer, and then state Danny can maybe state the date. July 14th at 9 a.m. I guess would be the deferral date.
So should we take a vote on the questions that we've asked of the applicant and then subsequently the motion?
I think you could say if there's no objections to the questions, they'll go forward. And then so if it's a deferral, you can have Commissioner Lind say defer to July 14th with the questions, with the additional question, or with these questions to be answered by applicant and the information provided, get a second, and then you can deliberate and vote. Mr. Diaz has a.
Yeah, because of the timing, I'd prefer to go over these questions to make sure the applicant is aware of them.
Okay, yeah,
and
of course.
You folks feel you can respond because we'll probably send this letter out shortly, and then your turnaround is pretty quick on this, right? Okay, so first one, please address the possibility of constructing a designated bikeway. Number two, discuss the virtual reservation system and how much can be dedicated for residents with a priority for residents rather than visitors. Clarification on the status of any pending appeals or injunctive proceedings. Clarification on whether there is an agreement on connecting to the McKenna Resort wastewater treatment facility. There was one regarding the clarification on a carrying capacity study. We just got confirmation that they don't have one, so I'm going to strike that. Address the feasibility of utilizing pervious asphalt and surfaces at the park.
Danny, for the carrying capacity, I think you could still have that as a question, just so you get a response on record.
Okay, I'll leave that in. Clarification on whether lighting will be utilized, and I think that's to spark a conversation at the next meeting. And then lastly, confirmation from the fire department regarding whether their engines can maneuver within the parking lot. Although I will say this, we did, I believe, send this to fire, so it might just be based off of the comments that they already gave. So, and that's all the questions that we will send to the applicant. Thank you, Chair.
Any questions from the applicant or further clarification needed? All right, With that, if we could do a vote, please.
So wait, so Commissioner Lind had moved, but no one seconds. So I think we need to have him make the motion again, or someone make the deferral motion again based on those items, second, and then go to the.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn, second.
Oh, he did. Never mind. Okay.
Chair, I think Colette had her hand up.
Sorry?
Colette had her hand up.
Oh, where? Oh, she's on the screen. I'm like, she's got, yes, Colette.
Sorry, I apologize. Just wanted to make sure that, and I apologize if I missed this, that DSP is able to commit to a response in that tight turnaround time.
Hi, Colette. Yes, they confirmed that they could, and
Okay,
that they
thank
are
you.
available for the July 14th meeting.
Okay, sorry, just joining, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to confirm, Commissioner Circle Woodburn, did you second the motion?
I don't remember, but I will. I might have.
I think you
I
did.
I support it, maybe?
Would you maybe just want to say you second it?
I second.
Perfect. Do you want to speak to your motion, Commissioner Lind?
No.
Not for this, move on. Okay. With that, any further discussion? Seeing none, if we could take a vote, please.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. A motion to defer this to the July 14th meeting, subject to the questions that were discussed earlier.
Sorry, Decos is back online.
I was just gonna say I'm here, but I'll abstain from voting since I missed the last portion.
Okay, thank you.
They're looking to defer anyway, so it's not a final determination of the matter. But they're, yeah, so in any case, you have enough to vote otherwise.
Right.
Thank you, Chair. Roll call vote, Commissioner Kamai,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko,
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn,
Yes.
Commissioner Lind,
Yes.
and Commissioner Elizares.
Aye.
That's 6 votes to approve. Motion carries. I appreciate everybody's time, patience, and understanding. Hopefully, the public knows that we're taking this seriously and that we want to make sure we're making an informed decision. And I appreciate the applicant for bearing with us as we kind of trudge through this and being willing to get the information to us on a very short time frame. So without any further ado, this meeting is now.
Wait.
Hold on.
Oh, no, we have to, sorry, we have to
Housekeeping.
do the other two.
So I think what you need to do, Chair, for items A2 and A3, because they were public hearings that were noticed, you would need to defer those to a date, time, and place certain and announce that to the public. So I think Mr. Diaz may have dates for those, but we would want to have that motion in a second to be done.
Thank you very much.
Do I go by individually or? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hopper. So let me see, item A3, so Bamboo Living on behalf of the Gay Family Trust, SM1 2024-00015. That has been rescheduled to the August 11th meeting.
You'd have a motion to defer. I think you can take action to do that. Or you could say if there's no objections, that'll be.
If there's no objections, we will defer to the date as proposed.
Okay.
Okay,
No objection.
sorry.
Oh, that's
And Mr. Diaz could, for A2,
Thank you, Chair. For item A2, G70 on behalf of Paradise Owner LLC, requesting a special management area use permit for various improvements to the Outrigger Ka'anapali Beach Resort. That has been rescheduled to the August 25th meeting.
there's no objections.
So again, August 25th, at 9 a.m. at the Kalanapukui building for and the location and time, same for both items, just a note.
Okay, thank you. That's correct.
There's no objections. We will defer as noted. And can we do one motion for both?
Well, I think you already did them. Action by no objection.
Oh, that's true.
Is the actual action.
Okay.
So they have been rescheduled / deferred.
Got it. It's late in the day. It was the director's report. Director's report? Yeah. With that, we will. We're going to do the director's report and then we'll wrap up for the day.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Hopper, when should we take public testimony on this?
On the director's report, you can do it at the beginning of the report if you want to. I mean, I don't think there's an actual report other than just the items, right? Like, is the director going to say anything here?
No.
Okay, well,
But I
then
know
you can
we
take
take
testimony now and see if there's any commissioner questions.
Since there's nobody in the gallery and nobody online, public testimony will close in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is now closed for D1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Chair. Item D1, SMA minor report, and item D2, SMA exemptions report. And this is from May 29th of this year to June 12th. Let us know if you have any questions and we can answer them for you. Seeing none, our next meeting, as we discussed earlier, is July 14th. So we're going to have the item McKenna State Park. We're going to continue that item. We have an appeal. I don't have any details on that. That will also be scheduled. We have a decision in order for the AES solar project that you folks recently reviewed. And also our planning implementation division is going to do an introduction to the Maui County Code Title 19 rewrite. Basically, the planning department wants to rewrite our zoning code because it's pretty outdated. And so this is sort of like the start of that process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Elizabeth.
I just wanted you and the department to know I will not be here on July 14th. I'll be on Ko'olave. So it'd be pretty hard to get to online.
That it would be. Thank you for the notification of that. If there's nothing else, meeting is now adjourned, but I do want to say I appreciate everybody's time and input. I know it's been a long day. So thank you, and I will see you guys on July 14th.